Chapter 121. I'm something of a sage myself. After a long and very fruitful conversation, he was finally reminded by the old alchemist that he still had notifications pending. One notification to be more accurate. This one due to unlocking another available skill upon reaching level 60 in his profession. Prodigious alchemist of the malefic viper profession skills available Jake was honestly quite excited. The last few skills gained from his profession had all been excellent, the most recent being scales of the malefic viper. It was surprisingly long ago he got it, all the way back before he even fought the great white stag. Now he had finally managed to unlock another. With great vigor he jumped in and with fervor saw the first skill. Offering common, offer an item to your chosen god, allowing them to better hear your pleas for a short period. And it was shit, seriously. For all his trials and tribulation, he got a shitty prayer skill. He was pretty sure the viper could already hear whenever he did something akin to prayer, so why the hell would he need a skill for it? The rarity alone was enough to put him off. The description was the bare minimum, telling nothing of value. He knew that only 5 new skills were added at a maximum every time he unlocked the possibility of getting a new skill. Perhaps he had spent a bit too much time around gods recently. He could only imagine that it had pushed out better and more usable skills. Moving on with great speed, he got to the next one, which was at least a rare skill. Ritualism of the Malefic Viper. Rare. To do a ritual is to pay tribute. To give your life for the Malefic one an honor. Grants the alchemist knowledge of different rituals pertaining to the Malefic Viper. The ritual's effect is based on the nature of the ritual performed and the materials used during the ritual. Stat bonuses are applied according to the nature of the ritual performed. Had the system finally gotten a sense of humor and begun joking with him? The talk of ritual sacrifices was a joke, yet Jake was a bit suspicious at the mere existence of the skill. Maybe it was just something all gods had. Yeah, he assumed all gods would have fanatical followers that went overboard. It was the damn Viper's fault for speaking about sacrifices and such to begin with. A horrible joke turned into a horrible skill that Jake, of course, had no intention of taking at all. Everything about it was just ominous. No way he was actually going to return to Earth and begin some insane cult with human sacrifices to a god named Villy, with whom he drinks beers with on weekends. As he said during the talk of sacrificial rituals earlier, fuck that. Moving on down the list, the next one was epicrarity, and well, this one was good. Real good. Methodology of Duskleaf. Epic. Taught by a god who stands at the pinnacle of alchemy, you have begun to understand his methodology. Grants the alchemist a fragment of the knowledge of the god Duskleaf, increases your understanding of alchemy and mana, as well as overall control techniques during all concoctions or brewings. Allows the alchemist to make creations he does not have the associated crafting skill for. Does not receive stat effectiveness bonuses without associated skill. Hey Duskleaf, guess what? He said to the god who looked to be daydreaming, probably about alchemy. I got a skill from you, Methodology of Duskleaf. It's even epic and has quite the discreet. I forbid you from taking it. Duskleaf exclaimed loudly, the air slightly trembling at his voice. No way, choose something else, anything but that. I don't know, it looks pretty good. Jake teased, however there was quite a bit of truth in what he said. The skill was good, really good. It seemed like a skill that would just improve nearly everything during a concoction and brewing, and it would even allow him to make things he didn't have the crafting skill for, such as flasks. He had been told that he could anyway, it was just harder. In fact, anyone could still do anything. Jake, if he so wished, could pick up a hammer and make a sword. Of course, the sword would suck, but the system would recognize his creation if it met the bare minimum requirements. He would also not receive any of the bonuses associated with having a profession linked to crafting swords, nor any experience of any kind. This skill would allow him to make flasks far easier without the associated crafting skill, as it would allow him to get the system assistance and instinctive knowledge. He would very likely still want the actual crafting skill at some point, but it was a good temporary solution. Besides, Jake knew he wouldn't have enough skill and time soon to get all the crafting skills. Transmutation, pill making, flasks, powder, elixirs, and so on were just a few of the things he could learn to craft as an alchemist, and those were just the ones he already knew about. He knew there was far more out there. He wasn't sure when he would ever get the skill selections for the skills at the current pace. Currently, he only got a skill every 10 levels. It was every 5 levels before the first class evolution, so he had a strong suspicion it would be even less than every 10 levels after his next evolution. And on top of that, his biggest issue was that he often just had better skills, this very skill-picking session being one such situation. Therefore, you should refrain from picking it as it would have implications that, fine, I won't. Sheesh, Jake said as he exited his inner thoughts, noticing that Duskleaf had kept talking throughout his entire inner monologue. Too bad, you just missed the perfect chance to get your first faithful. The malefic viper laughed in the background. Jake just shook his head as he moved on to the 4th skill available. Another one of epicrarity, and this one also related to the malefic viper, though perhaps not precisely what he was looking for. Dark Beacon of the Malefic Viper Epic. As the holder of a true blessing of the Malefic Viper, you're his champion among the mortals. Allows the alchemist to channel the aura of the Malefic Viper to more easily subdue others. Allows the alchemist to guide others towards the path of the Malefic Viper, forcefully or otherwise. Skill effect is based on wisdom and willpower. The larger disparity between your power and your targets, the larger the effect. Is the system set on my becoming a cult leader or what? Jake thought to himself after reading the description. Also, what the hell did the skill even have to do with alchemy to begin with? Maybe related to teaching others alchemy. It would take some serious mental gymnastics for it to make sense. Then again, it wasn't like the prior skills were necessarily alchemy-related. The only slightly positive thing that he could see was its possible combat applications, like an AoE aura to suppress weaker enemies or crowds. But thinking on it further, didn't his new gaze of the Apex Hunter do something similar to that? Just by sight instead of a constant aura. Also, the wording on it was just too creepy, talking about subduing others, forcing them into following the Malefic Viper and such. It was giving off clear, nope vibes all around. Jake did not in any way, shape, or form have the desire to become any kind of leader. Despite him having a Lord title now, he considered asking the Viper about the skill but ultimately decided not to. He hadn't asked or shown any interest in the skills Jake had been offered. It was Jake's choice to make, be they suboptimal or not, though in many cases the outright best skill was just clear from the beginning. It turns out this time was no different, with the final skill being a clear standout. Sagacity of the Malefic Viper, ancient, to hold just a fragment of the wisdom of a primordial, is more than most ever achieve, much less to be personally taught that knowledge directly by the god himself. Allows the alchemist to peek into a fragment of the Malefic Viper's records to seek his knowledge. Grants the alchemist of the Malefic Viper far better understanding of mana and of most affinities. Allows the alchemist to make creations. He does not have the associated crafting skill, for it does not receive stat effectiveness bonuses without associated skill. Passively provides 1 wisdom per level in Alchemist of the Malefic Viper. May your search for knowledge be as inexhaustible as the Malefic one. Once again, a long-ass description. A tendency Jake was beginning to see with the ancient rarity skills granted by the Malefic Viper. Like with the scales, palate, and blood, this one provided wisdom. The pattern was clear, and Jake was also beginning to suspect that some of his other skills would be similar when upgraded to ancient. But to focus on the actual skill in question, there was a lot to say, and yet not that much. It was awesome. Wisdom was an excellent stat when it came to alchemy, and the skill overall appeared to in many ways to just be a better version of the methodology of Duskleaf's skill. There were some minor differences, but the crafting without associated skills part was there. It actually made him feel a bit sad for Duskleaf, but on the other hand, he had been forbidden from taking his skill. Duskleaf's skill provided a bonus while doing alchemy to mana control, while this one just granted a better understanding of mana and affinities without directly having to do with the alchemy. He was also interested in the peer into a fragment to see records of the Malefic Viper. If he had to guess, then that fragment would be the drop of blood he now carried within him. In the end, there was no contest as to which skill he would choose. The 63 bonus wisdom alone made the sagacity of the Malefic Viper just too tempting to pass up. He found it interesting that he would now effectively get 4 more stats per level in his profession than otherwise stated with the skill. He had quite honestly lucked out hardcore when it came to stumbling across that challenge dungeon. Or maybe it was the subtle guiding hand of the system, fate, destiny, or whatever else mumbo-jumbo people believed in post-system. He didn't care about things he couldn't influence or control, so he just decided to be grateful for what he had gotten. He didn't even consult the 2 gods before he picked the skill, something he should maybe have done as they were both surprised when he knelt down to the floor holding his head. He had gotten many skills over the brief period he had been in the system, but this one was by far the worst when it came to knowledge imprinted in his mind. It felt like hours as he was assaulted by a constant stream of information downloaded directly into him. There was so much he quite frankly couldn't contain it all. The entire process took nearly an hour before the influx and pain subsided. My fucking head, he cursed as he tried to go through whatever knowledge was just forced upon him. To his absolute bewilderment, he found barely anything. It was just a few wisps of knowledge about mana control and the nature of different affinities, most of which he already knew through prior testing or educated guesses. Instead, it appeared that the knowledge was somehow locked away within him. More accurately, inside that drop of blood he had absorbed. It seems that absorbing that drop of blood is the only reason I could get that overpowered skill to begin with. It also made the description make more sense, the thing about peeking into a fragment of his knowledge. Just picking it up didn't give him the full view but was more akin to downloading Wikipedia. Just because it was downloaded didn't mean he wouldn't actually have to study and understand it. That was a doozy, Jake muttered, inadvisably opening up himself to question from the 2 gods. Got a nice skill, I reckon. The Viper asked. Sagacity of the Malefic Viper. I would explain what it does, but I guess you already know, Jake answered. Well, as the skill says, I am something of a sage myself. Surprised you unlocked that skill so early, though. The first one to get it for many eras, and I think the first one ever to get it at E grade. I think you'll come to learn it is quite the skill. Glad to see that I can even surprise a sage with my humble actions, he said before turning to Duskleaf, a faux look of grief on his face. I am so sorry I didn't pick your skill. I promise to get one with your name in it next time if possible. Just don't, Duskleaf said, heaving a sigh of relief when he realized it was just a joke. After talking a bit with the two, Jake decided to finally look at his status menu. However, before doing so, he dumped all his points into perception to truly see how far he had come. Status name: Jake Thane. Race: Human. E. LVL 73 class. Ambitious Hunter. LVL 83 profession. Prodigious Alchemist of the Malefic Viper. LVL 63 health points. HP 10,031,0030 mana points. MP 11,351,1350 stamina. 80 24 80 30 stats. Strength 629 agility 877 endurance 803 vitality 1003 toughness 650 wisdom 908 intelligence 442 perception 1689 willpower 550 free points 0 titles: Forerunner of the New World, Bloodline Patriarch, Holder of a Primordial's True Blessing, Dungeoneer V, Dungeon Pioneer V, Legendary Prodigy, Prodigious Slayer of the Mighty, Kingslayer. Nobility. Lord, Progenitor of the 93 Third Universe class skills: Basic One-Handed Weapons Inferior, Advanced Stealth Common, Advanced Archery Common, Basic Twin Fang Style Uncommon, Basic Shadow Vault of Umbra Uncommon, Splitting Arrow Uncommon, Hunter's Tracking Uncommon, Big Game Hunter Rare, Infused Powershot Rare, Mark of the Ambitious Hunter Rare, Descending Dark Fang Rare, Limit Break Rare, One Step Mile Ancient, Moment of the Primal Hunter Legendary, Gaze of the Apex Hunter Legendary. Profession skills: Herbology Common, Brew Potion Common, Concoct Poison Common, Alchemist's Purification Common, Alchemical Flame Common, Toxicology Uncommon, Cultivate Toxin Uncommon, Malefic Viper's Poison Rare, Sense of the Malefic Viper Rare, Touch of the Malefic Viper Epic, Scales of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Palate of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Blood of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Sagacity of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Blessing, True Blessing of the Malefic Viper, Blessing True, Race skills: Endless Tongues of the Myriad Races Unique, Identify Common, Thoughtful Meditation Uncommon, Shroud of the Primordial Divine, Bloodline, Bloodline of the Primal Hunter, Bloodline Ability Unique. Looking over his entire status menu, his progress was impressive. He had gotten so many titles and levels since last. Thinking back, he hadn't actually gone through his status since back before he fought the Horde leader. After that, he had killed that boss, killed the King of the Forest, and now even gotten way stronger from his, to quote, cool-ass time warp training session in alchemy. He was stronger than ever before by quite a lot. He hadn't had the chance to fight anything and test himself, but perhaps he could win against the king if it was the current him. Hey, if I fought the King of the Forest now, do you think I could? Fuck no. Absolutely not. The two gods answered simultaneously. Yeah, you would get your head ripped off in a moment. Seriously, Jake, I still don't think you understand the disparity. That was a true blue D-grade unique life form. If he hadn't been so far up his own ass, he would have killed you instantly. Perhaps if you had your current strength, all it would change is that he wouldn't have bothered to play around but just killed you outright. In other words, I just got extremely lucky. Jake asked, a bit disappointed. Partly. You were offered a situation to exploit and the tools to possibly exploit it. If you had been any weaker, you would have failed. If you had been less deceitful and smart about it, you would have died. Don't take anything away from your own victory. Besides, the king wasn't a normal D-grade being. Far from it, so don't belittle yourself. The tutorials are made to be theoretically beatable. They are balanced based on who attends them. The system naturally knew how much divine interference there would be, so it upped the overall difficulty. In fact, I reckon your tutorial was among the hardest of your universe and certainly the hardest for Earth. You beating it is fucking monstrous, so keep it up, you goddamn freak. Thanks, I guess. Anyway, what's the plan now? More alchemy? He asked, ready to try and practice his new skills. We got only a few hours before it is time for you to get whisked back to Earth, and that is counting the time warping, the Viper said. I think it's time we sit down and have a talk about what's to come. Chapter 122, Homecoming. Sitting down around the table, the Viper finally brought out the owed bottle of booze. Duskleaf didn't appear particularly interested, but nevertheless joined them with a glass. I promised to answer a few questions, so here we are. Just know that there are things I cannot or will not tell you. Some because the system isn't a fan, and some because the knowledge will do you more harm than good, the Viper said, opening the conversation. I guess first of all, how the hell do you even know things about Earth and such? I at first thought it was just a god thing, but Duskleaf looks like a big question mark whenever you make a reference or a joke. Jake asked. It wasn't really valuable information, just something that had been irking him. Didn't see that question being the first. See, I don't know everything. The scaled god joked before continuing. There are a lot of skills out there. As you no doubt know, the system can give you access to knowledge and records, and I happen to have a skill that allows me to know things. Think of it as me having access to a limited form of Google or Wikipedia that provides me with widely known information. That sounds overpowered as fuck. How to get it? Jake asked, gaping slightly. Holy shit, he wanted that skill. Yeah, good luck getting it before being well into godhood, and it isn't actually as good as it sounds and has many limits. But yeah, it is called partial omniscience. Quite a few other gods have similar skills, but I doubt anyone has one better than mine. I got it a couple of eras ago, so it is a bit of a new addition. The amount of useless info it provides is staggeringly stupid, the Viper joked. Doesn't it take its toll to have that much crammed into your head? Jake asked with genuine concern. A mere fragment of knowledge had brought him to his knees. He could only imagine the weight from all of it. Jake, I have more in wisdom than your entire planet collectively. I am good, the malefic Viper answered dismissively. But we both know that my awesomeness isn't what matters right now. True, Jake said, before leaning back in the chair a bit. What can I expect when I return to Earth? When the system comes, it changes a lot of things. Life planets such as your Earth is one such thing. As you can likely already guess, your planet was actually quite small and fragile before the system, with what its inhabitants can and will be able to do in the future. It has thus been terraformed to be more fitting for the new world, the Viper answered. What exactly does that mean? First of all, size. It is a lot bigger than before. A lot of it will still feel familiar, but a lot will be different. The general layout of the planet remains. It is all just bigger. Oceans are deeper, land masses expand further, mountains now extend toward the sky, taller than ever, forests become endless metropolises of trees that extend into the horizon, the god began. Secondly, the creatures that lived there will have changed. While the enlightened races, acahumans, spend their time in a tutorial, the animals that remained lived through this baptism. Now joined by others made by the system, they have changed. Don't underestimate them. Degrades. Jake asked, concerned. From the original inhabitants. Yes, many. The energy to terraform the planet has also gone into these animals, allowing them to grow far more than usual. But I doubt you will be able to find any, and they will be few and far between, grouped around natural treasures or special areas. I would be more concerned about the third thing. Tell me, what do you think would have happened to the king of the forest if you hadn't killed him? He asked. Don't tell me. Yeah, he would have joined you back on Earth, and he is far from the only one. Many creatures have been placed in tutorials, and now they will come to Earth. The same would have been true for the 4 beast lords you killed. Of course, now they are dead, which will leave a gap. One for you to exploit. The Viper smiled mischievously. Hold your horses. What do you mean they would have come to Earth? Doesn't that mean a bunch of extremely powerful, possibly sapient beings with their own agendas will come to Earth? What the hell? Jake asked, slightly panicking. It isn't that bad. These degrades won't be able to walk about as they please, but instead be placed in certain areas. Remember the bubble from the tutorial with the inner area? That bubble would have been what moved. Only the original inhabitants can enter, while someone like the king of the forest can't leave. Of course, after a while, the bubble will disperse and they will be free to roam about, the Viper clarified, dispelling much of Jake's concern. He went back to the last part of what the god said before with a sigh of relief. So what am I meant to exploit? Smiling, the god explained. A gap has been made with the death of the king of the forest. More accurately, his forest has been left behind. It will, without a doubt, be close to where you will be upon returning to Earth. Find it and establish yourself there. Locate the pylon of civilization. Ought to give you quite the head start and a nice base of operation. Trust me on this. It will prove very fruitful down the line. Not sure I am interested in settling down and getting a base. My current plan is to search for my parents along with my brother and his wife, Jake answered. I got the feeling that you were like me when it comes to leadership, so just find someone to dump it on while reaping all the rewards from being in charge on paper. As for the family situation, the Viper sighed. I have some bad news on that front. Jake felt a creeping sensation as he hesitated to ask. What? With a look more serious than before, not carrying a hint of joking around. Don't even think about it. Everything in his head stopped turning for a moment as he just sat there in silence, letting the word ring out in the room. It took him a while for the words to sink in. Why, was the only thing he could ask himself. Didn't they make it? His father, Robert, had always been a resourceful man, his mother kind yet strong-willed. Caleb and Maja too. Why, is there a way to bring them back? Jake asked, trying to grasp onto hope. I am sorry. I have tried more than anyone else to try and bring someone back to life. If it is possible, I still don't know how. If there were a body and certain items and skills, it had been done only for those who died just moments earlier. If the trucial is gone, however, it isn't possible, the Viper answered. Not like it matters currently. They still live. What the hell? Jake said, a bit angry. Then why the hell should I not go look for them? He was the kind of person who planned and followed that plan as far as he could go. one who set himself a goal to accomplish. He would do everything to succeed and would struggle until he won. He had done so when he set his goal as killing the king, because it's a waste of time. Do you know where your family is? How far away they are? Are you even certain you are strong enough to help them? And have you considered the consequences of focusing on finding them over your own progress? I had kind of hoped for you to give me a clue as to a general direction. Jake said, I won't do that. The system wouldn't have given that information either. It is naive to think that you can find a handful of people in a short time on a planet that has changed so significantly with your limited power. It's far more important for you to get stronger. Also, for once, believe a bit in them. Maybe they can take care of themselves, and your babying will only do more harm than good. Jake thought a bit, and as much as he hated it, he didn't really feel like he could dispute any of the points. But at the same time, he felt a bit regretful. He had chosen hunters tracking to better find them. 1 step mile to hopefully travel faster to them. Was that all for naught? Then what the hell am I supposed to do? He asked as he stared at the ceiling. Grow stronger. Make it fuel to move forward faster because you want to find and protect them. The path ahead of you is long. You will meet other people you want to protect too, no doubt, the Viper said consolingly. Besides, no matter what, at least you have 2 buddies here who will more than likely stick around through it all. He finished with a light smile while motioning to himself and the silent duskleaf. Jake looked at the 2 of them while contemplating his future. He had not come to terms with it, but he had to recognize that he was going to Earth alone. It's just that he still felt a bit lonely. His colleagues and friends were now either dead or had a relationship with him that he was far from comfortable with. Jacob had somehow survived, but he was incredibly unsure precisely what their meeting would be like. Casper was apparently an undead, so that was a whole thing he wasn't sure how to handle. Jake himself felt regret towards not helping either of them, while Jacob likely also harbored resentment towards Jake. He never really had any friends outside of work and his family. They had all been pushed away through time, or he had distanced himself after his less than positive experience during university. The only other ones he had were friends online, and those relationships were even more ambiguous. Perhaps he should just follow the advice of Villy, find a base and plop himself down there and do alchemy or something, get his head straight, but what then? Would he become a leader of humanity and lead them in the new world? Yeah, fat chance of that happening. Would he become a hermit living alone in the woods? That didn't appear tempting either. For the first time in a long time, Jake was unsure of what to do. He didn't have a plan, not a long-term one anyway. I guess whatever comes, comes, he muttered to himself. How long till I leave? Around an hour in here. Minutes outside where time moves normally, the Viper answered. Let's head out then, Jake said, getting up. Without arguing, the Viper complied as he began opening the door. Jake felt time slowly return to normal as the world returned to what it was before he entered, except he now felt a bit more hollow inside. Hollow but still determined. They kept talking outside for a bit about other things he could expect back on Earth until he was reminded it was very soon time. I guess we will see each other later, he said, addressing the 2 gods. And thanks for everything. No problem, that's what friends are for, right? It would get monotonous if you thanked me every time I helped you. Just take care of yourself. Don't die on me quite yet, the Viper said, smiling. Stay safe, Duskleaf added, opening his mouth for the first time in quite a while. And remember not to slack off on your alchemy practice. I don't plan on dying anytime soon, if ever, and don't worry, I won't slack. Gonna blow you away the next time we meet. With those words, they just stood there a while, taking in the atmosphere. It was likely the last time the 3 would meet in quite a while. Jake had grown stronger once more. Titles, skills, and levels. After his last battle with the king, he had grown to entirely new levels. He was ready to unleash himself on the unsuspecting planet that is Earth. Jacob stood beside his old friend and bodyguard as they prepared to return. The brief time spent in the temple had felt like far longer than it actually was. Well, for Bertram, it had been far longer. He had spent most of his time in a time chamber with the Grand Master after all. While neither of them had grown overly much in levels, both had grown in their own way. Bertram had skill upgrades, his swordsmanship now a rare skill in itself. When he entered the chamber, he was a competent fighter by Earth's standards. Now he was capable even by the standards of the multiverse, for an E grade at least. He felt confident. Jacob had instead spent his time learning. Due to his class, even this minor act had gained him 2 levels. Neither had done anything for their professions. Bertram because he didn't have the time, and Jacob because he already knew which profession to get in the future, and it wasn't quite time yet to get it. A lot had been explained to them of what they would come to meet upon their return. And now the Grand Master, with his daughter by his side, gave them a final speech. Remember that safety is your #1 concern. Avoid the danger zones to begin with while you build up your conclave of followers. Follow the Holy One's word, and you are sure to succeed in your path to enlighten your planet, but that doesn't mean you won't have to be vigilant. You need to be especially wary of followers of other gods. Enemy gods of the Holy Church may have blessed individuals who will target you due to your position and purpose. We cannot offer you any material assistance for the foreseeable future, so you will sadly be on your own. But even more so than those who wish to kill you, you must be wary of deceivers, those who wish to use you or mislead you, liars and the ones you thought of as friends. Do not trust easily those your skills cannot read properly, the bearded man said in his usual serious tone, finishing by turning to the guardian besides Jacob. Bertram, your job is to protect the augur. Your life and his are one and the same. Do not disappoint us. Bertram only nodded, returning the seriousness of his temporary teacher. Jacob was deep in thought at the man's words as he was also still fine-tuning his plan upon returning to Earth. There were many things to address, and he needed to make sure he did things right the first time. His resolve to spread the word of the Holy Church was genuine, his conviction true. He just needed to convince others. Religion had always been a tricky subject, one where more often than not you were simply born into one. With the system, it was very different. Gods no longer intangible things, no longer only representations of an ideology. They were now that and so much more. They were actual beings with the true power to influence the world. Has there been word on my inquiry related to the result of the tutorial I was part of? Yes, a voice echoed out in the hall, startling everyone. The voice was overpowering yet gentle. A figure of light manifested before them, and upon seeing the visage of who had come, they all kneeled. The Grand Master had a mixed look of shock and pure reverence. The mother, kneeling, none of them dared look up as the figure spoke. Even Jacob kneeled out of respect. Your friend one, defeated the destined king and became a progenitor. Do not fight him, my son, but do not ally with him either. Avoid your friend for now. May you forever bask in the holy light, my children. With those words, the figure dispersed as fast as it came. Inira, Jacob, and Bertram all looked confused at words like destined king and progenitor. Only the Grand Master understood those terms. But he was too beside himself to explain, as he was still awestruck by what had just happened. He barely managed to break out of the spell and throw out a brief half-coherent explanation before the two young humans were gone, taken by the system back to whence they came. Caspar stood surrounded by floating runes as he finished up his final preparations. His skin was white as ash, and his body didn't give off the faintest hint of life energy, yet he appeared more lively than he had ever done since the tutorial went to shit. All the runes around him spun around as they slowly came together and formed a single magic circle. Taking out a stake from his spatial storage, he moved the circle towards it as they embedded themselves on the weapon. Another trap prepared. Exiting the tower, he gave a final nod towards the mighty archlick that had served as his teacher for the last few weeks. He had progressed more than he thought possible, and he felt genuinely grateful. The archlick bowed back in recognition not of Caspar, but of the one who had granted him a blessing. That blessing was more than enough for Caspar to be named the leader of the undead forces that would return to Earth, but he had refused adamantly. But that didn't mean he wasn't respected or feared by the others. The meeting in the courtyard below was also just about concluded when Caspar made his entrance. They all stopped and stared at him for a while before turning back to their leader, a woman named Priscilla who had once been human like himself. Risen human LVL 58, she gave him a sweet smile before returning her attention to the crowd. Caspar just sneered a bit, and it wasn't helped by the locket around his neck heating up slightly due to the annoyance of the ghost within. I told you, Lyra, I don't care about her. With a sigh, he closed his eyes as he just waited for the end of the tutorial. 63 days and a bit over 22 hours ago, all humans disappeared from Earth. Now it was time for those who remained to come home. Chapter 123, The Blue Marble. The sun hung above as it shone upon the serene lake. The sky was blue, inviting everyone to bask in the warmth outside and enjoy the weather. Everything appeared utterly ordinary at first glance, until it wasn't. The surface of the lake erupted as a giant maw emerged. In the mouth of the enormous fish was a several meters long insect that had been invisibly surfing along the surface of the water only moments earlier. The fish looked like a giant bass. Its teeth were far more prolonged and sharper than expected, and the sheen from their sharpness only amplified by the glittering droplets of water. Despite its size and jaw strength, it failed to shut its maw tight. 4 powerful legs of what had been a small water strider before the system held it open. At the same time, it opened its tiny mouth and let out a blast of water straight down into the mouth of the beast that had tried to eat it. In a turn of events where the hunter became the hunted, the fish was bisected into 2 pieces by a water cutter. Blood flew everywhere as the beast died from the powerful attack, unable even to comprehend its demise. The victory of the strider was short-lived, however. From above dove the figure of a giant bird, and before the strider could reconnect with the water and make its escape, it was caught in 2 powerful talons that crushed its feeble head. The giant hawk beat its wings as it flew off with its dead prey still clenched below it. The serene lake that was now filled with blood reflected in its eyes, the sun above uncaring. Earth had become a battlefield the humans would now rejoin and once more strive to be at the top of the food chain. What had once been a great city was now but a shell of its former self. The massive monoliths of glass that had marked the prowess of human engineering now lay shattered on the ground. The structures toppled to the ground or ripped apart from the inside out. Nature had not been kind to human civilization. It had reclaimed most of what had formerly been taken from it by urban development. Grass now grew in the streets, moss covered the buildings that still stood, and one could even see trees that had grown to full size in mere weeks. This day there was a significant change. Scattered around the city, humans appeared. All at once, the city that had been populated by nearly 1 million people was now inhabited once more. Of the 1 million people, around 800, 900, returned, a phenomenon that was not just in the city, but the entire world. The survival rate of tutorials coming at 86% would surprise most, some for how low it was and some for how high. Inside what had once been the lobby of a big office building, a cluster of humans appeared. The many-storied juggernaut was now reduced to only its ground floor. Among those who appeared stood a man with long blonde hair and a white robe, together with a stoic armored man by his side. Jacob looked around to get a feeling for his surroundings. He instantly noticed many familiar faces in the crowd. Familiar, yet foreign. Only a bit over 2 months had passed, but he could see the changes on everyone's faces. His lighthouse of the Holy Mother allowed him to soak in the emotions of all those around him. He felt mainly trepidation mixed in with a bit of relief. It was no surprise that many were happy the nightmare that was a tutorial was over. The emotions were many and varied, but one stood out more than any of the others, stood out in that Jacob couldn't feel anything at all. Solitarily stood a figure covered in the brown cloak given to archers. Beneath it, one could see the black leather armor and beneath him 2 shoddy-looking boots. Jacob couldn't even look at his face as a mask now covered it, yet he didn't fail to recognize his old employee, Jake. Soon the silence was broken as people began talking. Some were simply looking for comfort, others asking about their loved ones. Not everyone had entered the tutorial with those closest to them, far from it. A few even saw Jacob and turned to him for direction, and direction he would give them. "Everyone, please calm down," he yelled out, amplified by one of 2 remnant skills from his time as a warrior, amplify voice. A weak common rarity skill, but it was more than enough to have the focus of the room switch to him. He even felt 2 powerful eyes from behind a mask pierce into him. He shuddered slightly inwardly but appeared unfazed outwardly. "Jacob, is that you?" someone asked. Looking at him, Jacob saw it was Mike, Joanna's husband. "It is good to see you made it, Mike. Were you in the tutorial with my wife? What about everyone else in the elevator with us back then?" Mike quickly interrupted frantically, the anxiousness clear on his face. "I am sorry, our tutorial was a mess," Jacob answered, loud enough for everyone around to hear, the focus now solely on him. "We had bad actors. They moved to conquer or simply kill everyone. In the end, they succeeded. Even I lost my life and only managed to save myself and Bertram with the help of a benevolent God. By the time I died, only 2 others remained. Joanna is," Mike stammered out as tears began gathering in his eyes. "I truly am sorry. It was a true nightmare," Jacob tried to console him. "But I managed to help her in the end. She died with only the regret that she couldn't rejoin you and her children here on Earth. Just know that she truly is in a better place now. Not in a figurative way either. In the future, I swear you will be able to speak with her again." "Who or what killed her?" Mike asked, not caring much about the last part of what Jacob said. "Her death was caused by a maniac called William. He sought to slaughter everyone for his own gains," he answered, glancing at Jake. "An endeavor he failed. I reckon you ended him, Jake." Everyone turned their gazes to the masked figure, many only truly noticing him now. Even with everyone wearing widely differing outfits of questionable taste, Jake still stood out. His mask was making him more than a little conspicuous. Jake looked up at Jacob. He tried to search his eyes for any emotions, but found that his gaze was the same as before the tutorial, if with a bit more wariness. He was relieved that he didn't appear to blame him for what happened. "Yeah, but another god interfered and ended up saving him in the end. So he still lives," Jacob muttered. Turning his gaze away from Jake, he redirected his attention away from the archer as he spoke once more. "Everyone, please listen to me when I say we aren't safe even here. Earth has changed and is in many ways even more dangerous than the tutorials. We must stick together if we wish to make it." "What the fuck are you on about?" someone yelled at the back, someone who didn't know Jacob before the tutorials. Jacob wasn't offended but answered honestly. "While we struggled in the tutorials, all that was not human struggled on Earth. To underestimate any being after the system is foolish. Additionally, the trials of the tutorials are not over. We will." Jacob went on to explain much of what Jake had been told about by the Viper earlier. A few details differed, but nothing of consequence. At the same time, the archer was still considering his own plans. He felt a few uncomfortable gazes on him, no doubt trying to feel him out. Mike being one of them. Slowly, Jacob began to win people over. His class and skills were surely not hurting his cause either. It affected everyone in the broken-down lobby except for Jake. Their willingness to follow him was naturally only strengthened from the harsh circumstances. Many felt lost and without purpose. They were afraid of the future, not sure what to do. For someone to stand up and give them direction was exactly what many needed. Winning over a few, the group thinking quickly took over. In the end, everyone simply followed when Jacob began leading them out of the broken building and onto the street. Jake had decided to stick around a bit at the back alone, as he had gotten a prompt upon his return, making him aware he wasn't that pressed for time. Soon, he was joined by Mike. "Why are you wearing that stupid mask?" he asked first thing. He had wanted to ask about his wife, wanted to learn more about her killer. But instead, he threw a quick jab at the young man's appearance. He found it disrespectful and stupid for him to hide beneath a mask. The question annoyed Jake more than it should have. That mask was the proof of his victory over the king of the forest, evidence of him beating the tutorial. Instead of giving a proper answer, he snapped back at him. "Why are you so pathetically weak?" Jake had done a quick round of identify while half listening to Jacob's speech, trying to get a feeling for the average levels, and it was disappointing, incredibly so. While the levels varied, the average was only around 14 or 15. Everyone had reached level 10, but many had only just done so. Jake could barely comprehend how that was even possible. Jacob had naturally been the second highest person except for himself, a fact that clearly gave him a lot of credibility for those able to identify him. "What the fuck did you just say to me?" Mike said, puffing up. He was a tall man, more than half a head taller than Jake. His muscles were far more prominent than Jake's, but he was truly weak, only level 16. Jake wasn't even sure if he had upgraded his class yet. "I said you're weak, your equipment is shit, your level is shit. What the fuck did you expect to accomplish after lazing about in the tutorial for 2 months? Jake snapped back. He was annoyed, not just at Mike but everyone. What the fuck had they been doing? He understood that not everyone is fit for fighting, but what about professions? And even if they weren't fighters, they should at least learn to protect themselves. His comment had clearly gotten the attention of more than just Mike as many turned towards him. Their gazes were less than gentle as he felt several people try and identify him. Useless attempts, as there was no way a bunch of F and the rare E-grade humans could pierce through the shroud of the primordial. "What the fuck do you know, you little whelp?" Mike yelled, his face red. "I went to hell and back, you cocksucker. Watch your goddamn mouth or I'll shut it for you." "You are free to try," Jake said, staring into the eyes of the man. Mike felt a shiver run down his spine as he saw those eyes, but instead of listening to his instincts, he exacerbated the situation. His own fear made him only angrier, his sorrow of his learning the death of his wife redirected into anger at Jake. So he threw a punch. It never landed. Jake caught it easily, its speed pathetic in his eyes. The strength behind it was negligible. He caught it and pressed down on the fist in his hand. He felt it squash like a rotten apple as Mike screamed out in pain. If their conflict didn't have everyone's attention before, they sure had all eyes on them now. Jacob had been watching it from the beginning without interfering, a decision he now regretted as the situation had resulted in blood being spilled. Several yells sounded out as people reacted. Some drew their weapons, others prepared themselves to cast magic. In a split second, the situation had turned from just an interesting squabble to a possible fight. "Please, everyone," Jacob yelled out, all his skills on full display as he tried to calm the agitated crowd. It had some effect as everyone just seemed to have frozen. The only one still moving being Mike, who held his bloody hand, and Jake, who stood indifferently staring down at the now kneeling man. "This is a waste of time," Jake said after a bit. Taking out a healing potion from his spatial storage, he put it down on the floor in front of Mike as he turned to leave. He just wanted to get out of the situation he had found himself in. "Jake, can I have just 2 seconds of your time?" Jacob quickly asked as he read the archer's intent to leave. He really didn't want to, but Jake nevertheless agreed. "Fine." Walking towards Jacob, people just moved out of the way. Jake could feel the looks of fear in the eyes of his former colleagues, the wariness and unwillingness to engage him. Many of the eyes belonging to people who had looked down on him or felt utterly indifferent towards him only a few months ago. In a way, it was oddly satisfying. Jacob took Jake a bit away from the others to talk. It likely didn't help as everyone had amplified hearing with increased stats, making it more of a gesture more than anything else. Nevertheless, Jake appreciated having more space around them. "You have grown strong," was the first thing he said, a slight smile on his lips. He didn't appear to care much for the still crying man in the background who had yet to drink the potion. In actuality, Jacob was just happy Jake hadn't killed Mike. He had been afraid of that happening. His skills for reading people didn't work on Jake, and the last time he saw him, he had led him into an ambush. Both men had feared the other blamed them for all the shit that had happened. "Yeah," Jake simply said. "You are leaving, right?" Jacob asked. "Yeah, I don't really fit here," Jake sighed, a statement Jacob couldn't really dispute. "Just take care, man. That tutorial was a shithole, and I'm sorry about everything I did. I am happy to hear that you managed to beat it in the... We all need to create our own place in this new world, our new homes. I don't know what your plans are, but I hope you find what you're looking for," Jacob said, smiling at his friend. "I fucked up in the tutorial big time. I nearly got you killed because of how much of an idiot I was. I hope that you forgive me, but I understand if you won't. Just know that I will always consider you a friend, even if you don't consider me one." Jacob knew the Holy Mother and Grand Master had both made it pretty clear that he should be cautious and distance himself from Jake, but that didn't mean Jacob was going to. Jake was his friend, and not even the mightiest god could change that. Their friendship was between him and Jake and no one else. Jake began but wasn't sure what to say. Jacob really hadn't changed much at all despite everything. He had always had a hard time with words, so instead, he decided just to act. Here, take these. Healers are still a rarity, I assume, so these should come in handy. He took out nearly 100 healing, stamina, and mana potions, most of them being his older creations, but a few newer ones were also mixed in. Jake didn't need them, and it felt good to offload them. His only regret was losing the bottles, as those could be reused, but such a complaint was too petty even to consider. While Jake felt it was just a nice gesture, it was something entirely else for Jacob and those with sharper eyes who observed them. They saw Jake hand him a huge satchel filled with potions. They all remembered those bottles and the miraculous benefits they carried. All remember how they had saved their lives. And now Jake gifted them so many. Nobody knew where he got them from and frankly didn't care. Jacob and Bertram were the only ones who knew that Jake had likely created them himself. Both of them had become privy to information not many others had, including knowledge of different professions, alchemy naturally being one of them. I am sure these will come in handy, Jacob replied as he took the satchel. He also couldn't ignore the fact that Jake had summoned it all out of thin air, meaning he either had a pocket storage skill or perhaps even a spatial storage item. He is truly different from the rest of us, he thought. Here, take this in return, Jacob said as he handed Jake a small book. I spent the last few weeks reading. I took down some notes that I hope may come in handy. It isn't much, but I truly don't have anything else of value to offer. Thanks, Jake said, depositing the small book in his spatial storage. I'm off. Jake began walking towards the exit as a roar shook the building. Everyone looked around, terrified, until the source became apparent. With a crash, one of the walls in the far back end was smashed through. Jake looked back and saw a huge lizard the size of a minivan. He didn't feel any sense of danger from it, and a quick identification only confirmed its weakness. Rocketer Sorlisk, LVL-51, of course. The reactions from the others in the room were vastly different. The only other person who could identify its level was Jacob, meaning all people saw was 2 question marks. The type of enemy that in tutorials always meant casualties, but none of them died this day. The lizard looked the room over, ignoring all the weak humans completely until its eyes finally landed on the only one with a level high enough to make him worth hunting, Jacob. Before the beast even did anything, it froze in place. Its eyes widened with fear as it found itself unable to move. A gaze had locked onto it, that of an apex predator, or more accurately, an apex hunter. Less than a second later, its head exploded as an arrow pierced through the room. The poor lizard was dead before it could even recognize how much it had fucked up by barging into that particular building, and that the human it couldn't even recognize the strength of was indeed far above its own. Stupid lizard, Jake muttered as he walked out of the building. Everyone was just staring after him as he disappeared from sight. Jacob, finding himself left to pick up the pieces of the situation that just happened, made the gawking populace focus on himself once more. We must leave this place. Find somewhere safe, or at least safer. Find others to make a group big and strong enough to defend ourselves. Then why did you let that guy go? Shouldn't he just protect us? Someone yelled out. Jacob looked at the person, trying to hide his genuine annoyance. His path is not ours, and none of you have any right to judge him. He has his own challenges and issues to deal with. Rather than just expecting someone to, you should instead think about how you can make someone want to protect you. We have nothing to offer someone on his level. Not yet, at least. Now, let us set out. Set out and create our new haven in this new world. A bit away from the office building, a single man stood, having retreated the moment he appeared and before anyone had even noticed him. He stood on top of the building, as he looked down at them all exiting the old lobby, and he saw the lizard get killed instantly. He smiled as he noticed the one who did it. Jake had been the first to teach him anything about combat in this new world, and was a friend long before the tutorial. Casper saw the masked figure that was walking off turn his eyes towards him. They locked eyes, one with hollow black eyes and the other a piercing yellow gaze. They didn't need any words as the 2 men nodded at each other. Jake, smiling beneath his mask, and Casper chuckling a bit to himself. Both hated social interactions, and everything that needed to be said was communicated through that nod. Casper looked towards the horizon as he set off, the emblem he had been given already making him aware of the closest meeting spot. Take care, mate, and let's meet again. Chapter 124, One Step Mile. The once great city that Jake had called home for the last few years was nearly unrecognizable. The grand buildings were broken and in tatters, the streets dominated by the reclamation of Mother Nature. Jake simply walked down the street at an average pace. Not asphalt but grass and weeds beneath his feet. On the way he saw several other groups of humans. Some tried to approach him, some observed him warily, while some hid and believed their gazes undetected. For those who tried to talk, a quick glance was usually enough for them to leave him be. their inability to identify him without a doubt also playing a role in their decision to avoid him, which was exactly what Jake wanted right now, to be alone. He was actually quite overwhelmed by the number of people he saw. One often forgets precisely how many people lived in big cities. In the end, it got so bad that Jake had to get off the streets. A quick leap using Badger Jump took him up to the roof of a still-standing 4-story apartment building. That also earned him quite a few glances. Jake needed time to think. His mind was a mess, only exacerbated by getting into a conflict first thing upon returning to Earth. He couldn't even blame Mike. He too hurt just as much as Jake, and lashing out was to be expected. They were both assholes, himself appropriately more so as he had hurt the man for no good reason. Looking towards the pretty blue sky, he thought of his next steps. What he usually did whenever he felt overwhelmed by something was to drown himself in work or studying, an approach he decided to replicate once again. He wanted to find somewhere to settle down for a while, to do alchemy in practice and familiarize himself with all his upgraded and new skills. Without any clear direction, he in the end settled on just following the advice of the malefic viper, to find the territory that the king of the forest was supposed to occupy. Glancing about, he located the tallest building still standing. It even still had the radio tower on top. Quick climb later, mainly consisting of him just penetrating stone with his fingers while climbing, he found himself on top of the tower. From there, he had quite the vantage point and could see the city in all of its decrepit glory. But more importantly, he could see beyond it, and what he saw wasn't what he expected. The city itself was as he remembered it, save for the destruction, but what lay beyond certainly wasn't. On one side, he saw a giant lake, or maybe even an entire ocean. It had to be noted that there wasn't even a beach within 100 miles before. Besides the lake, on all other sides, there were now only vast plains. Looking about, he could actually see where the roads just suddenly cut off. It was like someone had just plopped down landmasses all around. Only one side looked somewhat normal. Jake could see the highway still continue outwards, and he could see it all looking relatively normal. There were quite a few things that stumped him, though. He didn't see a single car anywhere. The radio tower he was on didn't have any of the electronic components either. He still saw plenty of bicycles scattered about, but no cars, scooters, buses, or anything like that. Another thing he noticed was the vast distance he could see, his insanely high perception, coupled with the lack of air pollution, giving him quite the view. However, there was one more thing contributing: the curvature of the Earth, or more accurately, the lack thereof. Oh, it was still there, somewhere, but from where Jake was, it was barely noticeable, if at all. He had to guess that he was a bit more than 100 meters up currently, and he could easily see hundreds up to perhaps 1,000 kilometers away. In the distance, he even saw a huge mountain range, one that certainly hadn't been there before. It all did begin to get a bit blurry at that distance, but the fact that he could see them was crazy enough. Of course, he was looking for something rather specific. Quest: claim the Pylon of Civilization as the rightful owner. You may be the first to claim your Pylon of Civilization. As long as this quest is active, no one else can claim it. Objective: claim Pylon of Civilization. Duration: 710221. Remembering his original objective, he kept scouting around until he saw it, a huge forest. Naturally, due to the trees, he couldn't grasp its size, but it appeared huge at first glance. It was around 50 kilometers outside of the city or so, across a vast flat plain. His quest also gave him the vague feeling that the pylon was that way. Having a target, he jumped down from the building once more. He didn't bother with the frightened glances as he landed on the ground and began sprinting forward. Right now, he just wanted out of the city and away from civilization. If the Viper was right, then that pylon should be worth claiming. The Viper had said that the nobility, Lord title, allowed him to take control of it. Jake didn't have the faintest interest in creating a city, but chances are there would be some kind of reward associated with taking control of it anyway. It didn't take him more than 10 minutes to reach the outskirts of the city. On the journey, he was only attacked once, by humans even. A stupid accident where a bunch of arguing idiots got scared and threw a couple of spells at him. He just ignored them as they missed, but his sheer speed was clearly enough to deter them and make them run away. The conflict he saw also wasn't just a one-off. Many different groups found themselves in conflict, none of which Jake gave a shit about as he ran by. It wasn't his job to be a mediator. Life would no longer be safe, and laws didn't really matter anymore. No way he was going to begin playing judge, jury, and executioner towards random people. Oh, but there were 3 men ganging up on a woman and 2 kids, so he accidentally loosed a splitting arrow, blowing off a few legs. Getting to the plains, he finally felt free. Enemies had been scarce within the city. If you ignored all the humans, that is. Only a few roamed about, most of them weak. On these plains, however, he saw far more action. The first thing he encountered was a group of cows. Yep, cows. Identifying some, he discovered that they were all only F-grade. Bovine Stomper LVL-19. Jake smiled a bit to himself. He didn't even notice it himself as he found the silliness of cows being the first true challengers he would meet upon his return to Earth. He didn't count the stupid lizard. Not that he had any intention of fighting the things. It would be pointless. None of them would give him any experience worth noting, and from his kill on the lizard, he also saw no replacement for tutorial points. Kills just gave experience, and that was it. Evading the beasts, he finally came to the open ground, just a vast flat area in front of him with the rare creature here and there. It was the perfect opportunity to try something he had wanted to do ever since getting his tutorial rewards. Focusing on the skill, he took a step forward. It was like his vision zoomed in, the ground between where he wanted his foot to land and where he was shrunk. The moment his foot landed, so had he moved the distance. In a single step, he had traveled more than 50 meters. Not quite the distance promised by the name one-step mile, but to Jake, it was more than enough for now. It was just straight-up teleportation. In an instant, he had just warped space itself to travel forward. It was the kind of thing that he found inconceivable despite just doing it himself. He didn't understand how the skill worked at all behind the scenes. He could feel mana and stamina's flow for most of his other skills to at least get some grasp on what it did. It felt like he just took a standard step with one-step mile, and space itself warped for him. He knew this had to be him somehow manipulating or perhaps being assisted by the concept of space, a type of force or phenomenon he was far from understanding. It was like how he could bend time with moment of the Primal Hunter or directly attack the soul with gaze of the apex hunt. He knew how to do it, but not how he did it. In other words, system stuff. Despite him not currently getting shit, he was nevertheless confident. He had time to understand it all. Looking at his consumption of resources, he was even more pleasantly surprised. It had only taken a trivial amount of stamina to use, not a single point of mana either. Of course, he needed more tests and experiments, something the 50 or so kilometers to the forest was just perfect for. His travel went rather uneventfully except for the events he caused himself. He had engaged a few beasts to try the skill out in combat, which was an excellent thing as it was hard as hell to use. Currently, he had to really focus to use it, which was fine and all when just traveling, but not so much when fighting. The important part, however, was that it did work in combat, if a bit iffy to use. One thing was that he actually had to take steps in order for it to activate. Raise his leg, focus on where to go, and then put said foot down again, which again was totally not an issue when running or walking, but a bit problematic when fighting. The first problem with that being actually having to be on the ground, as Jake often jumped and dodged a lot, resulting in him being airborne a lot of the time. The second problem was that he had to make the stepping motion, which he couldn't do while crouching. The third being the fact that the step had to be forward and not backward. In other words, he couldn't backpedal with it. The last problem he solved rather quickly though. The skill required him to see where he was going, and well as he could see 360 degrees around himself with his sphere, he could use that as a guide. Admittedly, it did look quite funny when he effectively moonwalked through space. To sum it up, the skill was fantastic but hard to use at maximum efficiency. It would take a long time to practice to use it well in combat, but once more, Jake had time. It would be a good distraction while not doing alchemy at least. In the end, it only took him a few hours to travel through the plains, far slower than if he just ran normally, but the practice was worthwhile. It also helped him get a better understanding of the power of enemies on Earth currently. To his surprise, the stupid lizard was actually quite strong compared to everything else he saw. Most weren't even level 25 yet, and those that were often led their flock of fellow beasts. He had kind of expected them all to be a lot stronger. It was like he had returned to the outer zone of the tutorial once more. But thinking on it a bit more, it did make sense in some ways. The other humans he met were all pathetically weak. Only Jacob and Bertram were worth mentioning. He only saw a handful of other people in the city that had reached level 25 in their race. It was just him being an outlier. Perhaps it was a good idea to lay low for a while. Besides, he still had one comfort. A bit weird to think of it as a comfort, he confessed internally. He had feared for a second that he couldn't get any proper challenges, but then he remembered the other inner zones or danger zones, areas led by D-grades and which had many late-stage E-grades within locked areas that were just ripe for the taking. Fish in a barrel waiting for him to grow in power and strike. Of course, he didn't have infinite time, but unless the system planned for all humans on Earth to be wiped out, he should have some time. And according to the Viper, other places would exist, too, with many D-grades. Jake couldn't help but imagine what could be found in the deepest oceans, the furthest into the forests or the highest mountains. Shaking his head, he looked into the forest he stood in front of. The trees were tall, and many of them even the same type as had been in the tutorial. Stepping into the forest, he felt like he had returned to the tutorial once more. He even instinctually kept an eye out for hidden lockboxes. It was nice. Jake heard the chirping of birds and saw them soon after. They were low level, only in the single digits. They looked normal, just like before the system, which made sense as they hadn't had any evolutions yet. Of course, he recognized they could still likely kill an average pre-system human. The size wasn't the determining factor for how powerful something is, after all. Just take himself compared to the stupid lizard. It was bigger and stronger looking, and yet it died to a single normal arrow in the head. The birds ignored him as he walked beneath them, perhaps sensing his power or maybe just not interested in fighting. It would explain their low levels. Either way, he was able to walk without any interruptions. Most beasts got out of his way, seemingly afraid of him as the raptors had been during the tutorial. There were some stupid animals that attacked him anyway, such as a small swarm of wasps that were barely level 10 and some overly ambitious fire-spewing squirrel thing called a maki. The wasps died by just looking at them hard with gaze of the apex hunter, while the level 10 squirrel died to a solid kick. After walking for an hour, he had to say that the forest was indeed huge. Far more extensive than the plains he was on before, yet he wasn't afraid of being unable to locate his target. He could already feel it. The mana in the air got denser the further he got in, but not just denser, it started to become less passive, as if something was influencing it. Every once in a while, he felt the mana change again, not a change of affinity, but more like it became another person's or beast's mana for a few moments. But only a very minor, almost unnoticeable part of it. Without the sagacity of the malefic viper skill, he doubted he would even be able to feel it. Another hour later, and he was close. The level of beasts he encountered was also growing. Before, there were barely any above level 25. Now he was lucky, or perhaps unlucky, to see one below 30. Whatever drew him there clearly also attracted the beasts. Finally, his sphere picked up an open area ahead. A few seconds later, his vision caught up as he saw what was going on. Floating in the middle of the small clearing was a transparent crystal. It was about the size of a human being and emanated a powerful aura of mana. Around it lay hundreds of dead beasts, all of varying species. Only one remained alive. Savage Mole Lord LVL-61 thought it was a bear. It was huge and bulky, with long, sharp claws. More noticeable, it had Lord in its name. Feeling its aura, Jake also recognized this was the thing that kept influencing the crystal that he assumed was a pylon of civilization. It tried to control it but kept failing, likely because the system had reserved it for Jake already. At the same time as Jake saw it, it too saw him. But to his surprise, it didn't attack him. It just stared at him with its tiny eyes. The moment they made eye contact, it even stumbled back slightly. It was afraid. But Jake didn't have any intention of letting it go. It was another lord that had tried to claim what he felt was rightfully his. He didn't know if what it did to the pylon would negatively affect him either, so he moved. Using one step mile, he appeared right before it. Now it no longer hesitated as it attacked him. It was the strongest being he had seen on Earth so far, by quite a margin. It was both fast and strong for its level. Sadly, it had met a being that had thrived even more than itself in this new world. Its claws were stopped dead by a small sword. At the same time, a dagger plunged into its chest, releasing deadly toxins. It tried to fight back, but quickly it was stabbed again until it was smashed to the ground by a blast of pure mana, a final dagger strike digging its way through its skull, ending its life. Jake dismissed his weapons as he let the mole's corpse join all the others already lying there. He ignored them all for now as he went to the crystal. He felt its mana as it appeared to beckon him. Placing his hand on it, he was met with a message. Congratulations on discovering a pylon of civilization. Lord title requirements met. Do you wish to claim this pylon? Without thinking about it further, he accepted, a decision he would both rejoice and curse at in the future. Chapter 125, Pylon of Civilization. You have claimed a pylon of civilization. By controlling the pylon, you have claimed ownership over the surrounding area. Your aura seeps into the area itself, marking it as your own. While within your own domain, all mana regeneration is significantly increased. Protect it, expand it, reclaim the planet that was once yours. May you lead your domain and your world through the new age it has entered. Bonuses for all citizens within your domain. Increases all experience earned while within the domain by a minor amount for all non-combat related activities. Congratulations. For being the first human to claim a pylon of civilization, your nobility title has been upgraded to Nobility, Earl. May you lead your world to glory. Jake read the messages and very quickly understood why the Viper had wanted him to claim it. He felt his mana drain into the crystal as if it was a piece of equipment. He instantly felt a connection with it. At the same time, the pylon began giving out a slightly different aura. It was like when the mole tried to claim it, only it wasn't allowed to do it properly. It was rightfully Jake's, and he was happy he had gotten here rather quickly as it would suck to lose out on rewards because of his own tardiness. While he still had 72 hours to claim it before other creatures could, there was a chance someone else could claim a pylon elsewhere before him. Looking at the rewards he gained for being first, he nodded in satisfaction. While he couldn't exactly feel the increased mana regeneration as his mana pool was pretty much full, it would, without a doubt, be nice while grinding alchemy. The experience gain was even better. As with most other system-related things, it didn't give Jake an indicator for how much it increased it, only the word minor. For all he knew, it could be 10% or 1%, though either way, it was a welcome bonus. That it only worked on non-combat related activities didn't bother him either. unless it counted alchemy as combat-related. It shouldn't, right? One part he didn't like was the whole ruler of your domain vibe. All he wanted was a nice place to settle down for a while. He still had no intentions whatsoever to found some great city. Also, this was a goddamn forest. Looking on further, he saw that his nobility title had indeed been updated. Titled earned, Nobility, Earl. Nobility, Earl, a lord that was the first to claim a pylon of civilization on Earth, becoming an Earl, allows you to control a pylon of civilization, grants access to certain events and opportunities exclusive to nobles, opens many new paths to power. It was another thing he didn't really care that much for currently, though in some ways it was pretty cool to call himself an Earl. It was also an interesting observation that it adopted the British nobility system. Or maybe it was just the translation. However, he was relatively sure that he had skipped a few nobility ranks by being the first to make a city hopefully, something that would prove an advantage in due time. The part about granting access to certain events and opportunities was also noteworthy. But once more, time would prove if these things were beneficial or not. The last part about new paths was something he had seen many other times already. Never had he seen it be so immediate, however, as he looked at his next message. Profession change available, Principal City Lord of Earth, the very first human to found a city on Earth. Now on a path to create a haven for the survivors in the new world, a home to defend. City Lord is a profession focused on managing and guiding a city to glory. Grants skills related to management, economics, leadership, and control, as well as paths to protect your new dominion. However, be warned that should the city fall, you will not escape unscathed. Stat bonuses per level, plus 18 free points. Warning, skills pertaining to the prodigious alchemist of the malefic viper profession may be lost or changed upon becoming a principal city lord of Earth. How about no, Jake thought. Everything about it just made him nope right the fuck out. Sometimes the system really misfired, offering stuff he would never for the life of him even consider. He was also pretty damn sure this wasn't something the malefic viper had advertised. Chances are that if he somehow suffered a mental episode and changed profession, he would lose all skills of the malefic viper in them, as well as generally everything to do with alchemy, which is to say every goddamn skill he had gained so far. 4 ancient skills, 1 epic, and many rare skills, and below would be lost. So unless this new profession threw Jake a stack of legendary or whatever was above legendary skills, it would be a massive downgrade. Even the stats were lower, if actually pretty good. It was a bit interesting that it just gave free points, and it even gave quite a lot of free points. He could totally see why someone focused on combat would take this profession to keep increasing their more combat-related stats. Currently, Jake was a bit spread wide with his stats. He was surprisingly durable for being an archer, and his high wisdom was also out of the ordinary. Nevertheless, he always found uses for the stats. Perception had been a bit of a downer for a long time, but his new gaze of the apex hunter had changed that drastically. So yeah, Jake gave a polite no thanks to the system for the wonderful opportunity to change profession and closed down all his system menus. And then he just stood there for a while. This was as far as he had planned for now. He had gained control of the area and could feel the mana slowly spread out from the pylon. Looking around, he didn't see much of interest or a nice place to settle down. Besides, the stench of blood and the many corpses made the entire clearing quite unsanitary. Looking at the crystal that was even larger than himself, he thought for a bit before he wrapped his arms around it. It resisted at first, completely immovable, but with a bit of mana injected, it was just deactivated. The mana in the area stopped spreading as Pylon stopped working. He could feel through his connection with it that he had turned it off. With it no longer spreading his mana, he also felt the atmospheric mana return to normal. As for the crystal itself, it was actually relatively light. Scratch that, it just straight up didn't weigh anything. It was like lifting a balloon. It wasn't just his stats either. The thing just didn't actually have any weight at all. Yet he knew that only he could move it, and that when activated, it was borderline immovable. His next goal was to find a nice place to settle down and chill with his new cauldrons. Despite the pylon not weighing anything, it was still quite unhandy, but with it not weighing anything, he could just wrap a few strings of mana around it and move it around with that. He did try and fail to put it into his spatial storage. Walking through the forest, the several meters tall pylon floated leisurely behind him. Not a single beast got in his way, but instead scurried out the way whenever they saw him, which was quite nice actually, as he didn't feel like fighting with a crystal pylon in tow and all. He didn't know exactly what he was looking for. It was like when he was out shopping for an apartment. He always had that kind of "I'll know it when I see it" mentality, despite him being fully aware that he still did have quite a few base requirements. For the apartment, he wanted thick walls and good noise isolation. He liked bright rooms and good natural lighting, and of course, having good internet available was also a must. Now, however, his requirements were a bit different. First of all, he wanted a source of water. Not because he really needed to drink much anymore, but because of alchemy. He could purify water and use it to craft things, so of course, he wanted to do that. A cave within a short distance would also be preferable. Of the ingredients Jake used, mushrooms and moss were at the top of the list. He didn't know if some had already appeared on Earth, but if not, he would have to grow them. Space for a small garden would also be nice. If he had to be honest, he didn't feel like he was that picky water, cave, and open space. It shouldn't be that. Yet he ended up wandering around for quite a few hours, with his version of wandering being slightly faster than a car on a country road. But in the end, he found it. It was in a valley, very noticeable from a long distance, but the geography was nearly perfect. Within the valley was a vast pond, tens of meters across, caused by a waterfall falling down from the cliffs above. The valley had only a single real entrance, which was really lovely. Of course, you could just enter it from the cliffs above, but it still felt like it provided some cover. The best part of it all, however, was the caves. Yes, caves, with an S, 2 of them, with their entrances less than a kilometer apart. Jake hadn't explored either much, but they both went downwards, and he couldn't see any end in sight. Maybe they even connected. It also got even better when he entered one, his sense of the malefic viper on full display. He got several responses from within, which meant that there had to be useful alchemical ingredients within. He couldn't be happier as he found a place to plop the crystal down. He did think of placing it in one of the caves, or maybe even living in a cave, but decided against it. He wanted to keep the crystal close, and he would prefer to live under the sun than in a cave. Besides, the valley was still filled with trees, offering some cover. Ultimately, he didn't want to leave the pylon out in the open. He didn't know if others could steal it or mess with it somehow. He wasn't afraid of the thing breaking, as it appeared damn near unbreakable, but he was worried that someone could wrest control of it away. Taking out his Omnitool, the 5th item he bought as a tutorial reward, he used it for the first time. In its basic form, it was just a small ball of liquid. But when he injected mana and willed a shovel, it transformed into one. A big one, the head of the thing larger than a snowplow. With it in hand, he began digging a large hole. His powerful stats on full display as he performed feats that would put large excavators to shame. It didn't take him long to make a 5-meter deep hole, just wide enough for the crystal to enter. Lowering it down, he saw that there was still a bit over 2 meters up to ground level, which should be good enough. Through his string of mana, he willed the pylon to activate once more. So it did, as it hummed to life and began hovering slightly off the ground inside the hole. Far from enough to lift it out, however. Perfect. He tried once more to move the pylon, pulling on and pushing it, but he couldn't even move it an inch. Once more, perfect. He had been afraid that maybe water would corrode the ground and make it flow away or something, but that didn't appear to be a danger at all. Filling up the hole once more, he nodded in satisfaction. While it wasn't the best attempt at hiding it, it sure as hell was better than just leaving it out in the open. He also planned on generally settling down where it was buried, making it even easier to protect it. Of course, now he had another problem. What to do? He could build shelter. But it felt like a waste of time. Under the canopy of the trees, he found enough cover. Not like the cold or warmth bothered him either. First things first, though, he thought as he quickly took off his now filthy clothes. Putting them in his spatial storage, he walked to the shore of the pond, stark naked. With a deep breath, he took a step forward as he dropped straight down into the water. The pond was 4 or 5 meters deep in most places. For the first time in a long time, Jake enjoyed just drifting about in the water without any time pressure on him. There was no tutorial timer, no limited time within a time-dilated chamber, no immediate goal he had to chase as fast as possible. A few hours passed like that. Jake was just floating there and enjoying the sensation. He saw a few small eels in his sphere but didn't bother them, and they didn't bother him either. Jake knew he needed direction, a new goal. Not he would just drift into the abyss that was his own mind or just laze about indefinitely. His overall goal was still to grow stronger, to see exactly how far he could go in this new system, see all that it had to offer him, to one day even leave Earth and explore the rest of the multiverse, to one day stand at the pinnacle, to see sights unimaginable, experience different cultures and meet countless new foes and friends, to fight a goddamn dragon. So he began to formulate a plan. His first goal was complete now that he had a base of operations. It was an optimal place to practice his alchemy, more experience, higher mana regeneration, and many possible sources of ingredients nearby. His alchemist of the malefic viper was currently at level 63, and his ambitious hunter at 83. His first goal would be to at least narrow that gap considerably, at least get the level 70 skill in alchemy. He knew that he would have to go out and forage for ingredients and other things of value, so a few class levels were inevitable. From what the Viper said, Jake also knew that simply practicing skills in a class would grant small amounts of experience, which he also planned to do, as his advanced archery was more than due for an upgrade. He had felt he was close even before fighting the great white stag, and it was high time to get it done. He got out of the pond with a somewhat vague plan and began putting on some clothes after giving them a good wash. Once more, he had forgot to take off the mask, finding it a bit eerie how he didn't even notice that he had it on normally. almost as weird as how the hell it stuck to his head without anything visibly fastening it. After getting fully dressed, he sat down, legs crossed, and took out his Altmer cauldron of supreme simplicity. He still had a lot of ingredients left from the challenge dungeon. They wouldn't last that long if he went hard grinding, but they would last a while. Placing his hands on the cauldron, he activated his alchemical flame as he filled the cauldron with water. He immersed himself in the complicated methodologies, runes, and patterns required for just making a few simple common rarity mana potions with a slight smile. He would never forget the trial of myriad poisons. More accurately, the barrel he was in during it, the intricacy of those runes, the overwhelming complexity of all that was behind making such a concoction. He didn't understand jack shit. It was proof of how much he had yet to learn, and learn he would. With those thoughts, he began his first brewing in quite a while. Chapter 126, The Times They Are Achangen. Time marched onward unforgivingly. Soon 2 weeks had passed since the conclusion of the tutorial. Earth was in chaos as the newly returned humans scrambled to find a foothold. Factions quickly formed, though they were more just collections of people who happened to be in the same area when they returned. Many had thought the nightmare over upon exiting the tutorial, naively believing that humanity could return to some semblance of normalcy. Sadly for them, reality proved the exact opposite. Earth was far more dangerous than nearly all the tutorials. In Jake's tutorial, the beasts hadn't ever really attacked people in the outer zone. They were incredibly passive and could easily be avoided most of the time. It was only in the beginning that people really died to the environment and not their fellow humans. Upon their return, they found Earth to be far less friendly. Beasts and monsters roamed about without any restrictions. An area filled with weak single-digit monsters could easily be invaded by one several times everything else's level. The only solace was that higher-leveled beasts and monsters tended to not bother with lower-leveled things. Like the lizard that had attacked Jake and his coworkers, it had only cared about the ones with a level at least a bit close to its own. It wasn't as if the human threat was gone either. With the collapse of social order nearly everywhere, some unsavory individuals chose to take advantage. The powerful became tyrants and were as monstrous as the actual monsters stalking about. Yet one place was tranquil. Not a single beast was nearby, not a single drop of blood anywhere. There was only a beautiful waterfall landing in a serene pond. On the shore sat a young man with a cauldron, a transparent fire beneath it, and a strong smell in the air. For the vast majority of humanity, the last 2 weeks had, without a doubt, been a constant stream of hectic moments of people trying to survive. For Jake, however, it had been the most relaxing time since before the tutorial. Without any real external pressure, he had managed to achieve a lot. Many of the things he had put off during the tutorial due to time constraints he now had time to do. The first of which was to practice potion making. He had only been able to make inferior rarity potions of all 3 types for a long time now, but had held off on improving and making common rarity ones. Now, however, he had time. In only 2 weeks, he had broken through and made common rarity potions of the health and mana type while getting very close with the stamina ones. Looking at the 2 new brews he had made, they indeed were a lot more potent than before. Mana Potion, Common, restores 43-47 mana when consumed. Health Potion, Common, restores 28-24 health when consumed. First of all, the amount of resources they restored was, of course, higher. In fact, the separator between inferior and common rarity was twofold. First of all, there was a qualitative improvement in the crafting process. Common rarity was harder and required far more skill to make. Of course, better ingredients were also required, something Jake had more than plenty of. He had never used the common versions of the lavender flowers that were used in his recipes. He had a lot of them still sitting around in his spatial storage. Besides the change in the crafting process, the second requirement was the required amount of resources restored. Common rarity potions restored a minimum of 2,500 in either health, stamina, or mana. Even if Jake made a potion with the improved crafting method that restored less, it would just turn out to be inferior. Interestingly enough, this didn't mean that inferior potions couldn't restore more than 2,500 resources. In fact, Jake's best inferior rarity mana potion to date had restored 2,600 mana. Of course, it remained inferior due to the lesser crafting method, and he was beginning to feel the cap approaching with that one. As for the requirement for potions to be uncommon rarity, he didn't even know yet. He remembered that inferior potions needed to restore a minimum of 25 resources. From 25 to 2,500 was a 100-fold increase, so if that pattern continued, uncommon rarity would have to restore 250. 0 points. Yeah, he wasn't sure about that one. What mattered was that he was improving. His very first common rarity mana potion was made on the first day and restored 2,600 mana. The health potion came on the 6th day, it restoring 2,541 for the first craft. Both of those numbers had now clearly increased even more, especially for the mana potions. Not that he actually needed it. He had plenty of potions to spare, as he didn't even have to use one that often. His Mask of the Fallen King carried the insane properties of giving him 25% more maximum mana, and at the same time, increasing his mana regeneration. The Pylon of Civilization only increased that regeneration even more within his own domain. Lastly, his Palette of the Malefic Viper now made all potions restore even more resources after it had been upgraded to Ancient Rarity. The increase was only around 10–20%, but everything added up in the long run. Of course, he also meditated once in a while to ponder on different things, which only helped him keep his mana usage at an easily manageable level. All in all, everything was going swimmingly. Now, on the day that marked 2 weeks since humanity's return, he was working on making his first common rarity stamina potion for the first time, the hardest type to make for him by quite a bit. But it did go a lot easier than he had first feared. His experience with internal energy through his limit break ability as well as just general practice doing wonders. Finally, he also couldn't discredit the massive benefits from his cauldron. It just made everything far, far easier than with the mixing bowl he used before. Overall, he used less mana as there wasn't much resistance, and he could way better feel the mana during the crafting process. Coupled with his increased mana control from Sagacity of the Malefic Viper helping further, which ultimately resulted in his success that day. You have successfully crafted Stamina Potion, Common. A new kind of creation has been made. Bonus experience earned *, ding. Profession, Prodigious Alchemist of the Malefic Viper, has reached level 69 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points *, ding. Race, Human E, has reached level 76 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points seeing his profession level up. He only had one response to the level he had reached. Nice. The stamina potions looked just like its inferior version, but Identify made the difference between the two very clear. Stamina Potion, Common, restores 2511 stamina when consumed with all his stats from his many titles and levels. He still only had 8200 stamina. That meant that with Palette of the Malefic Viper's bonus counted in, a single stamina potion could restore a bit more than a third of his total stamina pool. Smiling to himself, he bottled the potions, packed everything up, and threw it in his spatial storage. It was time for the next item on his agenda. Walking to the edge of the pond, he didn't stop as his foot touched the water. An invisible shimmer of mana covered his feet as he walked on water. Walking to the middle of the pond, he sat down in meditation, still on the surface of the water. Next, he conjured tens of tendrils of mana, each of them reaching 6 or so meters to the bottom of the lake, where many large stones lay, ones he had either found or placed there previously. His improvements showed once more as he didn't even need to wrap the tendrils around the rocks. Merely touching them was enough for his mana to exert its influence. It even drained less mana than forcefully lifting it by wrapping his strings of mana around the stone. Out of the water rose 4 stones, each one easily weighing more than his own body weight. Small beads of sweat appeared on his face after a few minutes as he shuffled the stones around. After nearly 10 minutes, he dropped one of the stones, and in the chaos, lost control of his mana. All of the stones fell into the pond once more, scaring the small eels that observed the weird human above. Simultaneously, he failed to control the mana keeping him on top of the water, resulting in him following the rocks. It wasn't the first time that happened either. Jake's routine was pretty much set every single day. Speaking of days, they were still a thing. One would think that with Earth growing to a substantially larger size, the day-night cycle would be affected. Those who thought that would be wrong, as the system clearly didn't care about making sense in that department. There was also still only one sun and one moon. Neither appeared larger or smaller, which probably meant that both had actually gotten bigger. Not that he could confirm it, as he wasn't actually sure exactly how big either were before the system. He had found a lot of enjoyment in the new sky, though. Without light pollution and with his incredibly high perception, his eyes may as well have been telescopes. He could see way further and even spot details on the moon. Though he was pretty sure he saw movements one time, that had to be nothing. Right, anyway, the cosmos was truly a beautiful thing. Jake did kind of expect to see some wondrous supernatural sights. A space octopus, maybe. So far, he had only found disappointment. Space octopuses had to be a thing. Maybe there was one on the moon. This was how Jake spent his days since the tutorial ended. Alchemy, mana practice, and stargazing. So far, he had only slept a single time. A dreamless night, thankfully. He had successfully managed to distract himself with work. He got a level in alchemy nearly every second day, which was pretty good according to his own standards. His class hadn't experienced any progress, though, as he hadn't even taken out his bow since leaving the city. He did find time to walk around with 1 step mile and practice that a bit. His current dream was to somehow manage to use it while on the water. Currently, he hadn't been able to as his feet couldn't quite find purchase on the surface, but he firmly believed it possible. It was surprising that not a single beast had stumbled upon him yet. He hadn't even seen any check him out. The birds were still around, and he saw a few other animals, such as the eels, but none of them were above level 10, most of them still being LVL 0. He had no clue how that was even possible. 2 weeks may feel like a long time without any human contact, but one had to remember that Jake was pretty skilled at being antisocial. He was a bit lonely, and he knew that his solitude couldn't continue in perpetuity. One day humans would stumble upon his little valley, a day that came sooner than he expected. Jacob walked on the pavement that had once been a highway, Bertram on his right and a tall woman, carrying a bow, on his left. The past 2 weeks had been far more eventful for him than Jake. This first period was his greatest opportunity to establish himself in this new world, when he happily jumped at. Behind him was not just his former colleagues but thousands of people. Jacob had gone from building to recruit, and in the end, rounded up a massive following. At first, he was met with skepticism. But his skills that bordered on mental manipulation, as well as his high level, allowed things to proceed way more smoothly than he had first feared. As his group of followers grew, it only became easier to convince others. Bertram was also a huge asset in recruiting people. While Jacob wasn't a fighter, the same couldn't be said about his old bodyguard. He became E-grade in the tutorial, and his class and levels had only grown further since then. His skills were awe-inspiring. Training from the Grand Master, his powerful special class, and his own talent all coming together. This meant that when the group was attacked by a large rodent-like creature at level 54, he had managed to slay it quite easily alone. When he fought, his blade and entire body was enveloped in light. He moved swiftly, every swing of his sword shearing his foe with beams of light. His defensive abilities were even more impressive, as the rodent failed to pierce the shining armor that enveloped his body. Its claws were even breaking upon hitting his shield. A powerful man was enough to inspire many in this turbulent age. Of the groups they encountered, the strongest was led by the woman now walking on his left. Standing at a height only slightly lower than Bertram with bursting muscles on her forearms, she looked more than a little intimidating. The bow she carried was, without a doubt, not just for show. They had seen her use it several times, firing off powerful arrows that exploded in flames whenever they hit a foe. Between her and Bertram, Jacob didn't know who would win, and ultimately it didn't matter, for she was one of his people. Maria was her name. With a class at level 61 and profession at 24, she was the second highest overall level in the group, just behind Jacob. Jacob, who himself had already gained several levels. His class had reached level 66, having grown nearly a whole level a day. With the levels from training with the Holy Church, he had gained 16 levels since he died. Once more, he had, of course, gained a powerful skill, one at ancient rarity even. Augur's Wings of Liberation Ancient, blessed be those touched by the feathers of the augur, allows the Augur of Hope to summon wings of light that periodically drop feathers. Anyone who absorbs a feather restores a small amount of mana and stamina and receives a temporary increase to the maximum value of both. May your wings bring liberation to all. Adds a medium bonus to the Augur's Wings of Liberation's effect based on wisdom and willpower. From the description, it didn't appear overly powerful, and one might even doubt its rating. But when put on display, it all became much clearer. Giant wings of light would spread out behind him, each of them more than 10 meters long as they extend behind him, tens of feathers falling every second. After a few minutes, the feathers would dissolve, but it was more than enough for people to pick them up and absorb them. This skill did wonders in keeping the group healthy and moving. On top of that, there was also one other aspect to the skill, one not mentioned in the description. The sheer intimidation factor of them. To see a human spring forth giant radiant wings was enough for many to fall in line or look at him with reverence. Maria wasn't one of those people, as she had chosen to follow him just because she didn't have any interest in leadership herself. Jacob was pretty sure that she had her own agenda by staying with him, likely related to the god that had blessed her. With her choice to follow him, so did the ones who followed her prior. With so many in tow, their next objective was to find somewhere and establish themselves, but not before recruiting more. As Jacob saw the city in the distance, they didn't feel happiness or anticipation as they had expected, but instead all got a terrible feeling. For what they saw was only mere outskirts, the rest of the city, covered by a giant barrier that a select few recognized as the ones marking the inner zones in their tutorials. Jacob gazed at it but knew it wasn't time yet. They would train and they would wait, because others were also coming. The augur wasn't the only follower the Holy Church had recruited during the tutorials. Far from it. Chapter 127, Monsters. As he ran through the forest, telling the others to try and keep up, Hank truly regretted convincing them all to go camping that week. But how could he possibly have known that something as world-shattering as the initiation to some goddamn multiverse could happen? The only lucky thing was that at least they had all entered the same tutorial. They had entered the tutorial with 9 people: Hank, his wife, his 2 kids, his sister and her husband and kids, and a longtime mutual friend of theirs. Out of the tutorial walked only 4. Hank, the family friend Miranda, and his two kids. Not that they liked being called kids anymore, his boy Mark being 19 and his daughter Louise at 22. In the tutorial, they had stuck together initially, but had ended up split up due to circumstances out of their own control. They were forced into these trials in groups of 5. Due to their class choices, Hank and his wife had chosen to split up, his wife joining his sister and her family. None of them returned from the first trial. Now it was just those 4, thrown back to Earth into the middle of a forest that had clearly been altered significantly from before. They had been only a few hundred meters from the road upon the initiation, but now no such road was to be found anywhere. Instead, they found themselves walking through a seemingly endless forest for a bit over 2 weeks. They managed to fight off the beasts, most of them not being above level 24. Hank, his trusty axe in hand, easily able to handle them. His son Mark, a healer who was able to fix any immediate issues. It had gone well at first, with the 4 of them surviving without losing anyone until today. A beast had appeared, one that Hank, even with his race at level 31, couldn't identify. Oakwood Tiger LVL. He became unequivocally sure that any beast he couldn't identify was far above his ability to handle from the tutorial. He was powerless against the tiger that was a weird mix of wood and flesh, yet it hadn't simply killed them. They met the tiger nearly 3 hours ago. They tried to run at first, hoping it would ignore them like most other high-level beasts, but this one was out for blood. It cut them off with incredible speed and attacked them, showing that it clearly was also strong. Hank felt like his arms were about to be torn off from every casual swipe of its barbed wooden claws. Yet whenever Hank thought he would die, the beast simply switched target and attacked someone else. It only did small wounds, clearly enjoying itself. It was just playing with them. Hank was furious, but no matter what he did, it proved useless. In the end, their only course of action was just to run. Louise was also an evolved caster, but her spells did even less to the beast than his own axe. Miranda wasn't a fighter at all, having focused on her profession instead of class during the tutorial. He wasn't entirely clear on her profession, but it was some kind of social type. It did, however, give her some insight into mana and an intuition skill, a skill that had guided their direction of fleeing for the past few hours. Needless to say, Hank was beginning to doubt it. They ran desperately, encountering several weaker beasts on the way, resulting in even more injuries. Mark was already dangerously low on mana, and Hank could barely keep his legs moving with his nearly depleted stamina. But suddenly, something changed. The tiger appeared to be unsettled by something. Unsettled enough that it decided to stop playing around and finish off its prey. The wooden bark covering its body spit out sharp vines as it went to finish off Hank. Somehow the man managed to avoid having his throat ripped out as he ducked and blocked with his axe. Despite his efforts, he was still sent to the ground, a large gash on the side of his face where it had nicked him. Far from done, the beast jumped at him once more. He scrambled and once more narrowly blocked, but this time he wasn't lucky enough to only receive a gash. His entire right arm was torn to shreds as his axe, and the claw both smashed into it, sending him flying through the air into a nearby tree. Hank heard his son yell out and his daughter firing spells on the beast. His vision was waning, but still clear enough to see a bolt of electricity hit the creature from the side. It did little more than inflict a small burn mark, yet it was enough to piss off the beast and make it switch target. Miranda also tried to help, but her attacks didn't even register for the beast. His son was standing beside his sister, right in the crosshair of the charging tiger. Hank's eyes turned red as he saw his only remaining family members about to be torn apart. His wife had died without him even having a body to bury. His friends in the tutorial suffered the same fate. The final promise he made to his wife before parting for the last time was to protect their children, and he would be damned if he didn't do everything he could. He had learned a bit about controlling stamina through his skills, enough to slightly increase his striking power. Today he went further as he channeled all he could into his one good arm. Instantly he felt it fill with power unlike ever before. Everything poured into a throwing skill that was also his only rare skill. Throwing the axe, the pent-up stamina in his arm was too much as his entire arm erupted into a cloud of bloody mist. The pain was unimaginable, but he remained clear-headed enough to see the axe fly true and strike the tiger midst its charge. The axe hit the beast straight in its midsection, embedding itself deeply. The impact also made the tiger stumble, missing its charge as it tumbled to the ground and slid into a tree. Hank had at first felt relief, but it quickly turned to despair as the tiger turned its eyes to him. 2 vines sprung from its back, pulled out the axe, and threw it on the ground, a small trickle of blood dripping from the wound. Halfway between Hank and his children, the tiger began a new charge, this time to finish off the man who had wounded it. Hank knew it would barely matter either way. His eyes were heavy, and his entire body numb and cold. Blood pooled beneath him from the shoulder where an arm had once been attached. His only hope was that his sacrifice was enough to buy the others a bit of time to escape. He could see the tiger was anxious for some reason in a rush. He hoped it would leave after finishing him. A naive hope perhaps, but it was all he had to grasp onto. 2 vines sharpened at their ends flew towards him from the tiger, one for his head, the other his heart. Unable to move, he closed his eyes. Yet the blow never came. Opening his eyes once more, he saw the vine less than a meter from his face, frozen in midair, slightly shaking. He saw the tiger trembling for some reason as its eyes focused on something off to the side. Hank followed its gaze and saw a figure slowly walking towards them. With each step, it was as if the figure traveled several meters. A mask covered the face of the new arrival, but the build made him identifiably male. He didn't appear to carry any weapons. It was clear he didn't need one. Two glowing eyes pierced through the mask, focusing on the tiger. Hank felt a cold shiver run down his spine when he saw them. It reminded him of the same eyes that Tiger had glared at him with just as it was about to kill him, only much more intense. Just as the person was only a few meters away, whatever froze, the tiger stopped. The vines nearly at Hank's eye retracted, but instead of switching target to the new arrival, they merged back into the tiger. And with that, the beast that had chased them for hours turned tail and ran. It didn't get far, however. With a movement that defied the laws of physics, the person cut off the tiger. It stopped abruptly and tried to get around him, but was instead met with a bone-white dagger that looked like a fang. Hank was a bit surprised as he hadn't seen where the weapon came from, but the beast was even more so as the dagger swung down, aiming for its skull. The vines sprung up once more, trying to block, but like when Hank tried to block in vain earlier, the beast's struggles were also in vain. The vines were simply pushed down, unable to pierce the armor of its soon-to-be killer. Seconds later, the tiger that the group of four had believed to be their death instead met its own demise, completely dominated by whomever or whatever the masked individual was. Hank wasn't sure if he should be relieved or afraid. The tiger may be dead, but what about this new arrival? Was he human, some kind of creature brought by the system? Whatever the case, he was far more powerful than the tiger, making all thoughts of escape disperse. As he was in thought, the person disappeared once more, only to appear right in front of Hank. The middle-aged man tried to shy back in fright, but he could not move with his injuries. Had he come to finish him off or? Thinking the worst, he was instead presented with a bottle containing a very familiar red liquid, a healing potion. "Drink," the figure said in a distinctly male voice, one that sounded significantly younger than Hank would have suspected. Sadly for Hank, he was unable even to lift his remaining arm. It had been badly mangled by the tiger earlier, while his second arm was entirely missing. He looked up at the piercing yellow eyes. They resembled a beast more than a human, making Hank believe even more than whatever he was dealing with wasn't a fellow man. A few seconds of awkwardness followed as the bottle was presented to the man who couldn't move to accept it. The masked man just standing there with an extended arm. Luckily, the situation was saved as Miranda rushed over. "Let me," she said as she swiped the potion from the young man's hand. Hank could still barely open his mouth, allowing the woman to pour the liquid down his throat. Instantly, he felt a rush of vital energy enter his body. It was like when his son healed him, but far, far more intense. He felt his stump where his arm had once been starting to itch and wriggle as a new arm slowly began growing out. His mangled arm began healing nearly instantly as even the gash on his face disappeared. He had consumed a healing potion before, but never one this powerful. In only seconds, he went from on the brink of death to relatively healthy. The only problem remaining was the arm that would take a while to regenerate, but even that shouldn't even take an hour from the still overflowing vital energy in his body. He checked his status, and to his surprise, saw that his health pool of around 1800 was entirely full. He even felt some of the remnant energy slowly fizzle out within his body, dispersing as it could not restore any more health. "Thank you," he mumbled, his mouth now able to move correctly. His stamina was still dangerously low, and he was exhausted, but he couldn't quite relax yet. He had to figure out the situation he and his family now found themselves in. By now, Hank's kids had made their way over and were now hiding behind their father, who had managed to stand up. Mark was especially interested as his skills allowed him insight into the potion's power. "Yes, thanks for the help, mister," Miranda asked their masked savior, injecting herself into the conversation. "Not sure that matters," the masked man answered after looking like he was stuck in thought for a bit. "What matters is who you all are and why you are here." Miranda, who had by now taken the lead for their group, answered. "I apologize, my name is Miranda. This is Hank and his two children, Mark and Louise. We were chased by that beast and made it here on accident while trying to survive. I am sorry if we intruded where we weren't allowed." Hank could see the sweat drip down her neck as she tried to defend them. Even in the tutorial, she was the one who handled discussions and negotiations with other survivors. He was more than happy to let her do that again. "Oh, okay," the masked man answered, not looking like he intended to say anything more. "If I may, how powerful was that monster?" Miranda asked, a question the entire family was interested in. "Just 59, but it had quite high toughness for one of its level," he answered, his voice indicating that he liked that kind of conversation way more. Miranda, Hank, and the two others were taken back by the high level of the beast, but even more so at it being described as just 59. All of them had tried to identify the masked man, and they had all failed. getting just a single question mark in return. All of it only added to their already existing assumption that the one in front of them wasn't human. And if the masked man was, they couldn't explain how that was possible. They had seen strong individuals before. They even knew a woman in their tutorial who was incredibly strong, but not to the level of being able to disregard a beast at level 59, not even close. Yet he appeared human apart from the eyes. His entire body was covered in armor, but everything was humanoid. Miranda tried to probe to figure out if he was indeed human. I see. We must again thank you for saving our lives. That was the most powerful beast any of us have ever seen, even counting the tutorial. I am sure you must have encountered stronger ones during yours. Yeah, but not out in the open at least. Ones around that level and above tended to be holed up in dungeons, their masked savior answered, willing to say quite a few more words than before. Did you encounter many like it in your tutorial? She kept probing, wanting to make sure if he had experienced a tutorial. When I went looking for them, yeah, must have been tough to reach their level. As humans, we weren't exactly positioned at the top of the food chain, Miranda continued, this time looking for confirmation of the man's humanity. Doesn't mean we couldn't claim the top anyway, he answered, clearly affirming that he was human like the rest of them. Silence hung in the air for a while before Miranda finally asked, would it be possible for us to stay here for a while, at least to get back in fighting condition? All of them tensed up as they awaited the answer of the man in front of them. Fine, just don't disturb me when I work or practice. And that was how Jake's city got its first 4 citizens. Chapter 128, Living with the Consequences. That day had been like any other to Jake. Alchemy, meditation, skill testing, and mana practice. Everything was tranquil until he suddenly got a weird feeling, when he quickly identified as coming from the mana in the air itself. Something had entered the area permeated with traces of his mana by the Pylon of civilization. In the back of his mind, he had a vague feeling of the direction of the intruder, or intruders. He felt several responses, but he was unsure of how many or how powerful they were. He hesitated a few moments before he stopped his mana practice and decided to go towards the disturbance. Whatever it was, he would have to deal with it eventually. Besides, his danger sense and intuition didn't ring out in warning even as he used 1 step mile towards the intruders. There he found 4 humans under attack. 1 middle-aged man, 2 were teenagers or in their early 20s, and a woman around 30. Their attacker, a tiger that actually reminded him of the king of the forest quite a bit. The bark-like skin was very similar at least. Of course, it was no king. He didn't really think much as he just went and killed the tiger to save the humans. It was like one would naturally call out if they saw someone start attacking another person on the street. While many would perhaps just stand by, Jake was the type who would interfere and then deal with the consequences afterward. In this case, the consequence was that the group survived, forcing him into an unwanted social encounter. It wasn't that bad, though, if a little awkward. He did learn that they were a family of 3 together with a family friend. Jake hadn't been able to say no when they asked if they could stay. All of them were relatively weak, the man only a level 31 human. He didn't appear to have a powerful class or profession, judging from how he nearly died to a level 59 beast. He had been level 43 when he killed the Alpha Venomfang Badger, a mini-boss type beast at level 71. The tiger did have some impressive abilities, but in the end, it was nothing compared to that badger. It would have been ripped apart with a single swipe. Jake was pretty sure that he could have killed the Oakwood tiger at level 31, though it would have been a tough fight. However, he did know that sending the 4 of them back into the forest in their current states would be no different from killing them. None of the family appeared very interesting initially, besides maybe the boy since he was a healer, but he found out that the woman, Miranda, did have something interesting. He didn't know exactly what she did, but she clearly had some kind of negotiation or communication skill. He couldn't pinpoint what it did, but he was very sure that her words were infused with a skill. Jake didn't wait for them as he made his way back to his makeshift camp. It was little more than a blanket on the ground beside the pond. He wasn't afraid of them being attacked on the way. First of all, he could vaguely feel their positions when he focused on it, and secondly, no beasts appeared to want to enter the area. Sitting down once more, he was lost in thought for a while. His daily routine had been completely interrupted, and he wasn't quite sure what to do now. It felt weird just to start doing alchemy with the 4 of them also there. On the other hand, he couldn't just stop progressing out of social anxiety. He was only a single level away from getting his next prodigious alchemist of the Malefic Viper skill. On top of that, after reaching level 70, he could look for something new to do. Oh, it would be cool to go explore around the area a bit. Those caves looked cool, and he wanted to go look for some herbs or something. As he sat there thinking, the group of 4 arrived in the valley. They saw the beautiful waterfall and pond, with Jake sitting at the shore staring into the water. He looked like he was deep in thought, and the group thought that he was perhaps meditating on the wonders of the universe. Miranda and Hank found a tree where they could settle down beneath. All of them were still on guard, but had slowly begun relaxing now. To their surprise, they hadn't encountered a single beast on the way here, not even a weak one lurking in one of the trees or the underbrush. The whole place just seemed so idyllic, peaceful. There were no sounds of beasts fighting in the distance, only the chirping of birds and the churnings of the waterfall. Miranda looked on as she saw the masked man summon something out of thin air. At first sight, she thought it was an old metal pot, but on second look recognized it as a cauldron of some sort, like the sort a witch would use in old movies, just a lot smaller and with a lid. She saw him summon a barrel, and from it added water to the cauldron. The barrel disappeared as quickly as it appeared before, and the one behind it all placed both hands on the cauldron. The air shimmered as if an invisible flame was lit beneath it. Soon after, plants and flowers appeared only to be added to the mixture. Finally, he placed the lid on it as he just seemed to sit there for a while. Minutes passed as he sat entirely unmoving. Miranda had a skill that allowed her to sense mana easier, and with it could see that something was happening within the cauldron, something far too complex for her to have any chance to understand. Then finally, the lid came off and she saw him bottle up a green liquid from within the cauldron. It took her a while, but she soon recognized them as stamina potions. Can he make them? She asked herself. It would explain how he had gotten such a powerful healing potion to give him. It was surprising as she had never seen someone make potions before. She even had suspicions they were special items only for the tutorial. Was it a profession or class? From the man's strength, he had to be a very high level in his class, she reckoned. But the creation of potions appeared more to be profession-related. Was he perhaps skilled in both? She didn't know, and at this point, she was quite frankly too afraid to ask. They were already intruding as it were, and she feared that asking him could lead to him forcing them out. Or worse, just get rid of them permanently. They had seen their share of human-on-human conflict, and people were far faster jumping straight to violence than before the system. The strong often acted like tyrants or superiors towards everyone around them, forced them to do their bidding. So far, she found the disinterest of their masked savior to be far more preferable. Hank was sitting with his eyes closed, leaning up against a tree. His arm was slowly growing out, looking quite grotesque if she had to say so herself. As he had reached level 25 in his race, he had gained the meditation skill, which he naturally used to speed up his recovery. Louise and Mark hadn't evolved like her and Hank yet, meaning neither of them had the skill. A shame as the low mana recovery. Without it was one of the big reasons why their progress had been so slow in the forest, as Mark more often than not found himself without mana. Miranda herself wasn't handy in a fight at all, so she wasn't sure she could say she hadn't been the most significant burden of the group. Her class was only at a measly level 18, though her profession was at a respectable level 41. Sadly though, her profession didn't have many usages in combat. It was a weird profession if she had to say so herself. Before the system, she had worked as a manager and had gotten a profession very closely related to that. It gave her skills related to communication, planning, and even some that gave her the ability to more effortlessly sense atmospheric mana. In their tutorial, they had called her profession a social type, one that didn't include any tangible crafting skill like builders, smiths, tailors, etc. But her profession did help those other ones. She got experience simply by guiding people and making sure what was needed during the tutorial was produced. She could delegate work and get experience just from that. It even helped the ones doing the actual work as her skills passively helped them also if they worked following her instructions. It was a win-win situation. It was far from the only social profession either. The tutorial had been relatively peaceful most of the time, only forcing people into these insane trials once every week, each trial taking a day. Trials they entered in teams of 5. These trials included some kind of combat and many opportunities for those less suited for combat. Miranda distinctly remembered one filled with wooden puppets that she could guide to fortify their position, lay down traps, and put up barriers. Granted, Louise and Hank did most of the killing, but she felt like she had helped quite a lot. Ultimately, this meant that professions were a big focus in their tutorial, and as they were, many support-type social professions also emerged. Miranda herself was perhaps the most prominent of all in her local group in her faction, though there was quite a lot of different factions and groups, so she couldn't exactly call herself spectacular. Their faction alone had around 100,000 people assigned by the system. 7 more factions were also around, each of them with around the same number. She called them factions because they were clearly set up to oppose each other. Each team got shared rewards, but every trial would have a team from each faction. This naturally led to many conflicts as some teams came in to slaughter every other team besides their own. The cursed system even rewarding them extra tutorial points for it by giving them half the points of those they killed. This meant that often entire teams were wiped out at a time, and those that weren't wiped out had it even harder as they were either forced to find a new team or continue on their lonesome. Skipping the trial was never an option. After leaving the tutorial, she had found little use for her profession, however. It relied on others to level, and there being only 4 of them was far from enough. The only useful skills she had was her ability to sense mana and her intuition skill. It was what she had used to find this place. This area was different. Like a massive beacon on the horizon, it lit up, making everyone aware that this place was unique. However, only Miranda could feel it, so it appeared that having a skill to sense mana or an intuition skill was required to truly feel it. Moreover, she felt like this place was calling to her, enticing her to come. The intuition skill she didn't quite comprehend yet. It did as advertised and sometimes allowed her to get a feel for something, a notion that a particular course of action would be correct, or maybe give her an aching feeling in the back of her mind when something was off. On that note, the skill had done fuck all in front of the masked man. It was not a surprise as it hadn't done much during fights either, but usually it at least did something. But towards him, it was utterly silent. It could sometimes help her prepare for fights by giving her an idea of what to do, but it didn't do much of anything when it came to actual combat. She knew that her profession was influential though. It also fit her very well and played to her already existing non-system-related skills. Like nearly every other human, she was trying to find her place in this changing world. Sitting for a while, she just kept observing the masked individual as he worked. Sometimes he would craft potions that she recognized as health, mana, or stamina potions. Other times he made liquids she had never seen before. Other times the flames fizzled out beneath the cauldron, and she heard him curse beneath his breath as he dumped the liquid in a barrel he had placed on the side. Then he began again. She had observed many craftsmen and women during the tutorial, led many of them, guided them to improve their methods, but what she saw right now was truly above her pay grade. She knew it was incredibly complicated and that it required concentration at a high level. Small aspects were also highly optimized. The masked man deposited all the pot's ingredients through some kind of telekinesis, all in a seamless motion. Items required simply appeared out of thin air. His methods were highly optimized, but there was one aspect she respected more than any other. He didn't take a single break. Miranda sat there staring at him intensely for hours, nearly in a trance as he just kept working. Most workers would take a slight breather after concentrating intensely after every craft. It was human nature to never give 100% while working, at least not in her experience, but he truly gave 100% at every moment. Even when he complained to himself, his hands and telekinetic ability didn't stop. He just kept going like some kind of machine. It was admirable, to say the least, in Miranda's eyes. He must have been a good employee before the system. Hank and his children had all managed to settle down for now. His arms were now regrown and as good as new. It was almost surreal how effective the potion had been. Louise and Mark had both found a spot where they now both leaned against a tree, fast asleep. The last 2 weeks had taken their toll on the two. Hank was also resting his eyes, despite trying to keep himself awake. They had found a spot hidden behind some trees, out of sight from the masked man. Only Miranda remained, enraptured by what she was seeing. The crafting itself didn't interest her that much, but the skill and perseverance involved sure did. After another hour, he stopped after a successful craft. After bottling the potions, he got up and stood staring at the pond for a while. Miranda was slightly disappointed that he was done working, but soon her disappointment turned to astonishment. He walked out onto the water, walking on it. Then he sat down in the middle of the pond and sat in a meditative pose. Seconds later, several big stones floated up from beneath the surface. Her eyes twinkled as she saw this. She couldn't help but move a bit closer to see better. Her mana sense was clearly identifying that the masked man was somehow manipulating those stones with mana. But just as she'd gotten slighter closer, the rocks suddenly fell and the man fell into the water alongside them. She didn't even have time to register what happened before a figure loomed over her, dripping with water and 2 yellowish eyes staring down at her. She felt a shiver run down her spine as she quickly tried to come up with an explanation for her peeking. "Could you stop staring?" Miranda heard a weirdly meek voice say, her mind completely blank. Chapter 129, Points of View. For hours he had tried to ignore her while working. Hours he had endured that piercing stare. It was far more unsettling than some dungeon boss staring him down. Jake felt like his every action was judged and evaluated. He had endured it, but it was just too much. He hated whenever people did that. It was why open-concept offices were the spawn of the devil himself. Who the hell could concentrate with someone staring at them covertly, or worse, sitting in plain fucking view staring? What the hell, woman, was all he could think. He had managed to do alchemy, as most of it was routine by now, but even then he had failed far more than before. His mana practice was just damn impossible. It even took him a few seconds to coat his feet in mana to walk on water, so he prepared himself to confront the woman, to make her quit whatever she was doing, to give her a piece of his mind about how the hell she had been raised not to know staring at people was rude. So with full gusto, he appeared before her, ready to lay into her. "Could you stop staring?" Mission successfully failed. Jake felt that he had just made the situation 100 times worse. Worse yet, the woman just kept staring up at him like a deer caught in the headlights, like a child caught doing something wrong. I didn't mean to," Miranda stammered, trying to explain herself. Jake, at this point, was too embarrassed to think clearly either. The entire thing was just too damn awkward. But who the hell told her to stare at him for literal hours? Miranda was the first to collect herself as she managed to string together a sentence. I just wanted to see your crafting. It was very inspiring. Having a point of conversation to jump into, Jake also calmed himself. Be professional, he told himself as he answered. If you have any questions, just ask instead of silently staring. It is counterproductive for both of us. What Jake didn't know at this moment was the floodgate he had just opened. Miranda's eyes brightened as she began her barrage of questions. Can you tell me the profession used to make potions? It's a profession, right? And what is that telekinetic skill? Is that part of your class or profession? Water walking. Also, the pot-like thing, is that specific to making potions? What does it do? And where did you get the ingredients? Oh, and Miranda had spent the last few hours wondering all these things and so much more. She couldn't understand how she, out of a crowd of thousands, hadn't seen a single profession that could create potions like the masked man's. All his skills were just too out of the ordinary. Jake took a deep breath as he motioned for her just to follow him. Might as well just sate her curiosity. Going to the edge of the pond, she nervously yet enthusiastically followed. Taking out 2 chairs from his spatial storage, he couldn't help but think about how this was the first time he had needed to summon 2 pieces of furniture. How he had never had anyone to sit with outside of gods. Maybe it would be nice to have a conversation with someone that wasn't himself. Of course, him not just summoning ingredients, but freaking chairs only made Miranda all the more interested. Sitting down in the chair, she couldn't help herself feeling it out, just to make sure it was actually a real physical object. Looking out over the pond, Jake felt himself relax a bit. It was weird how nerve-wracking he found it to engage with another human compared to fighting monsters. One question at a time, he said, still staring out on the water. How do you make potions? Miranda asked, just rehashing the questions she rapid-fired earlier. Alchemist profession. Allows me to make potions along with a bunch of other things. How did you get such a profession? She asked, frowning. She knew what an alchemist was before the system, but only surface level, something about pursuing immortality and turning lead to gold. Do you know what challenge dungeons are, or just dungeons in general? No to both. What are they? Separate spaces that you enter through portals. In my tutorial, most of the powerful enemies were found within those. Also, while I can't speak for every type of dungeon, you receive rewards upon completing the dungeon, Jake explained. The thought of not sharing information didn't occur to him. While there were many things he wouldn't share, this kind of knowledge would only help others strive. Besides, everyone would learn it in time as it was considered common knowledge that even young children knew in the rest of the multiverse. Fascinating. I take it you have completed some of these dungeons. Yeah, a few. To answer your earlier question, my profession was gained through a challenge dungeon, with it being both a requirement and a part of the reward for doing it. If it was given through such unique circumstances, I can understand why I haven't encountered one before, she nodded. But how did you come across these dungeons? Were they part of the trials or in the city zone? Huh, Jake exclaimed, confused as he turned to her. What do you mean, the weekly trials? Wait, were there different kinds of tutorials? After that, they compared notes a bit. Jake had heard from his colleagues earlier about the different tutorials and even recognized a few things she said. It appears that Mike had been in the same tutorial as these 4. Granted, it was only guesswork based on his eavesdropping while he spoke to Jacob. Miranda heard for the first time that different types of tutorials existed. When she heard Jake talk about how Jake's had been a forest filled with beasts, she was more than a little surprised. Hers had been known as a creation-type tutorial, while Jake's had been a survival type. Both of them discovered a lot of exciting things. Jake learned a lot about different classes and professions, and he hadn't even heard of the so-called social professions before. There were, of course, also many more creation types. He learned that Hank was an evolved builder profession. Mark was a builder, and Louise had some kind of artist profession. Out of everyone, she was clearly the one least focused on hers, and she had apparently gotten it through drawing a lot. Miranda learned a lot of common knowledge. She learned about standard terms such as the different grades and, of course, of dungeons and skills. He didn't share anything to do with gods or bloodlines, however. The world has really changed. I can't believe I worked in a manufacturing plant just a few months ago. Now I am sitting in the middle of a forest with a masked stranger, she laughed after a bit. Jake nodded along until the last part, the damn mask. Once more, he had forgotten that he even had it on. It was just too damn sneaky. Who the hell designed a mask you couldn't see or even feel wearing? He hadn't taken it off for 2 weeks, not even when in the water. Ah, sorry, I totally forgot about the mask, he said as he made it invisible. Oh, it was still there, just unable to be seen by anyone. Even the Viper had confirmed that while he knew it was still there, he couldn't actually see it. System stuff right there. Miranda had been looking at him all this time and was startled as the mask suddenly was just gone. Equally surprising was the face beneath it. Jake, seeing her weird look, couldn't help but ask a bit self-consciously, "What is it? You just look way more normal than I expected, at least." The eyes made me expect something quite a bit different, Miranda answered, chuckling. Jake really did look far too normal for a masked savior that could teleport and summon things from thin air. Oh, I see. Of course, Jake had noticed that his eyes had changed quite a bit after he got gaze of the apex hunter, not that he had anything against it. Even if it looked a bit weird at first sight, the power of the skill was more than worth it. Even a level 59 tiger had been entirely frozen for a few seconds just from a glance. "Is it a skill?" she asked. "Yep, and quite a good one. How about that mind-affecting aura of yours, a profession-related one?" Taken aback, she quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I don't even notice when I'm using it. It says that it only makes me appear more trustworthy, and I am so sorry if it's fine doesn't work anyway," he interrupted, laughing it off. "Takes a lot more than that to affect me. It's actually good practice when it comes to sensing and adapting to it. By all means, keep it active." Relieved, Miranda let out a breath. She was afraid that all the goodwill she had built up had disappeared, but for some reason, she was also relieved to hear that her skills didn't work. "By the way, I don't have any subtle mind-affecting skills, if you wondered," Jake clarified. He couldn't help but wonder if people would have to explain stuff like that in the future, or how such skills would affect human interactions. "Good to know. I was afraid I was unable to detect it if there was. I bought a skill to defend myself against mental attacks for my tutorial points," Miranda explained, slightly relieved once more. "Did your tutorial have those points too?" "It did. That appears to be one shared commonality, besides the high death rates." "Yes. I'm unsure of the 6 other factions, but out of 100,000 on our side, I think we lost nearly 10,000. You mentioned that your tutorial had 1,200. How many people made it out?" "Only one," Jake said, Miranda instantly exclaiming. "What? Only 100? How can Thaw know one, as in me?" Miranda sat there staring at him for a few seconds, while Jake tried to save the situation by further clarifying. But 4 others also made it in the end. "They did all die, though." "What the heck happened? How is that even possible? Were those beasts that powerful?" she asked, dumbfounded. "No. While the beasts did kill quite a few in the first days, humans killed humans. I am not entirely sure about everything that happened. However, some psychopath ended up killing everyone but himself and me towards the end," Jake sighed, still remembering the terrible yet slightly satisfying memory of pummeling William into a paste. Who would do that? "What happened to that person?" "I killed him," Jake explained casually. I am sorry, that must have been terrible, having to kill another person," Miranda said, looking horrified and sorrowful at the same time. Jake, trying to ease her feelings, explained, "It was fine, it's not like he was the first. An attempt that sure as hell didn't work." Jake had forgotten that it was still only 3 months since the system arrived. While humans adapted quickly, it wasn't that quick. The act of killing other humans was still a concept many found hard to grasp. On the other hand, Jake had begun to accept it as just another reality of the multiverse. While he wouldn't go out of his way to kill humans, he surprisingly, even to himself, wasn't very averse to it. An enemy was an enemy, after all. He knew he had been affected a bit by talking with the Viper, whose main advice to solving problems tended to be, just kill everyone. Seeing Jake practically admit to multiple murders like it was no big deal made Miranda shirk back a little, something he naturally noticed. "What's wrong?" he asked with genuine confusion. I am sorry if." Miranda apologized yet again for reasons Jake still didn't understand. "I don't get it," he said, scratching his head. "Why would you?" she muttered under her breath until she collected herself and raised her head to look Jake in the eyes. "What are you planning on doing with us?" she asked, having reached a conclusion wildly different from reality. She had deduced that the only reason why Jake would just confess to it was that he wasn't planning on letting them go. She couldn't comprehend any other reason why someone would admit to such an incriminating act, something that in her eyes was absolutely immoral. If he had responded with deep emotions from taking another human life, she would have reacted differently. But he talked of it like it was just a minor matter. She even had suspicions that he was the psycho that he claimed murdered his entire tutorial. What she didn't understand was why he would lure her in like that, to have such a long, pleasant conversation just to show his fangs. Was it some kind of demented entertainment for him? "Okay, what's happening here? I don't plan on doing anything with you." "What?" Jake exclaimed, now wholly dumbfounded. She looked at him like she had prepared herself to die or something. Miranda found this response not what she expected either. He seemed genuinely confused. Either he was the most talented actor she had ever seen or he was honest. Either way, she steeled herself and just asked, "Why did you kill others?" "What, because they were enemies and attacked me? Is that what you were so caught up in?" "Seriously," Jake said with exasperation. "So it was all in self-defense?" Miranda asked, with a bit of hope that the man in front of her wasn't a mass-murdering monster, though the casualness still bothered her. "Well, yeah, though I guess the last one was more out of rage. But really, what's up with you? Can't you see what is wrong with killing others?" Miranda practically yelled, her fear slowly being replaced with anger. "If they are my enemies, no, it's not like I get any kicks out of it. I merely realize that this new world isn't one where killing can be as black and white as before. Things have changed. Doesn't mean I like it, just that I acknowledge it," Jake tried to explain. He had this conversation with the Viper during one of their very first meetings. He recognized where Miranda was coming from, but he now also realized that it was too naive. "So you're just going to kill anyone you deem an enemy?" she asked, getting more than a little upset at the notion. "If I deem it necessary, then yeah, I will," Jake answered calmly. "And when is it necessary?" "When I decide it is." Jake felt like he was sitting on the other side of the discussion he had not even that long ago. He knew the next arguments. He had the same debate after all. In the end, it all boiled down to a differing fundamental view on the value of life. He had realized that putting life on a pedestal and walking the path he was currently on was both impossible and hypocritical. He was a hunter. A hunter's purpose is to hunt down and kill their prey. He had already killed thousands of creatures during the tutorial. Some of them were approaching, if not already at, the intelligence level of humans, some likely even above, such as the great white stag. "Well, yo, I will do what I think is best. The world is different now. Tell me, how many enemies did you kill during the tutorial?" Jake interrupted. "That is different. They attacked us and we had to defend ourselves. Besides, while it doesn't make it okay, they weren't intelligent beings who," Miranda tried to say before Jake interrupted her again with an argument he shamelessly stole from the Viper himself. "So it is okay to kill children as they aren't as smart as adults?" he asked, of course knowing full well how preposterous the statement was. "Of course not, it isn't," she answered, getting cut off once more before she could continue. "Oh, but it is the same. The system has changed every living being on a base level. A simple animal can evolve to a level of intelligence above that of a human. They can even learn to take humanoid forms, speak, love, and live a life no different from you and me. To kill any living being is to take away that potential," Jake explained, continuing. "A young child is no more intelligent than an animal, but we know they will grow up to become like you and me. What we kill is their potential. And now killing any living being in the world is taking away that potential. Heck, we can even expand it to plants as even they can evolve," Jake said. He knew there were flaws in the arguments, but it got the point across. "Tell me, do you find it justified that I killed that tiger chasing you?" "If you hadn't, we would be dead," she answered, still taking in what he said before his question. "What if it had been a human? Would you still find it acceptable that I killed them?" "I don't know," she said, thinking. "To me, that question is easy. It was someone I decided to kill when I saw the situation and made a split-second decision. That decision saved you and the 3 others. I would have done the same if it was a human. I have my own thoughts, but more importantly, I have my own guts and intuition, and I trust those more than any law or interpretation of morality," he said, before getting up. Miranda looked after him as he got up, as he turned and said, "I am going out for a bit. This place is safe, so just rest up. Take care, I'll be back." With those words, he walked off with each step crossing tens of meters, with Miranda staring after him, still lost in thought. Chapter 130, Going Down. That was pretty cool if I say so myself, Jake thought, walking away from the valley, trying to look as cool as he possibly could. It had nothing to do with how he had no idea where the hell to take the conversation after his whole "murder is fine" speech. Besides, maybe it was time to go for a bit of a walk. Jake hadn't left that small valley for the better part of 2 weeks before today. While some immortal god may scoff at him for thinking of that as a long time, he did feel like it was. He just needed a bit of a push to get him out of there. Talking with Miranda had been very enlightening in many different ways. He had learned a lot about other people's thoughts on the system, and even learned quite a lot about other classes, professions, and other tidbits. He was also coming to understand that his tutorial was very much an outlier. The Viper had told him that, but it helped to have a human reiterate and put it into perspective. Just the sheer amount of godfuckery and interference that had been going on. Grand designs of fate and all that bullshit. While in Miranda's case, she hadn't spoken of gods a single time, and Jake hadn't felt like bringing it up either. Perhaps she didn't even know they existed. It was a very teaching moment. He had heard that other tutorials were very closely related to God, but clearly hers wasn't. Having a tutorial like Jake's hadn't exactly turned out well from an outside perspective. Only having one real survivor, with 4 others only living due to weird items or skills bringing them back from the dead, or made them able to live on as undead. Again, this was a testament to how different his tutorial had been, as people were actually revived during it. It did allow those who made it out to be well ahead of the curve. Miranda had been in a far more normal tutorial. None of the thousands of people she interacted with had a level close to him, Jacob, Casper, or even Bertram, from what she said. Anyone that reached level 25 in their race level before the tutorial ended was seen as a pinnacle elite. Even just having a class or profession at level 25 put you into the elite tier. Hank had been one of the stronger ones in her tutorial. Not the strongest, but strong enough that no one messed with them. Likewise, Miranda was one of the most recognized professionals, as they called those who focused on professions. Those who focused on classes were talked of as fighters, and those with professions as professionals. Why they hadn't settled on classers, he didn't know, but the word fighters was pretty descriptive of their focus and purpose, so it was fine. though he did like classers more. If you focused on both, there didn't really appear to be a name. Besides, nearly everyone ended up being more in one lane than the other. Even someone like Hank, who had both an evolved class and profession, was considered a fighter with both being very close in level. It was all fascinating. It was a part of the tutorial Jake never got to experience. Granted, others hadn't experienced dungeons and fighting degrade unique lifeforms, so maybe he wasn't the one who missed out on the action. While thinking, he soon found himself in front of one of the two cave entrances in the valley. It was his target, after all. Last time he only briefly went in and looked around, finding nothing of particular interest in the first part of it. The only thing interesting was that he had no idea exactly how far it went, or how deep it was. Walking in, he could tell that it was indeed leading slightly downward. He also detected the small differences in the atmospheric mana, sagacity of the malefic viper allowing him to tell the difference far easier than before. Countless concepts were always in the mana around him. Except for unique places like the Forgotten Sewers dungeon, it was like this everywhere. The forest outside was also like this, with the mana mainly having what he assumed to be nature affinity mana. In here, however, he quickly began to feel a difference. The humidity in the air increased, and with it, water affinity mana. The intensity of earth mana increased too, with even tiny fragments of the dark affinity, though nowhere near enough to begin devouring the other affinities. Of course, many more were present that he couldn't detect. One of them reminded him a lot of vital energy, making him guess it was some kind of life affinity, one that was also abundant outside. Continuing onwards, he focused on his sense of the malefic viper. Closing his eyes, relying solely on the sphere to guide him, he took in all the information. He felt the mana in the air, the moss, the mushrooms. It was a nearly forgotten skill for the longest time where he only relied on the passive sense. Now, however, he was actively focusing on it. His perception had grown to monstrous levels since the last time he really focused on the skill. His knowledge of mana had grown even more than that, which resulted in a system message barely a few seconds into using the skill. Skill upgraded. Sense of the Malefic Viper. Rare epic. The Malefic Viper sought out many natural treasures on its path to power. It is only natural to learn to sense them. Having walked further on your path as an alchemist of the Malefic Viper, your senses for poisons and herbs only sharpen. Gives a passive ability to detect herbs and poisons in different forms and a strong feeling of their properties and affinities. Allows you to far better sense the poison you have inflicted. Allows the alchemist to far more easily detect affinities in the environment and detect areas optimal for cultivating herbs. Adds an increase to the effectiveness of sense of the Malefic Viper. Based on perception, the message was in many ways unsurprising. Jake had expected it, but not this soon. Comparing mental notes of the version before it, he noticed that the main difference was that it now also included sensing mana and mana affinities. More easily he couldn't help but compare it to sagacity of the Malefic Viper, and even palate of the Malefic Viper. The overlap was truly beginning to show in his mind. Palate gave him instinctive knowledge of herbs and toxins, sagacity allowing him knowledge of mana affinities and ingredients, and sense to detect them with. Progress in any one of the skills would affect the others, and as Jake grew, so did the power of other skills. Blood of the Malefic Viper and Touch of the Malefic Viper were affected by all the poisons he had consumed. Even Scales, which was a bit of an outlier, did allow him to obtain and handle the poisonous substances more easily. A theory had already formed in his head a long time ago. All of his skills with of the Malefic Viper were part of a set. It was once a complete whole. Either by design or through natural means, it was now split up into many different skills, all giving a part of that whole. And if he was right, then it meant that getting sense of the Malefic Viper to ancient rating would net him another stat bonus per level in his profession. Perception most likely, something he very much desired. At the same time, he guessed that Touch of the Malefic Viper would end up giving intelligence. It was the only directly offensive skill the profession granted him thus far, making it seem very likely, which meant he still had 3 other skills to discover. If he was correct, that is, one that gave willpower he could easily see. His blessing already awarded that along with his profession itself, clearly marking it as a stat significantly associated with the alchemist of the Malefic Viper profession. As for strength and agility, however, he wasn't sure precisely if those even existed. Either way, it was useless to ponder on. He firmly believed himself to be correct, which was one of the main reasons he was rushing to 70. Only one more level to go. As Jake focused on the skill and basked in its upgraded glory, he sensed far more things and even noticed minuscule, almost ethereal, fragments floating in the air all around him. Too small and insignificant for even his sphere to have detected them before, but with the skill he became aware of them. He wondered what they were. He even tried using Identify on them but failed, so instead he just followed one of the small things. Very slowly, it floated through the air and landed on the moist ground, only to sink into it. It went down a few centimeters before becoming dormant. Frowning, he tried to find another fragment to focus on. This time he instead tried to trace its source. It didn't take him long to find out what exactly was the cause. Small mushrooms on the ground occasionally released one of the small fragments, and it was only due to the ground being littered with them that so many small things were in the air. They were spores. Microscopic spores were how these mushrooms propagated and spread. Walking up to some of them, Jake saw two different kinds. Both no larger than half of his pinky finger, they were genuinely tiny. Both mushrooms were pure white with different colored spots on them, one with yellow spots and one with blue ones. Identifying them, their names were as they looked. Yellow spotted mushroom inferior, a poisonous mushroom of the earth affinity. Causes stiffness and mild paralysis. Not fully grown yet and will have a weak effect if used as an alchemical ingredient. Blue spotted mushroom inferior, a mushroom of the water affinity. Safe to consume, but its liquids can be highly poisonous and cause blood thinning. Not fully grown yet and will have a weak effect if used as an alchemical ingredient. Baby mushrooms, he thought with a slight smirk. He considered picking some of them to eat for his palate skill, but decided against it. Instead, he would give them time to grow big and strong. Then he would come back and eat them. How kind he was. Getting up, he moved further into the cave. By now, he was around 60 or so meters in. Looking back, he could still see the entrance, but it was slightly obscured by the ground of the cave, as well as a part of the wall, meaning that the cave was indeed leading down but also curving slightly. So far, he hadn't encountered any living things besides small bugs that were all identified as LVL0. In other words, they weren't able to level or hadn't done what was required for them to do so. In nearly every way, they were just ordinary animals, if slightly stronger from the mana, which made sense as he was still within the area of his pylon of civilization. The pond it was buried next to was only a few kilometers away, making the area the pylon covered pretty. Exactly how big he didn't know, but the group of 4 he saved were all nearly 5 kilometers away from the pylon itself, making him guess that was around the maximum range. Yet he was actually beginning to feel its effects wane after walking only for a few more minutes. Now around 300 meters into the cave, the entrance was entirely gone from sight and darkness dominated. Not that it bothered him, as his vision was clear as day. The only difference was the slightly increased dark affinity mana in the air, but he had adapted to that long ago. This was also the time he spotted the first actual monster, though not a very impressive one. Flyeater LVL8, it was some kind of plant. And while it was large for a plant, it was relatively small compared to beasts Jake saw, perhaps no bigger than one of his arms. It was entirely green and looked like a regular flytrap, just larger. Pretty sure flytraps don't grow in caverns though, he thought. It did remind him of another kind of herb he had. Mentally checking out his spatial storage, he found the pile of mushrooms he was thinking about and took one out. Flytrap mushroom inferior, a carnivorous poisonous mushroom eating insects in order to accelerate its growth. Possesses a strong life affinity and has strong acidic qualities. The name was even slightly similar. Why was this just a normal herb and the flyeater instead a monster with levels? He knew plants could somehow evolve into sapient creatures, but it was another thing to see it right in front of him. The flyeater was squirming forward with small vines dragging it around. It looked unbelievably slow and clumsy. Entering sneak mode, he got closer to observe it better. As he did so, his sphere picked up something he hadn't expected. More flyeaters, not on the surface, however. Tens of them had dug only a few centimeters under the ground and now lay in wait. Their posture made them look like buried bear traps ready to clamp. Jake doubted they could do him any harm even if they bit him, but decided to avoid them anyway. None of them were above level 10, making them actually seem kind of cute. Not wanting to disturb them, he snuck by as he made his way further into the depths. He hadn't exactly planned on how far he wanted to go, but at least to where he couldn't feel the pylon at all. Currently it was so faint that it was barely noticeable, but it was still there. The only monsters that dared enter the domain were those flyeaters, it appeared, as he didn't encounter anything new for the next few hundred meters, except for more flyeaters. No flies, though, making him wonder if their name truly represented their dietary preferences. He had to be at least 800 meters in and likely 50 or 60 meters down by now, maybe even further. He had found quite the assortment of interesting herbs on his way, but pretty much all of them were not fully grown yet. They hadn't had more than a bit over 2 months to grow after all. At 1 kilometer or so, the influence of the pylon was totally gone. At least Jake couldn't sense it at all. The cave was just long and narrow, no more than 4 or 5 meters across the entire way, with no other opening anywhere. From the mark where the pylon's influence disappeared, he began seeing creatures here or there, but none that had even reached level 25. He would consider this entire trip a waste of time except for the herbs. Yet he kept going, and after reaching around the 2 kilometers mark, his disappointment was only growing. This is why he found what he saw next pleasantly surprising. The entire cavern opened up before him after he entered a small entrance. He hadn't entered any portal or anything, yet it felt like entering another world entirely. The entire cavern had to be more than 100 meters tall, meaning that he genuinely had gone far deeper underground than he first anticipated. The other end of the cavern wasn't even visible. Instead, Jake saw hundreds of different wild and alien plants everywhere. Some more recognizable, like giant mushrooms the size of trees, all the way to these weird bark-covered, almost metallic tubes. It indeed was like entering another world. And then he saw movement. An insectoid monster crawled on top of one of the mushrooms nearly right in front of him. Long blades instead of forearms, both gleaming from the light of the glowing moss above. It was a giant human-sized mantis. Mantis Scyther LVL 42, Jake chuckled to himself as he saw its level, even more so when it charged towards him. Maybe this trip will be fun after all. Chapter 131. Two kinds of people. Jake stood on top of a large purple mushroom as he inhaled deeply, taking in the atmosphere. This cavern, which he had decided to now call a biodome, was truly interesting. On the ground beneath him lay tens of dead insectoids. None had been a threat, but all of them insanely aggressive, nevertheless. The beasts above had either scurried off upon seeing him or at least been hesitant. These insects didn't give a damn, which naturally resulted in their untimely demise. One charging mantis quickly attracted others to come out of the woodwork, or shroomwork in this case, and join the charge. One charging mantis had quickly resulted in many dead mantises. The strongest had been level 48, with the weakest at 26, quite the disparity. Far more so than a dungeon would have, but then again, this area wasn't as designed as those were. Besides, Jake could feel that he hadn't met the big boss of this biodome yet. For the first time, he felt a bit of excitement. Maybe he could even find something worth fighting down here. With those thoughts, he moved onwards, slaughtering everything in his path as he went towards the center of the biodome. On the way, he didn't care for herbs as before. He only focused on the aura he felt. It was faint, but it was there. A sword in one hand, a dagger in the other, he cleaved down mantis after mantis. Occasionally, a centipede-like monster would appear, but they didn't seem to be on friendly terms with the mantises either. Most of them were either injured or in the middle of being devoured. The same was true for every other species than the mantises. This was clearly their territory, their domain, a domain that had now been invaded by an enemy predator in the form of a human. Soon he couldn't strike the mantises down in a single blow anymore. Their levels were growing, from the early 50s to now being in the early 60s, even the occasional one in the early 70s. Any of these mantises would be the apex predator only a few hundred meters above them. But down here, they could only play second fiddle to the true lord of the biodome. Jake jumped to one of the tallest mushrooms and stared down at the huge insect beneath him. Its body was bright green, its eyes even shining slightly. Its two blades were more than 3 meters long, strong mandibles that looked like they could easily crush steel, and a level making it worthy of being the ruler here. Alpha Mantis Scyther LVL 89 smiling, Jake looked down at it, making eye contact. He had hoped to see a trace of intelligence as he had seen in all of the dungeon bosses, yet he found only disappointment. Not a single spark of intelligence was present. It was clearly nothing more than just a giant stupid insect. A shame, he thought. Hopefully it can make up for it in power. Taking out his bow, a quiver appeared on his back simultaneously. At the same time, the mantis had now clearly noticed him also, and like all the others, it merely attacked. Jake didn't use infused power shot, but instead opened with a splitting arrow. In flight, one arrow split into 24, the most considerable amount Jake had created so far with a single shot. Jake could see the arrows about to hit the mantis when he got his first pleasant surprise. Its back opened up, and out came 2 transparent sets of wings. With a swift motion, it dodged all of the arrows as it continued its attack, even faster than Jake had anticipated. Less than a second after he had fired the arrow, the alpha mantis was before him, its scythe cleaving down. Jake took a step forward as he saw the mushroom be split in 2 behind him through his sphere. His step had naturally been the skill 1 step mile and had taken him down to the ground, close to where the mantis had been initially. Turning around quickly, he managed to fire off another arrow before the clearly confused insect managed to locate him. He hit it right in its midsection and saw the arrow sink in deeply as it shrieked in pain. He was pretty sure mantises couldn't shriek before. His attack had done little more than alert it to his position. With its more than 6-meter-tall body, it flew towards him once more, its speed still very impressive. Firing off yet another arrow, he hit it another time before it reached him, and once more he dodged it, this time without even using a skill. Its attacks were predictable and straightforward. Its only advantage was in speed. Clearly, its agility and maybe even strength were far above his own. He didn't doubt that if he got hit by its blades, he would lose an arm or a leg. He just didn't feel like it would ever hit him. Their dance kept going for a few minutes, with Jake dodging and the mantis frantically trying to cut him to pieces. Eventually, Jake began to get bored, as the insect hadn't done jack shit to adapt, the only change being its accumulating wounds. He hoped for it to have more, maybe some kind of new skill or hidden ability, but nothing. It was just slowly fighting a battle it clearly couldn't win, with no thought of any kind. It was just disappointing. With a sigh, Jake decided to end it. 1 step mile he appeared tens of meters behind the mantis as he turned around, an arrow already nocked. The mantis was once more confused, having clearly learned nothing from earlier. Gaze of the apex hunter, then it felt its body freeze for a moment, not moving when it wanted to, and finally. Infused power shot, it lost its head to an arrow that soared through the biodome with unstoppable power. Miranda sat in the chair, staring out at the serene pond. She saw the small eels swimming without a care in the world as the thoughts jumped around in her head. She felt like there was a vast difference between her and the young formerly masked man, not just in power but mentality and understanding. He had known so much of the system. Like he had lived in it far longer than Miranda or the others, or actually been able to learn from someone who had. His experiences of the tutorial were so much more than hers. The most significant difference, however, was the disparity in mindset between the two. In her work before the system, she interacted and worked with many different types of employees. Over time, she had begun to classify them mentally, put them into boxes, one for those you need to watch out for and those you don't. The first group was also split into many different types: troublemakers, the lazy, the incompetent, etc. Yet she found the most volatile of them all of another category, the truly driven. Many workers just go to work for their monthly paycheck. They work to live, get the job done and go home. But the driven want more than that. They want to advance. They want to improve. They become restless if their ambitions aren't realized. In her retrospection, she had come to see that she and even Hank and his kids were the first types of person, not in her job before the tutorial, but in the tutorial itself. Like a worker merely working to live, she had done the tutorial simply to survive. Nearly everyone had. Of course, she had worked hard in her own mind. She went above and beyond to organize and try and lead some of the other survivors, but she couldn't honestly say that she hadn't done it for the sake of survival. To make herself useful and gain levels to not die in the next trial. The trials themselves were also harrowing, a real struggle, and the moment they ended, Miranda returned to the rest area as quickly as possible. Yet, what if she had remained within the trial area? No one forced them to leave. What if she went beyond, where they simply guarded themselves during the trial? That was the first type of person, the type that was just walking forward to survive one day at a time. The other type was different. You needed to look out for them, focusing on both the good and the bad. They would be the employee that could take the company to the next level, have a new innovative idea or strategic insight that could lead to practical change. They could be the best type of employee imaginable. At the same time, they could be the worst type, the one who would advance by any means necessary, willing to stomp on anyone in their way on their path of advancement. Every other person merely a tool to help themselves. Without a doubt, the masked man was the ambitious and driven type. If he had been in their tutorial, he wouldn't have stayed in the trial area. He would have gone beyond it. She heard how he spoke, as if it was natural to hunt down whatever monsters lurked in the most dangerous corners of his tutorial. He had gone above and beyond and come out of the tutorial more powerful than she thought possible. And what did he do then? He kept working, he kept grinding. Somehow, he had managed to find the time and do his alchemy also. She respected him, but at the same time she was terrified of how foreign he felt. As she concluded, he was the second type of person, ambitious and driven. But was he the archetype that would bring himself up, and by doing so, uplift everyone around him? Or the one who left others in his wake, squashed beneath him? She worried because this wasn't just a corporate job we were talking about. It wasn't just a lost bonus or a missed promotion. It wasn't a bastard taking credit for work he didn't do or cheat on an evaluation. It was the difference between letting others live and outright killing them. The difference between the ones killing the people they entered the trials with and those who worked together. Miranda had been incredibly sure that the masked man was the good kind for the majority of their conversation. She had been so sure, until the end. Now she wasn't so confident. Was he a monster or a savior? Perhaps neither. She looked down at the pond, her face easily reflected by the calm water. Her slightly haggard look was making her a bit embarrassed. Her long orange hair all curled up from not having a proper wash since leaving the tutorial. If she had to say so herself, she looked quite good usually, but now she could easily be confused for being homeless. At least her skin was still as healthy as before. She found it weird how the system affected appearance through the evolutions. The consensus had been that the change was according to the one evolving and their own desires. If you had flaws or blemishes you considered faults, the system would better them. It couldn't do significant changes, at least not at E grade, but it could do smaller things according to what she encountered. The makeup industry would have gone under without a doubt, she thought as she sat down at the edge of the pond and began clearing her face and hair. The water was cold and pleasant, and it was refreshing to finally start feeling cleaner. Miranda. She heard a voice she recognized, turning around to see Hank standing a few meters away, not staring at her but the two chairs right behind her. Where did the masked man go? He asked, appearing slightly worried. And where did these chairs come from? Oh, hey Hank, she said as she continued washing her hair. I'm not sure where he went, he just said he was heading out for a bit. Oh, and the chairs are his. He had these chairs just lying around. Hank asked, still kind of hung up on where the hell they came from. They were in the middle of a forest, hundreds of kilometers from anything as far as he could tell, and the chairs were clearly old and made of wood he couldn't recognize at all. No, he summoned them out of thin air as far as I could tell, waved his hands, and then a chair appeared in each of them. Are they real? He asked, studying them more in depth. He knew that some classes and professions had learned to summon things with skills, but they always consisted of mana and would disappear after a short while. They are, she answered. Hank said, finally deciding to move on from the subject. What happened after I fell asleep? The man walked over and sat a few meters from her, as he also began cleaning himself. Perhaps seeing her do it and recognizing how long it had been. He had a full beard that was full of leaves and small pieces of sticks, not to mention the blackened blood that had made it all stiff. His arm was back to normal, but the blood that had splattered all over his face as it exploded hadn't disappeared. I sat watch as we agreed and kept an eye on him. After a while he called me out on it, and we ended up sitting here and had a pleasant chat. It was very enlightening, Miranda said, not wanting to disclose the embarrassing circumstances in which it happened. Any useful information? Hank asked, a bit bewildered that they had ended up having what she described as a pleasant chat. Oh, so much. First of all, Miranda began recounting all the useful information she had learned. The things the masked man had known of the system, of skills and whatnot, about dungeons and about what he mentioned his tutorial was like, surprising Hank as he also learned that different types of tutorials existed. It is indeed unbelievable. Different universes, these magical spaces you call dungeons, different tutorials, alchemy. Hank said as he leaned back, having now had time to clean his face properly. A shame you told me alone. Now I will have to explain it to the kids later. HMPH, like you aren't going to enjoy looking all knowledgeable and cool, she chuckled as the man also smiled slightly. Something he hadn't done often after his wife, her best friend, had died. How powerful do you think he is? Hank finally asked, a question she had expected and considered. I truly don't know. His profession is at a very high level, of that I am sure. And from his retellings, assuming they are true, he has also done plenty of fighting, Miranda said. I think his race level may be over level 60. What, is that even possible? Hank said with wide eyes. Clearly he is strong, but to such an extent. Are you sure he told the truth? Did you use that mental skill of yours? I did, and he didn't just notice it. He found it enjoyable as he said it helped him to understand how such a skill works or something. With the comment that it was far too weak to have any effect, Miranda sighed. Is it safe to even stay here? He is gone now. What if he decides just to get rid of us upon returning? From what you said, the talk didn't end on a positive note, Hank said, somewhat worried as he looked back towards his still sleeping children. I am not sure, but is anywhere really safe these days? The forest was hell, and Hank, we are weak, all of us. Can we truly make it on our own, or just long enough to find help? With just us four, I think it's safer to stay here. Besides, he didn't look like a bad guy, Miranda said. You saw his face? Hank asked. Forget it, let's just stay here for now, at least till he returns. By the way, what did he say his name was? Miranda froze for a bit as she began fiddling with her hands. Yes, I forgot to ask. Chapter 132, Big Blue Mushroom. Truly disappointing, Jake thought as he looked at the now-dead alpha mantis scyther. A level 89 beast that was the lord of this biodome, reduced to a headless corpse in what couldn't even be called a real fight. If he had to compare it to something, it would be the Den Mother, and not in a favorable way for the mantis. Despite it being 7 levels higher, the Den Mother had been stronger. More importantly, it had a much higher level of intelligence and many more skills in its toolbox. Focusing on physical stats, the mantis likely had the Den Mother beaten. Without a doubt, himself too. It was also surprising that there even was such a high-level creature down in these caverns. This biodome in itself was a pleasant surprise. With their leader dead, the mantises were no longer a threat either, not that they ever had been. Jake made his way towards the center of this biodome, his sense of the malefic viper telling him that something containing a lot of mana was there. Little was in his way as he ran there, encountering only a few mantises that he quickly cut apart. Soon he found himself before the source of it all, a glowing blue crystal embedded in the ground, surrounded by wild plant life. Using Identify on it, he got nothing, no response at all, a phenomenon he had run into many times before. If he wanted to identify a piece of metal, wood, or crystal, it usually didn't work. He didn't have the required skill to do so from what he gathered, like how others couldn't use Identify on plants and toxic things. It was why Jake had the skills herbology and toxicology from his profession that allowed him such knowledge. The only outliers he had encountered so far were things in dungeons and special items during the tutorial. Those he had been able to identify without a problem. Now the question was, should and could he take the big shiny crystal with him? He could clearly feel it pumping out vast amounts of pure mana to the surrounding area, and it was likely the source of life in this entire biodome. Taking it would possibly result in the whole cavern no longer being the sprawling place of life it was now. Of course, all of this was dependent on his ability to even move the crystal to begin with. It was rather large, sticking out of the ground around 3 meters up, with another 3 meters under the ground. It reminded him a bit of the pylon at first, but there were also clear differences. The pylon was clearly a creation of the system, while this in front of him was just a somewhat standard giant monocrystal. Also, he was pretty damn sure he had run into this kind of crystal before. He just couldn't quite remember where. Raising his hand, he lay it upon the crystal and felt that it felt just like a big piece of glass, or a regular crystal. There was nothing incredible about it except for the mana it so clearly emanated into the biodome. Activating his necklace, he tried to store the crystal, but he felt like there was some kind of resistance. He kept trying for a while but ended up admitting to himself that moving it wasn't possible, at least not in his storage, his sphere of perception revealing the reason. Beneath the ground, hundreds of small vines and roots extended into the crystal. Following them, he could see that they belonged to all the plants around him. Most surprising, however, was the fungi. Or perhaps fungus would be more accurate. Every single one of the giant blue mushrooms was a part of this one plant, all just one entity that spread beneath the ground. From a mycology standpoint, this was very interesting. Sadly, Jake didn't care that much for mushrooms to begin with. In fact, he had quite the distaste for the damn things, and for these to even dare to be blue. It was an offense he couldn't let slide lightly, and he really wanted to bring the big shining mana crystal with him. If not just to figure out exactly what it was and test things with it. So he took out his omnitool and once more turned it into a shovel. Plunging it into the ground, he hit the roots of the mushrooms, and ooh-oh, a loud booming sound was heard throughout the entire biodome. The ground shook, and Jake was momentarily dumbstruck by what the hell was happening. All he had done was to sever a few roots of the damn fungus. It had awakened something. An aura spread throughout the entire biodome, suppressing every living mantis still scouring about, making them freeze up in fear. It was the type of aura Jake had only felt once before, the one that came from the suppression of a higher grade. The ground in front of him exploded as he was pushed away from the crystal, stabilizing himself quickly. The crystal itself rose into the air as countless vines spun around it, shielding it from sight. But it was not only the mushrooms acting up. Everything was. Now every single living plant in the entire dome was giving off the exact same aura. He felt his skill big game hunter hum to life, his strength and agility both being empowered, meaning whatever he now faced was a higher level than him, and not to a negligible degree. Eyes wide open, he used Identify on a random tree-like plant and got a result. Indigo fungus mycorrhiza LVL. He had made quite an error. The mantis had never been the lord of this area. The true ruler had been the area itself. And now, finally, he saw it. The mushrooms had invaded every single plant here, made them a part of it. It was all one giant living creature, connected through a network of fungi. Now, with it awake, it jumped into action. Hundreds of tendrils flew out of the ground and the plants moved in concert, but not towards Jake only. He saw the metal-like tubes he had found interesting earlier penetrate the corpse of a dead mantis he had left nearby. Like a needle, it pierced into it, and in mere moments the corpse turned into an empty husk, drained of all nutrients. For a brief moment on his way here, he did wonder why he saw no corpses. Now he understood. Tendrils flew towards him as the entire area shook. The ground right beneath him exploded once more, but he had seen it coming in his sphere long ago. He considered his options as he jumped away from the 4 spike-like roots that exploded from where he stood only moments ago. What he stood before was an actual D-grade being, above level 100 with unknown abilities. It wasn't like the mantis before. Logically, the best plan would be to retreat, as he doubted the entire monstrosity could actually follow him. But he couldn't stop smiling. Finally, he had found something worth fighting. This creature was very different from the king of the forest. The king had been absolutely dominating at every step. The king possessed intelligence rivaling that of a human, stats far above 1. His only weakness was the tools given by the tutorial and his own arrogance. The indigo fungus, however, he just didn't feel the same pressure. He had gotten stronger, and this thing was weaker than the king, but at the same time, he couldn't underestimate it and end up being fucked like he was against the king. Jake kept dodging as the vines came for him from all sides. Often, he was forced to avoid being enclosed by vines with Shadow Vault or One-Step Mile. His sense of the malefic viper also yelled at him at the back of his head. Of course, he thought, as he felt the poison seep into his body. Many of the mushrooms and other plants were poisonous and now released all their fumes into the air. He heard the shrieks of all the still-living mantises from all around the biodome, dying slowly. To Jake, on the other hand, it was almost pleasant, and it did give him an idea. When fighting a creature roughly the size of 10 football fields, the first problem, where the hell do you begin your attack? What to even attack? The second problem, how to get to whatever weak point it may have. The third problem, how to outlast such a creature with its likely absolutely enormous resources. All of these questions had a single answer: poison, because the fungus had one fatal flaw. It was all connected. his grin only growing. He cleaved through a few vines with his sword and dagger. The attacks were endless. A spear-like root was attacking him to try and pierce him, but this one he didn't dodge. Instead, he caught it beneath his arm, holding it in a good old Nelson. At the same time, he knelt to avoid a blow as he began channeling Touch of the Malefic Viper. He saw his hands radiate a dark green color as dark green veins began spreading down the root and into the ground. For the first time, he got a real reaction. Ooh, oh, ooh, 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 ooh. He smiled to himself at first, but soon it turned to a frown. He felt his poison quickly being purified by the overwhelming vitality of the fungus. Another sharp tendril also emerged and cut off the root he was currently grasping, effectively ending his attack. In the end, his attack had done little more than anger the fungus. Anger which materialized in the shape of more than 100 roots shooting out of the ground all around him. Before, it clearly hadn't focused on him at all. Its attention split between himself and all the other living creatures still roaming about the biodome. Now, however, he had its sole undivided attention. He was forced to activate Limit Break straight up to 20% right away. The attacks were both stronger and more numerous than before. Even while boosted, he failed to dodge all the attacks as several cuts began emerging on his arms and legs. Finding time to counterattack was impossible, and he was forced to admit that he had been too arrogant in his approach. While his analysis of the monster's weakness was entirely accurate, he had forgotten one of the most important things, his own relative strength. Yet, for the next few minutes, he kept trying. And while he did clearly cause some damage here and there, the only thing he achieved was to make the fungus more determined in killing the beast that had invaded it. He chucked poison bottles out and hit several mushrooms or plants, them withering fast as a result, but it was only a drop in the bucket. Finally, it had enough. Jake felt a massive amount of mana in the air as it used a skill. He saw hundreds of giant mushrooms, wither as light exited them only to gather midair floating above the biodome like a new sun. Before he could grasp its intention, he felt his danger sense explode. His near-precognizant senses activated as he quickly covered his entire body in scales, and just in time as a blue beam hit him right in his midsection. The entire ball of mana had been transformed into a special attack that blew him back hundreds of meters. The beam seared into his body as his armor was quickly burned through, leaving only his scales to take the brunt of the attack. Luckily for him, the scales specialized in defending against magical attacks, but that did not mean it could in any way negate it. The scales all chipped and cracked on his chest, while the ones on his back practically shattered the moment he smashed into the cave wall. Coughing up blood, he tried but failed to dislodge himself from the wall before the follow-up attack arrived. 9 needle-like thorns pierced into his stomach and chest and began sucking. Fuck, he thought, enraged as he activated Blood of the Malefic Viper. If you want my blood, you better enjoy it. Something the fungus clearly did not. The thorns began withering right away as the toxic blood entered them. With a swipe of his arm, Jake broke them all off like rotten wood. Free at last, he dislodged himself from the wall and charged towards where he had entered the biodome from. His health and stamina were both draining fast as he didn't hold back on using Shadow Vault and One-Step Mile. At this point, he had truly realized that this wasn't a fight he could win, but it was one he could survive. Running, he soon spotted the exit, only to see roots emerge and cut it off. Simultaneously, a figure rose from the earth just in front of Thorn's newly erected wall. A giant creature made up of roots and mushrooms, clearly strung together from tens or perhaps hundreds of different plants. It didn't look remotely humanoid, as the only feature that did so was its 2 arms. It didn't have a head, and it was like only the construct's upper body emerged. Yet it towered over 10 meters into the air as he formed yet another barrier between him and his escape. Jake didn't hesitate as he took out his bow and an arrow. For the first time since returning to Earth, he had to use his signature skill on full power, the one that had carried him through the tutorial time and time again. Knocking the arrow, he felt the mana and stamina built up as he pulled back the string. The air hummed, and the earth cracked in his wake from the pent-up mana. After only a few seconds, he let it go, yet it was the strongest arrow he had ever released. Infused power shot, the arrow flew out at supersonic speed and pierced straight through the giant construct. But it didn't stop there as it went straight through into the wall of thorns, blasting a hole more than large enough for a human to get through. Before the fungus had a chance to close the hole, he stared down the construct with gaze of the Primal Hunter, freezing it in place for only a moment. He felt a slight headache from doing so, but it was enough. As the construct was a part of the larger monster, it froze the entire biodome, just long enough for him to take a step forward, a step that took him through the hole and out of the biodome, and he didn't stop there as he began sprinting further away from the cursed place. Roots were extending through the tunnel, trying to chase him down behind him. Luckily, the fungus didn't have any intention, or perhaps ability, to follow him for long. After not even 100 meters, the roots stopped and retracted back to the biodome once more. Jake let himself fall back to the ground as he breathed out in relief. Well, that went well, he joked to himself as he took out a health potion to chug down. At the same time, he deactivated Limit Break and felt a sense of weakness wash over him. Once more, he had been shown that degrades most certainly weren't to be underestimated, but despite losing, he wasn't discouraged at all. Instead, he felt a sense of relief. He had feared that powerful enemies would only be found in the different danger zones, that he wouldn't be able to encounter any real challenges. Yet in only a few hours, he had encountered 2 enemies above his level, one of them even degrade. It gave him a target to instantly begin working towards, as different plans and hypotheses to take down the giant fungus already began forming in his mind. For now, however, he would have to recuperate. Recuperate and return to his little camp to continue his practice in alchemy. And this time, he had something to work directly towards. If fighting the fungus with his current means wasn't enough, if his current poisons weren't toxic enough, he would just have to make something better. A special cocktail for the dear fungus, if you will. He was already smiling to himself as he envisioned his next encounter with the thing as he entered meditation. Chapter 133, Delegating, Avoiding Responsibilities. Jake had been more injured than he had first thought. Then again, he did have quite a few giant needles pierce into his chest and attempt to suck him dry of any and all vitality. Nevertheless, it wasn't something a healing potion or 2 couldn't fix. He quite honestly felt bad for all those out there without the ability to get themselves healed. If he had to rely on his natural regeneration, it would take days to heal the last bout's damage. To restore his entire 10,000 plus health pool would require more than a week, maybe more, as health regenerated slower the lower it was. His armor was also pretty damn broken. His chest was exposed entirely as the mana beam had burned his chestpiece to tatters. Luckily, the self-repair enchant made the armor virtually unbreakable unless utterly obliterated, and even then, it might not even disappear if it was completely destroyed as it was bound to him. The problem was that it would take some time for it to repair itself, so he would have to go shirtless once more for a while, oddly nostalgic in a sense as he remembered his many shirtless days. Getting up, he began making his way back out of the cave and back to his small base camp once more. He had only been gone for several hours, but it had been more than worthwhile. He discovered a D-grade entity, got some experience, and picked up many different mushrooms and moss to play with. Miranda and those 3 others should also have left by now, he thought. Their parting had been less than ideal, but sometimes that is how life is. She was a good conversation partner, but they clearly had different goals when it came to this new reality of theirs. He had also determined for himself to not just aim to survive but strive for greater power. He wouldn't fault others for merely wanting to survive, as he genuinely understood where they were coming from. Before the system, he hadn't had any real ambitions but was just happy with what he had. His only real motivation to improve was external. It was to make his parents proud, gain social status, and earn enough money for a comfortable life. Now that had changed. His motivation was entirely internal. He wanted to grow stronger, not for anyone else but himself. It was without a doubt selfish, but he honestly didn't care. One of the perks of power being that others' opinions stopped holding power over you. Only through power could he attain total freedom. But he knew he had a very long way to go. Even an overgrown mushroom had beaten the crap out of him. But as long as he stayed true to his path, he firmly believed that he would one day reach the pinnacle, or at least die doing something he loved, no matter how cliché that sounds. As he thought, the exit of the cave finally came into sight. The bright light was now replaced with the orange glow of the evening sun. He wasn't in a hurry as he walked back, still a bit sore, likely due to the aftereffects of Limit Break. The trek was short, but as he got closer, he was surprised to hear voices. Going low, he used advanced stealth as he snuck closer to his camp. Peeking out from behind a tree, he saw Miranda and Hank together with the 2 teenagers all sitting at the pond. He had thought they would leave. Miranda had been quite distraught when he left, but that wasn't the real issue. Jake had walked off with the thought that their parting would be final. Now, he wasn't quite sure what exactly to do. Would it be awkward to just stroll back to the pond, intruding on the 4 of them? Fuck, this is my pond and the pylon is buried right there. Stop being a wuss and get in there. He tried to hype himself up. Yeah, he was a goddamn progenitor of this universe, a kingslayer, a prodigy, and all that shizzle. There was no way he would let social anxiety beat him like this, so he only waited around passively for 10 more minutes before realizing they clearly weren't going to leave the pond anytime soon. That is when he remembered his ultimate weapon, the mask that was hiding his face. Stealing his will, he entered the fray, trying to look as confident as ever. Walking out from behind the tree, he walked casually towards the pond, not trying to hide whatsoever, instantly drawing the attention of all 4 of them. Their reactions differed wildly. The young man Mark looked slightly frightened, Miranda a bit concerned, Hank frowned, and Louise's face turned bright red. The first to speak was Miranda. What happened? Jake, a bit taken by surprise by the question, asked. What do you mean? Your condition. What attacked you? She reiterated. This was the point where Jake remembered how he currently looked. Tattered armor, dried blood covering his bare upper body, and several still healing scars where the needle-like thorns had pierced his chest and stomach. In other words, he looked like he had just walked out of a life and death battle. Quite accurate, actually. Oh, that. Nothing of importance, and don't worry, what I fought cannot come here, Jake said, adding mentally, at least I don't think it can. I meant, are you fine? Is that your blood? She asked, the concerned look not directed at the potential danger, but his own wounds something he hadn't expected. No worries, nothing a healing potion or two couldn't fix, he answered with a smile. Not that they could see it for the mask, though. That is good to hear, she said, relieved. Jake, at the same time, kept an eye on the three others. While none of them was a threat, he didn't exactly know them at all. He hadn't even spoken a word to them before, Miranda taking charge of their group. I didn't think you would stay, he said, breaking the silence. I can't we? She asked, clearly a bit afraid. Jake also saw Hank and the young man tense up. The young teenage girl was still staring at him weirdly for some reason. Nothing's stopping you, but my requirements from before still stand. I want peace and quiet for my alchemy, Jake answered. While the forest technically belonged to him due to the pylon, it wasn't like he planned on forcing anyone who entered out of it. Thank goodness, she smiled, relieved. We honestly wouldn't know where to go, and for some reason no beasts want to enter this area, so it is the safest area we have seen so far. Yeah, about that, Jake said, as he got an idea. Can I speak with you privately? Miranda looked a bit surprised at the request, but accepted it. Hank also appeared totally okay with leading his two children away. Mark happily followed, while Louise still kept staring at him with a red face and weird expression. Hank eventually just yanked her by her collar as the three left, leaving Jake alone with Miranda. Chairs are still here, he noted, indicating for them to sit, which they did. This time Jake took the initiative as he made his mask invisible to reveal his face. He felt a bit proud of himself for remembering that one, a sense of pride that was crushed by Miranda's next words. How come you are half naked, by the way? Did that armor break completely? Fuck me, he said accidentally out loud, quickly trying to explain himself while admonishing himself for forgetting his current state again within 5 minutes. Well, it's in my spatial storage while it's repairing itself. As he said that, he took out one of the many shirts he had swiped from the challenge dungeon. They were shitty quality and far less comfortable than his armor, but at least they covered him up a bit. Spatial storage, she questioned, hiding a smile as he put on the shirt. It's something an item of mine can do. I can store items within it. Mine even has the function of keeping all kinds of alchemical ingredients frozen in time to keep them fresh, he answered truthfully. He didn't see any point in hiding it with the plan he had formed. Interesting, she said as she kept asking, but can you tell me what exactly you fought that caused your armor to require such repair? There is a cave nearby that leads deep underground, wherein I discovered a huge biodome of sorts. Therein I encountered a D-grade entity and was forced to retreat, he calmly explained. D-grade, aren't those above level 100? She asked, shocked. Yeah, at least. Each grade is quite a qualitative upgrade, too, meaning the difference between level 99 and 100 is huge. I am sure you remember the difference between 24 and 25, so think of it like that but much more extreme. That is quite something, to face such a thing. I can't even imagine fighting something like that, Tiger, Miranda sighed powerlessly. Actually, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. What is your goal in this new world? Jake asked. My goal. She asked, a bit confused at first, but soon began thinking. To survive, I guess. How do you plan on surviving? He pressured her. I know what you're getting at, but I am not a fighter. I can't face down beasts and monsters every day like you and Hank, she answered, a bit ashamed at her own perceived weakness. It isn't like fighting is the only way to survive, he said. But in either case, you do need power, so I ask again, how do you plan on surviving? She sat silently for a while until she resolutely looked him in the eye. By making someone powerful like you protect me. For that to happen, you have to offer something that makes it worth the hassle, and even then, it's a fragile thing if you don't even have a modicum of strength yourself, Jake said, pleasantly surprised by her honesty. It made this entire conversation easier. You asked me earlier why no monsters enter this area. It is because of what lies buried in the earth right below our feet. A thing called a pylon of civilization. As the name suggests, it is an item made for founding a civilization, or in this case, a city, he explained. Miranda just sat there listening while peeking down on the ground. I have no desire at all to make a city, much less rule one, but at the same time, it would be a waste not to use the pylon properly. So my proposition is this: become the city lord of this pylon and found a city here. I will stay as the on-paper ruler while you pretty much do everything. What would she began saying before she got interrupted by something Jake couldn't see. He smirked to himself as his prediction proved true. Principal City Lord. She asked him questionably. Had my suspicions that the system wanted someone to take it, so do you want the job? Jake smiled. He could vaguely feel the system offering it and his own ability to stop it from doing so. It says I need to have at least the title of Lord to get the profession. She sighed. Jake barely managed to frown before he got interrupted by a new message. Do you wish to grant Miranda Wells a nobility title? Note that as an earl, you can only appoint 5 lords, 5 used, 3 barons, 3 used, and 1 viscount, 1 used. He was a bit surprised at the message, but not overly much. The only truly surprising thing was the number of titles he could grant and wondering why the system so clearly used the old British royalty system. Not that he was complaining. I can give you a title, but before I do that, we need to come to an agreement, Jake said as he summoned a pen and paper from his spatial storage. A contract? She asked, actually smiling at the thought of how normal writing down a contract in what was essentially an employment situation was. Easier to remember if we write it down and agree on the terms. Besides, I have a feeling this method is more comfortable for the both of us, Jake said. While he hadn't written any legal contracts before, he had signed and read plenty. Not that this was a legal contract. No laws really bound them but their own words. But then again, perhaps words and promises themselves held power beyond human understanding in this new reality of theirs. I agree. I can see the profession's description, but as always, it is comprehensive. But the stat points per level alone are shocking. It's more than pretty much all other classes or professions I have encountered so far, Miranda said, clearly probing at Jake as to why he was willing just to give it away. Also, what exactly do you expect of me? After that, the two of them spent the better half of an hour discussing the contract. To sum it all up, Jake wanted not to be burdened by the responsibilities and downsides of being a city lord, but at the same time still wanted the benefits of a high-level noble who was technically in charge of a city. Miranda wanted safety and a promise to have his backing if she was supposed to run a city. She would also get a powerful profession and a lot of organizational power as she would effectively be in charge of everything. Jake did stipulate a veto, though, and that he was at the top. While it all may seem a bit overboard for a city that is only 5 people in total currently, both of them knew it wouldn't stay like that. Billions had survived the tutorials, and it was only a matter of time before more found their way here. The fact that this place was a safe haven due to the Pylon would undoubtedly make it a beacon of sorts. Not many would come due to its isolated location, but some would. She also had to confess that the prospect of running an entire city did appeal to her. While she didn't have much confidence in fighting monsters, she did have faith in her ability to handle politics and management. So in the end, they agreed on a 4-page contract, which they both signed to no great fanfare. Both knew it was a contract based only on trust, but then again, in many ways, so were contracts before the system. With that, Jake granted her the title of Viscount. While she only needed to be a lord, he had already decided to make her his partner in this endeavor. To hold back and give her a worse title didn't make sense and would possibly only lead to problems down the line. Besides, who else would he give it to? Accepting the profession, Miranda was momentarily overwhelmed as the knowledge entered her mind. Knowledge she would take a while to truly comprehend. At the same time, Jake felt the shift in the mana in the air. Not only could he find wisps of his own mana within it now, but hers too. They said their farewells as Jake stayed to do his alchemy, and Miranda returned to Hank and the others. On the way, she couldn't help but smile as she got a bit giddy. Maybe, just maybe, she could carve out her own little space in this world. Chapter 134, Construction Plans. Jake felt like a weight had been lifted from his shoulders as he saw Miranda leave. Keeping up his professional persona did take some effort, but he was happy that it wasn't that bad to interact with Miranda. For the last 2 weeks, the lost potential of the Pylon had been bothering him more than it probably should. Jake knew the offered profession was powerful, and he was curious to see what it could give. But as he didn't have any desire to pick it up himself, it was just lying there, which is when he got the idea to offer the job to Miranda. As he talked, he had stretched a small strand of mana down to touch the Pylon, allowing him to offer the profession. When he asked if she wanted it, the system read his intentions. It was a bit of a gamble, but his guts told him it would work. He was a bit afraid of the prospects of a city where he was essentially the highest authority. Heck, just a small settlement was scary. On that subject, Miranda had offered that he could just keep up his mysterious masked protector persona. She seemed more than happy enough to just do everything while he would be the enigmatic figure standing behind her. She was clearly reaching for a type of power far more structural than Jake, to make herself indispensable to the city and tie her own fate with the success of this settlement. It wasn't the same as he would do, but he could acknowledge her path having some potential. Besides, if she did things well, she would likely get many levels and thus stats, making her powerful even in direct combat. He also predicted that the profession would include several ways for the city lord to protect him or herself. At least the description hinted heavily at that, but all that was for another time. They had agreed on a meeting at next sundown, where they would go over the profession and some more plans for what to do if or when more people arrived. For now, his focus would return to alchemy. He had encountered an enemy below that he had to admit his bow could do little to nothing against. Its entire body covered a few square kilometers, and while it certainly had weak points, he doubted it would die without at least the majority of its body being destroyed. He was even beginning to suspect that the mana crystal he found at the start was its way of luring its prey. The indigo mushroom was clearly an immobile monster, bound to the area where it was born. But if the crystal could attract powerful beasts or even humans like himself, it would surely get plenty of prey to feast upon. Its attack pattern had been relatively simple for the majority of the fight, but at the end had shown a modicum of tactical prowess when it distracted and limited his movements with roots, only to blast him with the beam of mana. The quick follow-up with the needles was also clearly a part of the three-step attack. He did discover the effectiveness of his toxins too. Both his blood and touch of the malefic viper killed the roots and plants nearly instantly. They decayed in seconds, and while that was good for getting the needles off him at the last moment, it wasn't handy if he aimed to kill the damn thing. If it rotted too quickly, the poison wouldn't have as much time to spread. It also made it far more comfortable for the thing to cut off any infected part of it. In the last few weeks, he had been mainly focused on making potions, more accurately on brewing common rarity versions of all three resource potions. Now it was time to shift his focus back on what his profession was really about, poisons. He wanted to design a poison directly aimed at the damn mushroom. He needed it to be powerful but slow. No matter what, the fight would be a marathon and not a sprint. Necrotic poisons were out instantly. That type worked best against flesh and blood targets, and the same was true for any kind of hemotoxin, as mushrooms tend not to have blood. His two most used types of poison, were ineffective. With that being the case, he would need something new, something designed for killing plants. A superweed killer, if you may. Unluckily for him, he had never been much into gardening, so he didn't really know what kind of toxin was good against mushrooms. On the other hand, did it even matter? This thing was clearly not an ordinary mushroom, so he did what he always did when in doubt. He dove his mind into his spatial necklace and summoned the bookshelves he had hidden. A small library appeared around him as he began going through them one by one. While he had read a bit about plant-focused toxins in the more general books on poison, he hadn't ever really delved into it. He had mainly been fighting beasts after all. It didn't take him long to discover a few books that may be interesting. Gardening for Novices, Weeds and How to Kill Them, followed by Basic Mycology IV, and so on and so forth. It was an entire series. While none of them directly related to concocting a poison, they would make him better understand what he was facing. Of course, these were far from the only ones he had picked to go through, but these were the ones that appeared most obviously helpful. From the conversation with the Viper, he learned that none of them were considered high-level despite the plethora of books available. But they did cover a lot of useful knowledge from FD grade and would help push him further for an additional 100 levels easily. He summoned the bed that he hadn't used in quite a while, as he sat on it with his legs crossed. It reminded him of being back in the challenge dungeon once more, only this time he didn't aim to cure himself of deadly poison. This time he would be the one making it. Reading the book should go fast with his increased stats, but the book's writing was clearly designed for those with stats. He didn't know if it was because of his utterly overpowered translation skill, but the text didn't really fit on the pages. It was likely written in a script that took up far less space than English or any other human language, which in essence meant that each page held several times more content than the last. The paper itself was also so impossibly thin that each book had far more pages than reasonable for one its size. By human standards, that is. Before he knew it, he was interrupted as a person entered his sphere of perception. She didn't approach any closer as he finished up the page he was currently on and closed the book. "Time sure flies by," he said with a smile as he looked up at her. It was amazing how he wasn't tired despite immersing himself in books for nearly 24 hours. Was this the dividends from investing so much in his perception? "You look like you've been busy, and these books, exactly how big is this spatial storage of yours?" Miranda said, staring at the dozens of large bookcases standing on the ground. It honestly looked quite silly, 2 chairs, a bed, and a bunch of bookcases standing out in the wild like that. It was the saddest library for homeless people she had ever seen. "Big enough," he answered, also recognizing how silly it looked. "So how is it to be the new principal city lord?" "There is quite a lot to go over, actually. I have gotten a few skills that grant me access to certain systems. For example, I can see how many people are within the domain of the Pylon. This is actually one of the things I wanted to ask about. I can't see you with the skill," she explained. "I have a good guess why you can't. It is likely the same thing that also makes using Identify on me harder," he explained, eyeing his shroud of the primordial skill. With its rating being divine, he didn't doubt its effectiveness of hiding him. "All right then, the rest of the skills are mainly ones helping me to plan out the construction of a city, and even one that increases the amount of experience earned for citizens when they do things that aren't related to combat," she continued her explanation. "Oh, I know about that last one. It was actually already there. Interesting to see it is now a skill, which is quite good as it means it can now be upgraded," Jake nodded along. "I also talked with Hank about beginning to actually make things. The 3 of them naturally decided to stay, and as this looks to be our long-term home, we discussed constructing some houses." Hank got an upgraded builder profession and actually worked in construction before the system, so I think he would do well in that department. Sounds good to me, he agreed. So the first thing is, we want to defend the pylon, correct? Not just from potential enemies, but we need to keep its existence, or at least location, hidden for as long as possible, correct? She asked. He nodded once more, as they already agreed on this yesterday. Where it is currently is fine, and you clearly like this place. For a good reason, she added, looking out at the pond and the waterfall. I thought that maybe we could build a house right here on top of where you hid it. Wouldn't that be obvious? And is finding it not quite easy, considering the aura it gives off and the fact that it is so clearly located at the center of the city? He asked, a bit skeptical. He had considered maybe building some kind of vault or something to hide the thing in. Well, as I will be the official leader to the public eye, I think most would expect me to be in charge of the pylon. On top of that, who would dare to snoop around the strongest person's personal abode in the city on a mere suspicion that a pylon may be here? Of course, this is dependent on you remaining the strongest, but for some reason, I don't think that will prove an issue for you, she said with a cheeky wink. Still doesn't solve the issue of it being pretty damn clear where it is if you have a skill or any practice sensing mana, he replied, still skeptical. About that, one of my skills allows me to influence the zone the pylon affects. In other words, it doesn't have to be a perfect circle, and I can even restrict it to be smaller. Simply by getting the profession, the area affected has already grown quite a bit compared to just a few days ago, and I think it will keep growing based on my level in the profession, Miranda added, continuing. Additionally, you don't have to be afraid of anyone sensing the pylon. I have a mana sensing skill, and I couldn't sense its location before becoming the city lord. And the knowledge I got when I became city lord also made it clear that it is impossible to detect with any ordinary means. That is good to know, he nodded, one fear expelled from his mind. What are your thoughts on expanding the area? And if a city or just small town is to be built, where will it be? I talked over this with Hank, and I think we will keep the valley clear of any buildings, make it a restricted area. That way you can get your desired peace, and we can protect the pylon more easily. Your role, as we talked about earlier, is to be the mysterious protector living here. If luck has it, many will likely even think you are the source of beasts staying away and not the pylon, she said. Painting me out to be some kind of monster, aren't you? He joked. A little, she chuckled, returning the smile. But isn't that good? Who wants to mess with a monster? I guess that is fine. So what is your first plan of action? Jake asked, changing the subject away from his own supposed monstrosity. To build you a house, she answered promptly. Look around you, for God's sake. You just have furniture standing on the bare ground right next to a pond. If anyone needs a house, it's you. Of course, that will also have the practical implication of hiding the pylon as discussed, she explained. Jake tried to argue back a few times, but was shot down promptly at every turn. Miranda had come determined to make the first structure his house, whether he liked it or not, and Jake had to admit that maybe it was a bit too silly having even bookcases standing out in the open like this. In the end, they agreed, and with a huge smile, Miranda went to fetch Hank. It wouldn't be built in a day, but they still needed to plan out what exactly to make. And as Hank would be the one actually making it, he kind of needed to be present for that state. Who came back wasn't only Hank, however, but the two kids also following behind him. Jake had at least covered himself with a simple shirt at this time, and the instant he sensed them coming, he also hid his face once more by making the mask reappear. They had decided that he would keep up his mysterious persona even towards Hank and the two kids. Because while Miranda trusted Hank, she didn't trust Hank not to tell his kids, and from what he heard, Louise was a real tattler. While they had seen his face once, it shouldn't lead to any issues in the future. Heck, Miranda could likely convince them that it was just an illusion or something if it came down to it. Sadly, he only had 2 chairs, so they ended up all just standing as they met in front of the pond in solidarity. Hank was the first to speak. This is where we want to build, he asked, looking at the bookcases, chairs, and bed. It is a bit close to the water, but it is more than doable. A man of action. Jake liked that as he didn't even have to say anything, with Hank already surveying the area. Any preferred material? He asked, quickly adding, I would advise wood as I have a profession specialized in making wooden structures, and wood is abundant being in a forest and all. But if you want, we can dig up some clay and make bricks, but it will take far longer. Wood is fine as long as it can stand high heat, he answered, thinking of his alchemy. It would suck to burn down his new home first thing. Shouldn't be a problem. I got an enchantment to help with that, he nodded. I plan on doing a simple one-plane wooden lodge, 2 entrances, one at the front, one at the back leading directly out to the pond while adding a small terrace of sorts. Louise, the girl, who Jake had noticed still staring at him weirdly, quickly took out a stack of papers from who knows where as well as summoned a small pen. Both likely conjured through some skill. Louise got an artist profession, one related to drawing and painting, Miranda explained, as the young girl began drawing something on the paper. Hank was standing behind her, pointing and giving pointers here and there. The young man Mark just stood awkwardly at the back, having clearly followed along. He didn't want to be left alone when everyone else went to the valley. After 10 minutes or so, the father and daughter pair had a sketch ready, one Jake just approved without looking at it much. He had never really been picky about where he lived, and his current stance was that anything was better than nothing. Putting on a second floor if needed in the future is also possible. How about a cellar? Hank asked. No need, Jake quickly dismissed. That would just reveal the damn pylon right away, though on second thought. Actually, yeah, make us. Could be useful. Hank was a bit confused at his quick dismissal into a full 180 but just shrugged. After a bit longer, Hank and his kids left to collect some wood and further refine the plan, Jake and Miranda being the only ones left in the valley. A cellar? She asked, confused. Yeah, but not directly below the house. I got a plan. He couldn't help smiling as he explained his genius plan. Chapter 135, First World Problems. Jake sat cursing to himself near the cave entrance he had exited just a bit over a day ago. He wasn't here for a rematch with the indigo mushroom, but instead just to do his alchemy. The reason for his sour mood was because he, in his stupidity, forgot the book he was right in the middle of reading back at the pond. Could he go back and get it? In theory, yes. Would he? Hell no. They had already begun constructing his new house, and Miranda, together with Louise, seemed very adamant about him staying away until it was done, something that should take less than a week. While they hadn't explicitly stated he couldn't go there, he very much got that feeling from them. He had helped a bit by leaving behind a few dozen potions of all three kinds. They were some of the mid-tier iterations he made in his 2 weeks of mass production, but they were still peak inferior or common. He had explained to Miranda about his plan of making the cellar. They had decided to simply build around the pillar while making the cellar, to make the basement a square with a hole in the middle holding the pylon, it merely looking like a supporting beam for the entire house. It wasn't strictly necessary due to the builder profession's skills and the far improved raw materials compared to pre-system construction, but aesthetically, it would look relatively normal. The reason why he wanted to do it like that was relatively simple. He wanted to make that cellar into his secret alchemy lab to truly keep anyone out, which meant that he would make it a place where no one could easily enter. He had learned from both Duskleaf and the Viper that alchemists of the Malefic Viper often designed their labs with affinities in mind. They often flooded a room with a certain kind of poison gas, creating a field of deadly miasma where anyone without strong poison resistance would quickly find themselves poisoned and dying. If he could do that in the cellar, it would function as both an improved lab and at the same time keep anyone too nosy out. Quite a win-win if he said so himself. And from how Hank spoke during their final stages of planning, the man seemed like he knew how to do his job. The fact that he had been working in construction before the system was showing, though it was a bit surprising that the quiet kid Mark had followed in his father's footsteps and chosen the builder profession. In retrospect, this was quite a nice thing, as it would speed up the construction by quite a bit. Louise served as the architect, and Miranda was apparently still messing around with her new skills. She had been above level 40 before her profession change, but surprisingly hadn't lost a single skill. She had only gained new ones. A part of Jake couldn't help but wonder if this could somehow be metagamed by switching between professions, but then again, it more likely just had something to do with the City Lord profession being unique. He was sure that he would have lost any skills related to the Malefic Viper if he changed, and speaking of skills associated with the Malefic Viper, he felt level 70 creep closer than ever before, so with nothing else to do, he began making the final push. As his book was left behind, he just began experimenting instead. He already had gotten a few ideas, so he started by testing those. He still had many ingredients from the challenge dungeon left, and he reckoned some of those had to be useful. Only a few hours later, he got his level. Ding. Profession, Prodigious Alchemist of the Malefic Viper, has reached level 70 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points and with it the expected message. Prodigious Alchemist of the Malefic Viper profession skills available. The last time he got a skill at level 60, he got offered quite a few useful skills, with Sagacity of the Malefic Viper being the clear standout. It was a no-brainer, but when he opened it this time, he saw 5 options as always. He ignored 2 of them right away, both of them being rare skills related to being some fanatical prophet for the Viper or whatever. No, the issue was the next 3. Wings of the Malefic Viper Ancient, refusing to remain earthbound. The Malefic Viper sprung wings to devour the skies. You too refuse to be earthbound. Allows the alchemist to summon 2 phantasmal wings and take flight. While active, you can burn the blood within the wings and release potent toxic fumes. The toxicity and effect of the poison are based on blood of the Malefic Viper. Toughness and maneuverability of the wings and speed are based primarily on agility, but receive a bonus from all physical stats. The wings count as part of your body for all relevant skills. Passively provides 1 agility per level in Prodigious Alchemist of the Malefic Viper. May the sight of your wings be the harbinger of death. Fang of the Malefic Viper Ancient, When born, the viper had little weapons to fight with, yet it prevailed only with its fangs. Its bites the deliver of death. As a human, you have taken inspiration and learned to apply the same concept. Allows the alchemist to coat his teeth in deadly venom, sharing all the same effects as blood of the malefic viper in an empowered state. Additionally, all poisons you have crafted or created are significantly more effective when injected directly into the body of your foes. Passively provides 1 strength per level in Prodigious Alchemist of the Malefic Viper. May you bring death in a single strike. Pride of the Malefic Viper, ancient. The arrogance and strong will of the Malefic Viper is known throughout the multiverse. Now you have learned to take after him, your own pride now a tangible weapon. Allows the alchemist to force their will upon the world far more easily. Significantly increases the effect of all words of power spoken. Your pride increases all resistance to any kind of mind-affecting effects, but be warned that it wanes in despair. Passively provides 1 willpower per level in Prodigious Alchemist of the Malefic Viper. May your will be truth, your pride eternal. Reading through all of them was quite something. Each one powerful, each one ominous in its own way. He wanted all of them, but he could only pick one. This was by far the most challenging skill choice he had ever had, truly the definition of a first-world problem. So he returned to his true and tested method of going through them one by one. Starting from the top as always. First off, Wings of the Malefic Viper. The biggest pro of this skill was in the name alone. Wings, flight. What human didn't desire to sprout wings and take to the air like a bird? It was enough for him to nearly make the impulsive decision of just picking the skill up right away. He had to calm himself down and analyze it more objectively. Of course, the ability to fly was a huge plus and would very likely serve him incredibly well in combat. One of his most significant weaknesses currently was his inability to move properly when airborne. He had to fire off blasts of mana to push him in different directions, and that was both ineffective and wasted a lot of mana. The part about burning the blood within the wings was also impressive. It even burned the blood from Jake's blood of the Malefic Viper, once more proving the synergy between all the skills. Burning this blood would give him an area of effectability. It could even be effective against the indigo mushroom that he was having trouble dealing with. If he could release toxic gas into the chamber, he could potentially kill it, though he seriously doubted it for several reasons. Likely it could just retreat underground or something. The final good part was the stats given. Outside of perception, agility was the stat Jake desired the most, and if he had to be honest with himself, needed most for direct combat. Perception was a weird stat that, while helping his damage quite a lot, didn't have much effect outside of boosting his skills and bloodline, at least not as far as he could directly tell. Agility, on the other hand, helped tremendously. It allowed Jake to move faster, improved his reaction speed, and of course, also helped boost pretty much all of his class-related abilities. It was a stat he very much wanted, and picking the skill would instantly get him 70 in it. Factoring in his title bonuses, it would be closer to 120, but all of the skills gave stats. Another stat Jake felt like he could never have enough of was strength. Fang of the Malefic Viper was a skill that was clearly just directly combat-related. Didn't even appear to have a single application while doing alchemy. Then again, neither did the wings. The application for combat it gave was quite massive for his current fighting style. He chose to completely ignore the part about coating his teeth in poison, as there was no way he would go around biting people. He wasn't some kind of vampire. Wait, do vampires exist now? Do they sparkle or not? Moving on. It also again borrowed from Blood of the Malefic Viper. He was happy that he had managed to upgrade it to Ancient Rarity, as it would hamper many other skills if he hadn't. Then again, maybe he wouldn't have even gotten these options without it. Thinking back, he didn't have any of them when he hit 60 despite the skill being upgraded then. Sagacity might have also been a prerequisite. Focusing back on Fang, however, there wasn't honestly much to say about it. It was relatively simple, but would very likely provide him the most significant boost in overall fighting power here and now. Making all toxins he injected directly into his enemies stronger was just massive. He knew it worked with his arrows. Why he knew, he didn't know. He just did. If he had to guess, it was likely related to Sagacity giving him knowledge of things. But the knowledge still felt locked away for the most part. So if he purely wanted to be stronger in combat, he would go for Fang. Wing and Fang had both been relatively straightforward, but the last one was a bit of a curveball. Pride of the Malefic Viper was the kind of skill that had more things in the description he didn't get than he actually understood. Sagacity was not helping at all here for some reason. Honestly, what the hell? Force his will upon the world. Words of power. He didn't get any of those. Like, could he just think stuff and then it happened? Was that what it meant by forcing his will upon the world? Maybe it instead was some kind of mind-affecting skill. One part of the skill he did get was the fact that it improved his mental defenses. That part he very much desired. However, he did find the whole wanes in despair part a bit ominous. Getting more stats in willpower was also easily understood. However, Jake had to say that the stat was his most useless by far. Aside from the passive effects of improving mental defenses and increasing mana regeneration, he didn't notice it at all. Even the mana regeneration part barely mattered as he chugged down mana potions like a teenager consumed energy drinks during a 24-hour gaming session. The mental defenses were passive, making it also unnoticeable. He had already been explained that willpower didn't help with mental things that weren't affected by skills, so it wasn't like he could overcome his social anxiety by dumping more stats into it. If that worked, he wouldn't find talking to anyone besides Miranda as complicated as he did. It was pretty safe to say that he wouldn't go with pride. He knew that he would pick up all 3 skills, the next one at 80 and the final at 90. If he also managed to get his sense and touch of the Malefic Viper to ancient rarity, and his theory proved true, he would have completed the set. For now, however, he needed to make a choice. He liked pretty much all of them, the last one the least, of course. Now he just needed to decide. After sitting for a while, unable to decide on anything, he took out a piece of paper and wrote down each skill's pros and cons. Wings of the Malefic Viper. Pros, freaking wings. Gives agility, best. Good in combat, area of effect attack cons, lots of unknowns as to the strength of the wings, not as useful impossible to use in small spaces. Fang of the Malefic Viper, pros, best in combat, can technically make an improved version of Blood of the Malefic Viper, can technically bite people better, gives strength second best. Cons, does not give flight, I don't want to bite people, a relatively simple skill. Pride of the Malefic Viper, pros, increases mental defense. Probably other good things. Cons, not understanding half of what it does, needs to avoid despair obvious, gives willpower worst stat, limited to no use in combat when fighting enemies not using mind-affecting skills. Also no flight. Alright, he thought, pride is out, I just don't know enough about it. So the decision was between Fang and Wings. His intuition was annoyingly silent. He nearly wanted to just sit down and grind another 10 levels in alchemy and pick both of them at once, but knew that wasn't possible. He even considered just flipping a coin for a moment. It was stupid, but he just couldn't decide. He had always sucked at making important decisions like this. He remembered how he spent over an hour unable to decide between getting a black or a silver car. It wasn't until his dad hit him over the head and told him just to pick one. So he got the blue car. If he really had to put on his full analysis glasses, he would have to rate Fang of the Malefic Viper highest. The wings mainly provided flight and poison in an area. He didn't really need an area skill as he was now, and the wings also had limited use. For pure travel, he was nearly 100% sure 1 step mile was still superior. It was an ancient skill designed for efficient travel, while the wings had many other things packed into the skill. And while agility would be better than strength, both stats were tremendously powerful. One could even argue that strength could be best in some cases, as it would have a higher impact on Jake's infused power shot than agility. So when he added all of the factors up, he would have to go with Fang of the Malefic Viper being superior. Improved effectiveness to all his poisons was just too good. It was still his main source of damage against powerful foes. His analysis complete, he naturally picked Wings of the Malefic Viper, because flight. Chapter 136, How to Train Your Dragon Wings. He flew through the air like an elegant bird. He soared as no human had ever done before, by which he meant failing miserably and falling 100 meters, all while flailing his wings uselessly before smashing headfirst into the ground. Only a quarter of an hour earlier, he experienced the wonders of having wings for the first time. Unfortunately, unlike most other skills, this one didn't come with as much innate knowledge as one would hope, which is to say, nothing on how the heck to fly at all. When he got the skill, he instantly felt the effect of his increased agility. Every movement became a bit faster, his reactions a bit sharper. Summoning the wings came just after, another easy process. That part of the skill it did tell him how to do. The wings were entirely black, with small, almost invisible dark green veins running along the fleshy part of them. They were a bit like those of a bat, or well, a dragon. He had seen those wings before on the weird copy of himself that he faced during the trial of myriad poisons. It did raise a few questions if he was walking the same path as that lunatic version of himself, but he didn't feel like he was. The mere fact that he could think of that version as a lunatic was perhaps proof enough he wasn't. Feeling the wings was easy. It felt like growing 2 extra limbs, which in itself was quite challenging. Jake felt like he could make motions no other limb could, and it took him a few minutes to learn how to at least try and flap them a bit. Which is the moment he decided, in his incredible moment of arrogance, to use a full-powered badger jump and take to the skies. Believing the ability of flight would come to him like a bird pushed out of the nest by its mother, completely forgetting that those birds often just fell to the ground the first many times. So with that, he now found himself lying on the ground, his 2 wings out to his sides, undamaged by the fall. He honestly wasn't sure what the hell it meant for them to be phantasmal, though. They appeared very much physical to his eyes. The only difference was that they didn't break his clothes. They sprung out of his back, completely ignoring the fact that his armor was in the way. Quite handy and convenient, actually. On that note, his armor had been repaired after his encounter with the indigo mushroom by now. Getting up once more, he wasn't at all deterred by his initial failure. As a certain man once said, it isn't about how hard you fall when you fail at flying, but how fast you get up to repeat that failure. Something like that anyway. Another jump later, and he fell to the ground slightly slower this time, even gliding a bit towards the end. Progress. By now, he had learned that his wings didn't actually consume as much stamina as he expected. Far from it, in fact. Summoning them in the first place did consume a lot of mana, but once summoned, keeping them up was practically free. It was a bit like his scales, actually, but far less draining. And speaking of scales, the wings were naturally covered in them. Jake was sure that it borrowed directly from the skill itself, and that the scales had the exact same properties. This made sense and made him suspect that scales was another prerequisite for getting the wings to begin with. The next few hours were spent jumping up and trying not to fall too fast. After an hour, Jake managed to even get in a few solid flaps for a bit of uplift before falling down once more. This only fueled his enthusiasm to keep practicing. In less than a day, he went from being a chick right out of the nest to what he would describe as adequate, which is to say he could kind of fly at that time. Standing on the ground, he didn't jump this time but instead flapped his wings. With a single movement, he shot into the air, dust kicking up all around him. He reached a few hundred meters into the air with a few more moves of his wings before he began flying horizontally. It was a bit wobbly at first, but he managed to get in a good groove soon after. He quickly learned that flapping his wings repeatedly only made it harder for himself. It was instead about finding the balance between gliding and flapping. The speed was quite fast when he tried, faster than sprinting on the ground at least. If compared to one-step mile, however, there was no comparison. Maybe only in extremely harsh terrain would it be faster flying over it, but in the end, being able to literally step through space itself was just too fast. Flying towards the ground, he gracefully folded his wings while still a few meters above ground and fell the rest of the way. Yeah, he hadn't quite figured out the landing part yet. His stamina was also getting relatively low at this point. It hadn't been topped up when he began, and he had been flying around constantly since the day before. This was even while drinking a potion here and there during his practice session. Sitting down in meditation, he focused on the feelings of the wings on his back. He was glad that they didn't disappear even while meditating. He couldn't move them, but he could still feel them. Feel the energy within them. It didn't come as a surprise that his inner energy ran through the wings. Like they were true limbs, he could also feel that he would lose health and not mana should he be hit on the wings. However, it was a weird phenomenon that he could summon wings with mana, which could directly hurt his health. He still had a ways to go before he would be able to soar through the sky like a human-shaped eagle, but he had hope. It was a childish dream for most humans to fly like birds in the sky, and Jake was no different. Even with his limited ability to fly, he still felt a unique sense of freedom. Like an entirely new dimension of possibilities was opened up to him. He was now no longer bound by the ground. Taking his attention off the wings, he decided to check his status to see the growth it had gone through. Status name: Jake Thane. Race: Human. LVL 76. Class: Ambitious Hunter. LVL 83. Profession: Prodigious Alchemist of the Malefic Viper. LVL 70. Health points: HP 10,541. 10710 mana points. MP 8245. 12150 stamina 2135. 8220 stats. Strength 638. Agility 987. Endurance 822. Vitality 1071. Toughness 689. Wisdom 972. Intelligence 471. Perception 1779. Willpower 592. Free points 0. Titles: Forerunner of the New World, Bloodline Patriarch, Holder of a Primordial's True Blessing, Dungeoneer V, Dungeon Pioneer V, Legendary Prodigy, Prodigious Slayer of the Mighty, Kingslayer. Nobility: Earl, Progenitor of the 93 Third Universe. Class: Skills: Basic One-Handed Weapons Inferior, Advanced Stealth Common, Advanced Archery Common, Basic Twin Fang Style Uncommon, Basic Shadow Vault of Umbra Uncommon, Splitting Arrow Uncommon, Hunter's Tracking Uncommon, Big Game Hunter Rare, Infused Powershot Rare, Mark of the Ambitious Hunter Rare, Descending Dark Fang Rare, Limit Break Rare, One Step Mile Ancient, Moment of the Primal Hunter Legendary, Gaze of the Apex Hunter Legendary. Profession: Skills: Herbology Common, Brew Potion Common, Concoct Poison Common, Alchemist's Purification Common, Alchemical Flame Common, Toxicology Uncommon, Cultivate Toxin Uncommon, Malefic Viper's Poison Rare, Sense of the Malefic Viper Epic, Touch of the Malefic Viper Epic, Scales of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Palate of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Blood of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Sagacity of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Wings of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Blessing, True Blessing of the Malefic Viper Blessing. True Race: Skills: Endless Tongues of the Myriad Races. Unique: Identify common, thoughtful meditation uncommon. Shroud of the primordial divine, bloodline. Bloodline of the primal hunter, bloodline ability, unique. It was indeed starting to get a bit long. Jake also couldn't help but find the disparity between his class and profession skills a bit comical. He was a hunter, even had a bloodline to confirm it, and yet his profession was clearly miles upon miles ahead. Without his bloodline and the tutorial rewards, the best class skill he had would still only be rare. He also thought that his archery, still being only advanced archery, stuck out like a sore thumb. He had felt it being close to an upgrade even before fighting the great white stag, and yet he had failed to get it upgraded even now. Perhaps it was time for him to focus a bit on his class once more, but he knew he had at least 2 potent ancient rarity skills waiting for him at both 80 and 90 in his profession. While his class skills so far, while useful, had often been rather hit or miss, he was still a bit sour about how he hadn't gotten anything good at 80. Even after he had miraculously just killed the monster that was the king of the forest, he hadn't been rewarded with a great skill. Instead, he had to take one offered prior and settled on hunter's tracking, a skill he hadn't even used a single time yet. I had a reason to pick it, though he thought as he once more considered if he really shouldn't be out looking for his family. The Viper had said they were fine, and that trying to track them down was a fool's errand. One of the downsides of meditation was that he had nothing but his own mind to occupy himself while using it. Luckily, he had his sphere, which allowed him not to be entirely confined within himself. He spread out his mana and began just practicing manipulating that to take his mind off things. He needed to keep working, keep moving forward. Another one coming. Hank yelled as he finally managed to chop the tree down. Mark stood below, ready to carry it back. Not that Hank couldn't do it alone with his high strength. A tree was just far too unwieldy. They had only been working for a few days now, and they were far ahead of schedule. It did help quite a lot that the masked guy had dug out the basement before they even began. Its shape was a bit weird though, but based on the look Miranda gave him, he shouldn't question it. Besides, having an extra pillar of support to lean the wood against while building made his job easier. During the tutorial, he had managed to evolve his profession to woodland builder. It allowed him to craft things out of wood far more easily. While one may question why he didn't aim for one related to metal or even just stone or clay, the reason was simple. He believed wood had the most potential. Strong wood was far easier to find than strong rock or clay. As living things, they naturally absorbed mana, making them far more durable than pre-system trees. This made them naturally inclined to be infused with additional mana, thus easing the process of shaping and enchanting the materials. Even the wood he was chopping down for the lodge was hard for him to cut into. This was even with a skill that made logging easier from his profession, and a skill related to his class, making his axe attacks stronger. He had to admit that the manual labor he was doing now was far more fulfilling than running for your life from beasts. It gave him a sliver of normalcy, despite how absurd it still was to hoist an entire tree over his shoulder. He also had his reservation about the whole city thing. That is until he actually got a system prompt asking him if he wanted to become a citizen of unnamed city. Yes, it just called it unnamed because apparently the masked guy and Miranda hadn't talked about a name yet. The whole concept of this being a city was just silly to him. There was not a single building, and it was clearly still just a wild forest. The only difference was the lack of monsters in the area. Miranda had told him of her profession change, something granted to her by the masked man. Once more he had his reservations, but it didn't appear like it had any adverse effects on her. It was quite suspect why he would grant something like that for free, however. Overall, there were just so many absurd things he decided just to roll with it. If building a lodge could somehow placate the masked man and allow them to live in this protected land, he was all for it. If it even included Miranda somehow leading whatever they were building, he was even more for it. His number one priority was the safety of his children, after all, both of which also agreed to stay here, Louise even appearing quite pushy in making them stay. Perhaps she was just happy to have finally found some peace in this chaotic new world. She was clearly enjoying being able to sit down and draw, already working on additional building plans if they ever planned on expanding. Mark was the same as before. He was good at just going with the flow and had instantly volunteered to help build the lodge. With Louise functioning as an architect of sorts with her drawing skill, it all went even better. After carrying the tree back, he began chopping it up into more useful pieces, as Mark helped him shape them with a builder's skill to be placed as flooring for the ground floor. The basement was already more or less done, and now just needed the lodge itself on top. They went with a relatively simple style of just stacking some of the thinner wooden logs on top of each other to form the walls. Very much in the style of a log cabin, but Hank wasn't quite sure if you could really call the finished product that. It would actually be rather big, around 100 square meters just for the flat ground floor, with a basement around 2/3 of that. They planned on making only 2 rooms, a bedroom, and just a big common area. The cellar they had been told just to stay away from trying to do anything with. Windows were the most challenging part of the construction. Louise and Mark had agreed to try and work together on that. With Louise having fire spells and Mark a builder class, perhaps they could shape a proper window. If not, they would just have to come up with some other solution. As he worked, he suddenly spotted something out from the corner of his eye. He looked up as he saw what looked like a human with wings flying after a smaller bird. They were quickly hidden by the canopy of the trees, making Hank question himself. Must have been seeing things, he thought, shaking his head. Chapter 137, I Believe I Can Fly. By far, the king of the forest was the strongest enemy Jake had ever faced, yet he had won in the end. It was a hard fight, sure, but he always kept his head cool to look for a way to victory, a mindset he had kept from then to now. He thought the king would be his most significant challenge for a good while, until he met it. It was more insidious than any enemy he could ever imagine. Its cruelty and evil instincts were overflowing with every one of its actions. Jake had been practicing his flying once more after his round of meditation, practicing gliding around and not falling down, until suddenly he sensed it in his sphere. A figure had invaded it and was fast making its way towards him, faster than anything he had encountered since the king, even quicker than the mantis. He was prepared for an attack, but it never came. Instead, the figure appeared right beside him, where he saw its form clearly. It looked like an ordinary hawk, but Identify made it clear it wasn't. Gelsong Hawk LVL-90, it was the smallest beast he had ever seen at such a high level. It didn't appear to have grown a single centimeter from when it was just an average everyday hawk, but what it lacked in size, it clearly made up for in speed. As he observed it, so did it observe him back. Perhaps he had entered its area, him now being well and truly outside of the boundary of the city. It looked at him and scoffed. How he knew it scoffed, he didn't know. He just did. It sped up as it passed him, only to make a large circle and fly right up to him again on his other side, repeating the same damn scoff as it began circling above and beneath him, Jake just silently gliding along in a straight line. Clearly, it didn't get the reaction it wanted, as Jake just tried to ignore it. He wasn't in any shape to fight it in the air, and so far he hadn't actually felt any aggression. It also wasn't the first bird or flying creature he came across, so it wasn't that interesting. And then it did it. It flew up once more, flying right above Jake. He ignored it, but then suddenly it sped up and headed straight for the top of his head. His danger sense didn't even give him a small warning before he felt it. It fucking pecked him, right on his noggin. An absolutely unprovoked attack. Didn't do any damage, but it still hurt like hell. Not physically, mentally. What the fuck? He cursed it out loud as he began wobbling back and forth in the air. He had to use all his focus on stabilizing himself once more, a challenging endeavor with the damn bird still flying in circles around him. After he barely managed to avoid spiraling out of control and falling to the ground, the next attack came. This time, it just flew up in front of him and flapped one of its wings into his face. He tried to grab it with his hands, but the bird was far faster than him. What the, he thought, as he was forced to flap his wings uncontrollably, trying to remain in the air. The bird kept looking at him as he flapped desperately. It attacked once more by firing a blast of wind in his direction, hitting one of the wings. Surprisingly, this blow didn't destabilize him at all, but did the exact opposite. He was wholly balanced for a brief moment before he flapped the wing on the other side, putting him off balance once again. The hawk gave him a glance that he could only interpret as a mix between annoyance and disappointment. Releasing another gust of wind, Jake, this time, didn't try to avoid it but simply let it hit. For a second, he felt like his flying went far smoother than before. What is up with this bird? He questioned. It clearly wasn't actually attacking him, but rather it felt like it was reprimanding him for something. Did it not like his way of flying, or what? For a while this went on. The hawk was flying around Jake, occasionally striking with blasts of wind, as he just tried to adapt to the situation. His resentment slowly began to turn to gratefulness as the bird took hours out of its day to teach him. However, the entirely needless pecks and slaps with its wings weren't very welcome or productive. While attempting to land, he spectacularly failed once more as he crashed into a tree. He got up just in time to see the bird sitting on a branch looking down on him judgingly. "Give me a break, I have had wings for less than 2 days," he complained out loud. The bird just kept looking at him with the same admonishing gaze. He took a stamina potion to replenish his fast-emptying pool of internal energy while sitting on a fallen log. This action got a hint of interest from the bird as it looked inquisitively at the bottle in his hand. Jake noticed this as he took out another. "Want one?" Even if it didn't understand his words, it clearly got the gist of his meaning. Moving one of its wings, a gust of wind picked up the bottle as Jake allowed it to be blown out of his hand. The hawk caught it with one of its talons without even moving from the tree, surprising Jake with its high skill in manipulating wind. It was pure manipulation, not unlike his own manipulation of pure mana or what the metal caster had done with metals. It looked at the bottle for a few seconds before it ripped the small cork out with its beak. After smelling the liquid for a second and throwing Jake yet another glance, seeing him also drinking one, it lifted up the bottle and emptied its contents down its throat. Jake considered for a moment if potions even worked for birds, but its next action confirmed that it indeed did. It flapped its wings in a happy motion as it threw the now empty bottle towards him. Potions are awesome, right? He laughed as the bird screeched in approval. He sat for a while just looking at the bird, thinking of what exactly it wanted. Its action today just seemed so random. By now he was used to beasts either running away or attacking him. One just deciding to chill with him was a new experience for sure. While thinking, he tried flapping his wings a bit behind him to familiarize himself with the feeling, unbeknownst to him, insulting the bird once more. It flew down and gave him a nice peck on top of his head. Ow, what the hell? This only got him an angry chirp in response as it landed on another branch. Jake just looked at it, considering how novel the experience of chilling with this sadistic bird truly was. Did it just like pecking him or what? Trying to ignore it, he began practicing with his wings once more, and a few seconds later got hit by a gust of wind, making him fall backward off the log he was resting on. Okay, what? He looked up at it, questionably. Was him flapping his damn wings so insulting? This time it answered by flapping its wings in a silly way, making it look like a newborn chick. Jake thought it was funny until it fired a blast of wind at him. That is when he got it. Is it calling me a stupid chick? Am I doing it wrong? He questioned. Hey, if the bird was willing to teach, he was ready to learn. It answered by slowly lifting its wings and making a few flapping movements in slow motion. Jake got the hint as he began imitating its movements. Only for a few seconds, though, before his left wing was hit by yet another blast of wind. This time he didn't get angry as he noted that he had indeed messed up. He nodded as he began adjusting his motions according to the directions of the hawk. From an outsider's perspective, the entire situation was bizarre, to say the least. A human with wings sitting on a log imitating a screeching hawk, apologizing every time he was hit with a blast of wind without any complaint. Jake felt happy with the arrangement, but sadly all things had to end. Only a few hours of practice in, the bird suddenly stopped giving directions as it looked up to the sky. Jake followed its gaze and saw nothing but soon noticed that it was preparing to take flight. Without thinking, he did the same as the two of them took off at the same time. Once more imitating the bird, Jake made a mighty flap, shooting him up in the air. Instantly he felt the difference in his movements. He felt in control of his wings, and in conjunction also how he moved through the air. It wasn't even close to the hawk's level, but far, far better than before. He followed the hawk through the air as it threw a few glances his way. On the other hand, Jake's eyes were focused on the wings of the hawk as it flew elegantly through the air. Of course, there was a big difference between a human's physique with wings and a hawk's, but many concepts were nevertheless the same. One of the first things he had noticed upon taking flight the first time was the internal energy movements in the wings. It allowed him to fly despite the questionable aerodynamics and other inconsequential things, such as fundamental physics. Then again, he did remember reading how dragons wouldn't actually be able to fly at all. They were simply too heavy and their wings too small, which didn't appear to faze any of the dragons he had seen in visions so far, meaning that naturally, magic was involved. Jake also noticed that the hawk was using its wind manipulation actively while flying. It was small, subtle things, such as giving itself a slight updraft or blowing a small gust of wind into itself to turn faster. He had also seen and felt it using wind to speed itself up to ludicrous levels, but right now, it was being rather nice and allowed him to keep up. He said aloud as it could clearly outpace him if it so wished, despite his speed increasing after their training session. They ended up flying together for 20 or so minutes, Jake learning a lot once more on the brief journey. But suddenly the hawk fired a gust of wind at him, forcing him to slow down. Momentarily confused, he looked at it but was just met with another blast of wind. Its intentions now clear. It was telling him not to follow it any further than this. Don't want me to follow? He asked, not exactly expecting an answer. And of course he didn't get an answer. Instead, he just hovered in the air, the hawk hovering ahead of him too. It looked behind it a few times, making Jake suspect it didn't want him to see something in that direction. A wish he decided to. All right, I'm taking a break down here, he said, pointing down to the forest below. See ya later. With that, he began flying downward and saw the hawk also turn around to fly in the direction it was flying before. He sincerely hoped it would come back to him later. Despite his initial hatred, he had actually come to like his feathered teacher over the last few hours. Landing on the ground once more, he didn't waste any time taking out his cauldron. He wanted to concoct some more stamina potions, as his consumption of those had increased tremendously with his flying practice. And if the hawk wanted a potion too here and there, his expenditure would only increase further. Though getting a grade a flying teacher like the hawk for only a few stamina potions was more than worth it, he still wasn't sure why it decided to help him in the first place, and at this point, he didn't care to question it anymore. Rather just write it up to curiosity or pure goodwill. He still had the poison for the indigo mushroom on his mind, but for now, it would have to be pushed back. Learning to use his wings and flying, in general, took precedence for now. He hadn't even explored the poison fumes aspect of the wings yet. That would have to wait for him not being in the middle of a forest. He had a solid feeling poison gas wouldn't do anything good to his immediate surroundings, and as a regular rule, he preferred living plants over dead ones. Except for mushrooms. Fuck mushrooms. Mushrooms aren't even plants to begin with. Taking out his ingredients, he began crafting the potions as he was humming to himself. Despite the terrible start with the hawk pecking his head over and over, the day turned out quite good anyway. He was having fun. Cauldron after cauldron of stamina potions was made, giving him a good 40 potions in total throughout his crafting session. By now, the sun had set, and it was night once more. Not that it had any particular effect on his vision, as the little light the moon and stars provided made everything clear as day to him. Just as he wasn't expecting the hawk to turn up again, he felt a presence approach him. Moments later, the familiar figure entered his sphere once more. He didn't hesitate to pack away his cauldron as he got up and summoned his wings once more. Landing on a branch, the hawk looked down at him for but a moment before it took flight once more. He understood instantly. It was practice time again, Jake following along with a big flap of his own wings. Soaring into the night sky, he followed the hawk as they flew higher and higher. Small clouds hung far above, and from their direction, that was their target. Jake couldn't help but smile as he felt the rush of wind on his face. The forest below and stars above. A human and a hawk, soaring through the air, unlikely companions as they were. Chapter 138, Viewing Party. Archery had for many years been a vital part of Jake's life. It was his escape from work, stress, and intrusive thoughts before the system. After the system, it had been the tool that allowed him to fight and survive, especially in the beginning. So not getting the skill upgraded to anything higher than common rarity after so long had been a real thorn in his side, an annoyance every time he opened his status menu. It was only made worse by his intuition telling him he was oh so close to the upgrade all the damn time. He just needed that one final push, a final round of truly contemplating his bowmanship. The thing that pushed the skill further turned out to not be a life and death battle, but instead an awkward struggle in midair as he tried to figure out how the hell to hit the damn birds flying all around him. Advanced archery, common. Expert archery, uncommon. It came the moment he hit his first bird. He felt an odd sense of pride that he quite honestly shouldn't have, considering he had fired over a dozen arrows already. Meanwhile, his bird buddy had ripped apart more than 20 of the attacking flock, while still somehow finding time to send him condescending glances. Blades of wind revolved around the hawk at all times, cutting into anything that came even close. On the other hand, Jake spent more time being badgered by the birds that kept pecking and slapping him with their wings in flybys. After the first few only managed to harm themselves as they chipped their beaks on his scales, they stopped attacking him in melee and instead fired blasts of mana at him. Not that those blasts did any damage either. It only served to annoy Jake further as he tried to stabilize himself midair while at the same time trying to knock yet another arrow, failing miserably as he could barely stop himself from falling to the ground. But the experience had still somehow pushed his archery skill to the next level. Perhaps it was the ridiculous level of focus he was forced to apply, as he had to not only focus on his archery and hitting a flying enemy, but also controlling his own wings meanwhile. He didn't feel much difference from the upgrade, likely due to his lack of ability to focus on the simple act of drawing a string and firing an arrow in his current predicament. In the end, he had enough as he opened his eyes wide at the flock of birds. Gaze of the apex hunter, his eyes shone an intense yellow sheen as the flock of birds all just stopped and fell to the ground one by one. Bloody tears ran down his cheeks as he was forced to shut them, but it had done the job. You have slain starling flock bird LVL 14, experience earned. You have slain starling flock bird LVL 18, experience earned. You have slain starling flock bird LVL 34, experience earned. Nearly all of them died instantly. Only a few survived due to their higher level but found themselves frozen and quickly cut apart by the hawk's blades of wind. The entire sky now basked in eerie silence as Jake spoke. Villy, are you having a viewing party or what? I got used to your staring, but please don't invite friends over or I'll have to charge you for it. It's distracting as hell. Inside the Order of the Malefic Viper, in the most prestigious of chambers where only the Malefic Viper could enter, just a few moments before Jake began considering charging for a media license, a man lay with his arms behind his head, staring at the ceiling. 3 women, barely covered by the thin sheets on the bed, lay around him, trying sheepishly to entice him into another round. Each of them with beautiful long green hair, emerald eyes, and bodies that anyone would call photoshopped if they saw a picture. The man was not human either, but covered in a thin layer of scales, with long black hair and dark green eyes that pierced the soul. The Malefic Viper hadn't had a round of nightly activity for eras, and from the ladies' reactions, he hadn't lost his touch quite yet, his non-deadly kind of touch. You said that you met one of our descendants not long ago. One of the women asked as she twirled her finger on his chest. The scales didn't bother her in the slightest, quite the opposite in fact. Yeah, Viridia, current hall master of the only hall left, so the leader of the mortal part of the order, he answered. "So, whose is she?" one of the other women asked. "She can't be mine. I have never been with anyone but my lord," the third one stated proudly. "Oh, what about that gallant guy we met back in Elwood? You spent a few millennia in his little treehouse, if I recall." The first woman smiled as she retorted. "That was so long ago, and the kids I had them weren't any good to begin with," she argued back. "Ladies, please," the Viper interrupted. "It doesn't matter now, does it? Besides, she's quite the fine young lass, so there is nothing to be embarrassed about." "She could be mine then," the third one said, making a complete 180, earning only a sigh from her two sisters. The three women were known as the Ladies of the Verdant Lagoon. The Viper had first met them when they were only C-tier, and they had joined his order. It was another time, during the Third Era, back when his order was known and feared throughout the multiverse. As sisters, they all had immense talent and soared through the ranks. Shortly before attaining B-tier, he took all three of them as his women, and they had quite the passionate time together, thinking about it. He hadn't been with them since he met her during the 4th era. Needless to say, all three of them eventually attained godhood. It was quite rare for a family to all ascend like that, but the sisters had always shared a special bond. They fought together, had skills that were dependent on each other, and even their records had been tied together. Even Aversmal found their situation interesting enough to study at one point. They had forsaken everything that was individuality. Even their names were given up to bring them closer, the three of them now simply known as the First Sister of the Verdant Lagoon and so on. "Does this mean that you plan to call on all the hidden ones?" the first sister asked after a bit of silence. "Most have walked their own paths by now. I never bound them in any way, and they have no obligation to the order any longer," the Viper answered with a sigh as he recalled the past. "While I cannot speak for all others, my lord, I can say that us sisters were more than elated when we heard of your return, even more so when you reached out. You forbade us from coming to you, but I believe that most, if not all, would be more than happy to return to your side," she answered. "I know," he said, sighing, "but it is not time yet anyway. Just know that we are all eager to serve once more," she reiterated, as they let silence reclaim the room for a while. The Viper was staring at the ceiling again, his gaze piercing the void into the planet known as Earth, his favorite pastime these days. However, he tried not to overdo it. Besides, there were many other characters in the multiverse he enjoyed observing. As gods experienced with clairvoyance and farseeing, the sisters were aware of their lord's actions, that he was peering at Earth. As to who he was mainly observing, it was an easy guess. They found it peculiar and unusual for a god, much less a primordial, to care so much about mortal affairs. What makes that mortal human so special? The second sister asked, finally unable to hold herself back. "His name is Jake," the Viper answered. "He is a friend," she asked before she began laughing. "What a novel concept. It sounds like an interesting game." Turning to her, the Viper stared into her eyes, not a hint of jest in them. "I am serious." "But why?" the third sister asked, she too unable to hold her tongue. "To invest so much of your time and efforts into a mortal that could fall at any moment is just wasteful." Sighing, the Viper turned to all the sisters, asking, "Tell me, what am I to you?" "My lord, a supreme existence, the one above all in my heart." The answers came simultaneously, only the last one standing out a bit, yet they all had one thing in common. "And there you have it. To you three, I stand above you. I am your superior. Is that not only natural?" the first sister asked, a bit confused. "It is," the Viper agreed. "That is how the multiverse works after all. Power was what dictated everything. Respect was automatically earned simply by being powerful. It wasn't just a norm born out of habits or a social structure that had been adopted. It was natural law. A superior being suppressed those below them without even trying. One had to consciously hold back their aura, not to make those of lower rank feel an innate compulsion to submit. Even if someone could resist the compulsion, they would still be instilled with a sense of inferiority. As a primordial, the Viper was positioned at the apex of the multiverse. The beings he didn't naturally suppress in the multiverse were few and far between. For him to find someone he both didn't suppress and got along with was even harder, considering his eccentric personality. Yet a mortal had waltzed into his realm, not given a shit about his aura or the natural suppression he should feel. Instead, the human looked upon him like he was an absolute idiot when he, a mighty god, had tried to show off. It was a novel experience. He had even dared to give advice to a god. An F-grade was talking to a god as an equal. It was unheard of. It wasn't just a matter of pride or personality that allowed one to stand unfazed before a god, as a mortal much less F-grade before primordial. The Viper knew it had to be the peculiar bloodline Jake possessed that allowed him to do so. Of course, the Viper wouldn't have bothered as much if it was indeed just the bloodline making him stand out. Jake wasn't the first mortal he had met with the power to stand tall before gods. But he was the first to act like he was just meeting some random person on the subway. That he also turned out to possess monstrous potential was what sealed the deal for him. While the disparity between the two was nearly as wide as it could feasibly be in the multiverse, it didn't discourage the Viper at all. "I still don't get it. the second sister said, bringing the Viper's mind back to reality. And you don't have to. Just know that Jake sees me as an equal, and I see him in turn as an equal, he said. He knew it was useless to try and explain it. It was a concept that didn't make any sense to natives of the multiverse after all. Maybe something only those who had grown up in a world without levels and skills could understand. Immortality was a long time, and to a god, the life of a mortal, even an S-grade mortal, seemed infinitely short. Perhaps it was a way to protect themselves. But barely any gods had any serious relationships with anyone that weren't gods. Sometimes it was done with an S-grade near the peak if the god believed they would ascend, but even that was rare. The sisters tried asking a bit more, but in the end gave up, partly because they didn't get it at all, and partly because they feared angering the primordial by being too pesky. For him to share a bed with them was already a massive victory in their minds, and they didn't want to spoil the mood. But the third sister did give one last try after a while. Can we see this mortal? I am very interested to know more. Sure, the malefic Viper said. He materialized a screen in the air showing what he looked at earlier. A human with wings flew through the air with a bird that sometimes flew up and pecked him on his forehead. They appeared to be fighting some larger birds. None of the sisters cared much for the scuffle between E-grades, but still watched intently to try and comprehend what made the mortal so extraordinary. The fight ended rather quickly, the larger birds clearly being outmatched. The only interesting thing being the snickering of the Viper at the human's quite frankly horrendous flying skills. He full-on laughed when even the bird accosted him. It was boring to watch what was happening to the three female gods until the fight was truly done as he finished off a flock of smaller birds with some soul attack skill. And the human did something they didn't expect. He looked straight into the void where the Viper and three of them peered through and directly into their eyes. Villy, are you having a viewing party or what? I got used to your staring, but please don't invite friends over or I'll have to charge you for it. It's distracting as hell, the mortal spoke into thin air before rubbing off the blood that was coming out of his eyes. The four gods lying on the bed were the only ones to hear him except for the bird that appeared to only lower its opinion of him due to his apparent insanity. Jake's casual rebuttal made the three sisters open their eyes wide, now full of even more questions than before. How did he detect us? How dare he speak the malefic one's name like that? Those eyes. The Viper could only smile, feeling a weird sense of satisfaction at the three dumbstruck gods. Felt good not to be the only one surprised by Jake's nonsensical abilities. Well, there you have it, he said, dispersing the screen once more. As to how he knows I am watching, heck if I know, he just does and I find it only adds to the enjoyment. He chose to categorically ignore the comments on etiquette and whatnot. He didn't care. He also knew that any punishment short of death would be meaningless, as she was a bit of a masochist if he had to say so himself. Not that he found the trait detrimental in bed, but he had one more thing to add. Oh, by the way, don't mention anything about him to anyone, all right? The words were formed as a request, but the sisters were fully aware it wasn't. Chapter 139, Going Up. Chugging a health potion, Jake opened his eyes once more and wiped the blood. He was currently flapping his wings, trying to keep himself in the air as he saw the hawk gaze back at him like he was an idiot for talking to thin air. But its look was now not only of ridicule, but now containing a hint of fear and respect, which gave him a silly sense of satisfaction for one-upping a freaking bird. Villy being a peeping Tom was something he honestly didn't even notice anymore. Maybe the tutorial where many gods observed him all the time had desensitized him, but he did notice when suddenly three new observers joined after no one but Villy looking since returning to Earth. How exactly he knew? Well, it was just his intuition. He took a quick glance at his notifications and saw that he had killed 641 birds with his gaze. This was the first time he used it with full power and the intent to kill and not immobilize. The effect was way above his expectations. Not a single bird below E-grade survived, and even the weaker ones in E-grade died instantly. Jake had chosen the skill for its ability to immobilize his foes, to have a skill that made use of his high perception. But today his eyes were open to exactly how potent the skill was. It wasn't just its ability to kill, but how it did it. Not a single one of the dead birds had any wounds. Their bodies were completely unharmed. Instead, their souls had been completely and utterly shattered by the gaze. The attack had been instantaneous and unavoidable. As long as they were within his line of sight and he intended to hit them, they would be affected. The backlash he suffered was more due to his own inexperience with the skill than the skill itself. He had pushed more power into it than he could handle, which caused his eyes to suffer damage. But it was nothing a healing potion couldn't solve in seconds. Flying down, he managed not to screw up the landing entirely as he only took a few stumbling steps. The hawk followed him, perching itself on a tree nearby. Jake could feel how tired it was as it rested its eyes for a moment. Jake also sat down on the ground as he entered meditation. The first thing he did was to check the notifications. The birds he had killed with his gaze had all been between level 10 and 37. Sadly, the experience gained wasn't really worth much due to the significant level disparity. Next, he checked the upgraded skill. Advanced Archery, Common. An archer's best friend is the bow in his hand and the arrow in his foe's heart. You have shown improved proficiency with a bow, making the weapon even more familiar to you. Adds a minor bonus to the effect of agility and strength when using a ranged weapon. Expert Archery, Uncommon. An archer's best friend is the bow in his hand and the arrow in his foe's heart. You have proven yourself an expert with your chosen weapon and are fast approaching the level of mastering your craft. Adds a small bonus to the effect of agility and strength when using a ranged weapon. It wasn't fascinating either, despite how much he had anticipated it. It was a simple and boring skill that just made his archery slightly better. Didn't give him any knowledge of any kind. It was more just a confirmation that he had reached a level of proficiency, unlike his basic Twin Fang style, which gave him limited knowledge and guidance for melee combat. He did remember that Casper told him how the basic archery skill gave him knowledge of using a bow upon first entering the tutorial. Knowledge Jake, of course, already had. Closing down his menus once more, he instead focused on recovering his dwindling stamina pool. He and the hawk had been flying around for a few hours before the flock attacked them. It had already been more than half an hour into the fight before Jake decided to end it with gaze of the apex hunter. He and his new bird friend had truly bonded over this past day, and when he said bonded, he meant that his hatred had slowly been replaced by gratitude, while the bird was still condescendingly teaching him how to use his wings properly. Yet he had a feeling the bird would be a bit nicer after today. Despite its level being higher than his, he believed that he had proven himself stronger, because he was. While the hawk was quite strong, even for its level, it didn't make Jake feel threatened at all. It was focused on speed and wind magic. Its attacks mainly comprised of quick and powerful blows that aimed to take the opponent by surprise. Meanwhile, Jake had his danger sense and, if necessary, moment of the Primal Hunter that would warn him of any sneak attack well ahead of time. At the same time, he could use gaze to freeze it and land a blow. The hawk had been hit by a few blasts from the flock before, making him aware of how feeble the bird actually was. To sum it up, the hawk was a glass cannon, incredible speed and damage, but low toughness and vitality. If he had to guess its stats, he would say nearly all of it was mainly in intelligence and agility, with a respectable amount in wisdom and strength. Not that he had any intentions of fighting the hawk. They were buddies, and from the bird's actions, it clearly didn't intend on fighting him either. After meditating for an hour, he opened his eyes once more. The cooldown for potions being over, he took 2 stamina potions out and downed one of them. The hawk saw him do this as it gave him a knowing glance. With a slight chuckle, he tossed the stamina potion up in the air, only for it to be swept up in a gust of wind, landing in the talons of the hawk. He spread his wings once more as they, in concert, took to the air. They flew around for a few hours, bumping into a few wayward birds that quickly met their end to the blades of wind. Soon the hawk began flying back towards wherever it left to the day before, and like the day before, it stopped Jake's attempt to follow. So Jake did his last time and landed once more. He didn't do any alchemy this time, but instead began testing out his upgraded archery skill. There was not a lot to test, but he wanted a better idea of how effective the increase in the effective attributes actually was. It didn't take him long to discover the faint improvements. The string slightly more comfortable to pull. The arrow was flying slightly faster and carrying an almost negligible amount more power. It was small, nearly to the point of being unnoticeable, but any bonus was a welcome one. After firing off a few more arrows to get a better feel for it, he thought about what to do next. It was either alchemy or a bit of solo flying practice. His decision in the end landed on flying practice, the kind he didn't practice with the bird. Flying up a little, he tried his best at hovering, to flap his wings and have the rest of his body remain as stable as possible. He could already imagine how effective he would be if he became able to actively fight with his bow while flying at the same time. But that was far off, as he couldn't even correctly hover in the air yet. His flying practice was something that would simply take time and effort. It wasn't something that should be rushed. It was like a human child, in this case, an adult learning to walk. Despite it being such a simple thing for any regular non-disabled adult, that didn't mean it was entirely instinctual. It wasn't like breathing, making your heart pump. It took conscious effort and trained motor controls, and people who later in their life had to learn to walk or went through retraining took time to do so. The skill itself didn't give him any hint or help with flying, so he was indeed a newborn bird in the sky. His only real help was his monstrous stats, which allowed for his suboptimal movements to let him fly, no matter how sillily or horribly he did so. By the end of the day, when the hawk returned, he still hadn't learned to hover, but it was getting better by the hour. The two took to the air as they this time flew straight up, higher than Jake had ever been before. Before, they had never gone higher than a few kilometers. Jake had quickly learned that the skies had their own separate ecosystem from the ground below. Different flying creatures dominated above. The higher one went, the stronger they were. Below 5 kilometers, one barely encountered anything in E-grade, the flock they ran into earlier being an incredible outlier. They were like locusts scouring the low skies, killing any other bird or flying creature on their way. Above a couple more kilometers, one began running into the occasional stronger monster, which is the threshold the two of them had just passed. But the hawk didn't show any intention of stopping or even slowing down. They passed by a few low-hanging clouds, the hawk purposefully avoiding them. Jake peered into one of them and understood why. Within were several unnatural movements. He couldn't quite discern as to what they were, a natural phenomenon or perhaps a monster. Either way, he decided to rely on the hawk's expertise and avoid the clouds for now. Monsters of many kinds appeared in his vision as they continued. Many different types of birds, even ones he had never seen anything like before. One looked like a flamingo but had 2 sets of wings. Another was just a big balloon-like bird that looked like it quite honestly didn't belong up there. None of them had a level above 50, making Jake and the hawk ignore them entirely, but as they kept flying further and further up, that started to change fast. At 8.5 kilometers, they encountered a not-so-friendly giant wasp that tried to sting Jake. This resulted in Jake just catching the stinger and with his hands on the thing, spreading death through it with touch of the malefic viper. It had only been level 61, so Jake honestly didn't know where it got the guts to attack him from. At 10 kilometers, they had to avoid a brawl between 2 giant flocks of birds. Thousands of birds in each flock were ripping into each other. They were relatively weak individually, most still not an E-grade yet, but their sheer sizes made up for it. Jake felt tempted just to use Gaze of the Apex Hunter, but decided against it pretty quickly. It was pointless to do, and he quite honestly wasn't keen on the idea of committing bird genocide for no reason. This kept up as they flew upwards. The hawk had clearly been up here many times before as it swiftly dismembered any bird that attacked it while avoiding flocks and stronger-looking monsters. Jake felt more like a tag-along but had no complaints. He was blown back by the sights he saw. It indeed was an entirely new world up there, but he did wonder why it was like this. The hawk had clearly shown a need to land once in a while, to rest. While he didn't doubt that some monsters could rest while remaining in the air, he seriously doubted any of the more common-looking birds could. At 15 kilometers, they encountered their first challenge, the word challenge being said relatively lightly. It was a small group of 3 hulking birds. They looked like vultures that had gone to the gym 6 days a week, never forgetting wing or talon day, all of them the same level at 87. It was a bit novel to encounter such strength-focused birds. They attacked the pair as one of them went for Jake and the 2 others the hawk. The hawk danced around them effortlessly as the wind cut into them, while Jake met the brute in melee. Luckily for him, it didn't even try to dodge but just smashed into him, trying to pierce him with its sharp talons. He summoned his sword and dagger, blocking the foot with the sword as he plunged the dagger into the leg of the vulture. They kept tussling for a while before Jake managed to get in a few good blows to its stomach and lower body. The wounds didn't look lethal, but they sure as heck were. The dagger was releasing its innate venom with every stab, only further amplified by Jake coating the blade with his blood. The hawk had managed to finish off one of its vultures when Jake's failed to keep itself airborne. It began falling to the ground as he flew over and helped the hawk finish off the last vulture. The one he had been fighting dying halfway through as it succumbed to the poison before even hitting the ground. It had been a relatively easy and fast fight, which was why he was surprised as the message popped up with the death of the last vulture. Ding. Class, Ambitious Hunter, has reached level 84 stat points allocated, plus 4 free points asterisk, ding. Race Human E has reached level 77 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points. It was his first level in his class since returning to Earth, and he had a feeling that the sky would be the source of a lot more levels and unique experiences. Of course, my lord, the first sister quickly agreed to the Viper, forbidding them from speaking of the mortal. Her 2 sisters were nodding along fervently. All is good then. Now on to official business, the malefic Viper said, getting up off the bed while summoning a robe. The women following his lead as they, too, conjured a dress each. My order has turned to shit in my absence. I don't blame anyone but myself for this. I wallowed in self-pity for long enough, he said with a big sigh before continuing. I plan on getting shit in order. With only a single hall right now, we are confined to only a small part of this universe. I fear that my name has begun to be forgotten. Time to change that. What are you planning, my lord? The second sister asked, excitement in her voice. I don't care for expansion much. Faith is not a big part of my path anyhow, and I couldn't give less of shit about how many faithful believers I have. No, I want to consolidate our power in this part of the universe first. Make it like the good old days, then we can expand from there. You mean? The third sister asked, stars in her eyes. Exactly, send out warnings to every single faction and deity within this sector. Give them a week to either pack up and get the fuck out or to come here and swear allegiance. Make my word echo through the multiverse so all know my message, those that don't listen. Well, the ancient primordial said with a big smile, a show of force has never done any harm either. Additionally, I want you three to formally return to the Order once more. Having only Snappy and I as known gods is a bit too little. I want each of you to take a leadership position to help get this entire organization back on track. Once the Hall Master, as well as the branch leaders, return from Nevermore, I want one of you to take charge and guide her and lead the Order. She is your descendant, so that part should be easy enough. Another one of you takes charge of the Academy, while the last takes care of managing the governed area of the Order and assisting me in taking any newly conquered land under our wing. You decide between yourselves who does what. Any objections? We are more than willing to serve, the first sister said, talking for all three of them. Good, I already informed Snappy to bring back the other leaders, so you may as well begin preparing now, he said, nodding at the three women. Looking at the messy bed, however, he added, though I guess we do have a bit of time. A request none of them had to hear twice. A few hours and plenty of exercise later, the Viper walked out of the chamber, leaving the three women resting in the bed. He felt quite proud if he had to say so himself. Tiring out gods to the point of exhaustion was no easy feat. Teleporting, he stepped into a giant laboratory with only a single old man in it. He was currently tending to a giant tree that appeared to be wholly rotten yet gave out an overpowering amount of life affinity mana. Duskleaf, my dear disciple, the Viper said with a big smile, the old man not reacting at all. Come on, old pal, don't be mad, he tried again, only to continue to be ignored entirely, so he tried something else. My, quite the tree you have made here. Your own creation, I presume. Very impressive. This time he got a reaction. A tree someone, especially my so-called master, would be fully aware of if he didn't keep breaking his promises actually to do some any alchemy with me. Look, I know I fucked up, but I just had too much to deal with, he tried to explain, being quickly cut off. Like sleeping with those witches, or staring at Jake creepily, or have you found a new deplorable hobby? Duskleaf sneered, clearly still mad. Okay, geez. I even came here with something I thought you would want to hear, the Viper muttered. We are doing an experiment. Duskleaf beamed, all his anger momentarily forgotten. No, not that, the Viper said, Duskleaf instantly deflating. But it is still a good suggestion. I plan on doing a bit of restructuring and improvements around here, and I want you to come out of hiding and take up a more official position in the Order. How can that in any way be construed as good for me? Duskleaf sighed. Listen, I want you to take the position as principal of the Academy. One of the witches will help you do all the boring stuff. I just want you to have the title. The only work I will ask of you to do is to be involved in the next enrollment of alchemy students in a few years, the Viper explained. I still don't get it, the old alchemist said, clearly not keen on the idea. Why the heck would I want to be involved in enrollment of all things? I think a certain student I plan on convincing to join will be of particular interest to you, the malefic Viper smiled deeply. Let me guess, you haven't even asked Jake yet. I am sure he is 100% on board. Who doesn't like having an extra school arc in their lives? Chapter 140, A Cloudy Forecast. Jake would never claim to have in-depth knowledge of the happenings in the sky. He would never claim to be a meteorologist or a weather forecaster. While he had managed to get decent grades in physics and chemistry, he for sure wasn't an expert. But despite his lacking knowledge, he was pretty sure that clouds weren't supposed to have trees growing on them. About as sure as that one shouldn't be able to walk on said clouds. This is precisely why his current situation was a bit perplexing. He was currently standing on a cloud, looking out into the vast sky. Behind him sat the hawk perched on a branch from an ivory tree that grew on the cloud. Its leaves were a light blue, with dark blue veins running through every part of the trunk. The cloud wasn't even very big. It only had that single tree on it and wasn't even 5 meters across. Jake knelt down and scooped up a part of the cloud into his palm. It felt fluffy, not quite like wool, but more like a soft water balloon. Letting go of the piece of the cloud, it just began drifting through the air, now its own separate mini-cloud, which was likely the same as what had spawned the current cloud they were on. The two of them had flown up for quite a bit until they reached around 25 kilometers high. If Earth were the same as before the system, they would have well and truly entered the stratosphere by now. Heck, commercial planes didn't fly above 12 kilometers, less than half of where they were now. And yet the air didn't even feel any thinner. The mana density the same as closer to the ground too. The only difference was a shift in the affinities. Wind affinity now being far more prevalent, with Earth affinity, on the other hand, severely lacking. Looking further above, he only saw the endless sky expand even further. Exactly how far one could travel before reaching space, or at least just the outer parts of the atmosphere, was a mystery. But back to the equally as mysterious cloud. As Jake noted earlier, he believed it to have once been a part of a much greater cloud. His belief in that theory stemming from the absolutely massive cloud floating just a few hundred meters below them, one made of the same tangible type of cloud. And when he said massive, he truly meant massive. It was too big for him to see where it began and where it ended. He reckoned it was the size of an entire country from Earth before the system. Just hanging up there in the sky, far above where his so-called city was located. Well, not directly above. 100 or so kilometers north and 25 up, but hey, relatively close. Sadly, the area affected by the pylon barely extended upwards even if it was directly above. Only a couple of 100 meters at most even now. This meant that even if the pylon began extending upwards, it would be a very long time before he was able to claim a sky city, if ever. Though he was pretty sure the cloud was moving slightly, so maybe it would just float away. Speaking of the pylon, he could still feel its location, which was honestly quite lucky, as without it, he was pretty lost. He had just followed the hawk as they flew, and with his sense of direction, getting back without a beacon such as the pylon would prove more than a little difficult. As in, he would likely go in the direct opposite direction and never return. He had only been gone for a few days, and that Hank guy said it would take a week to make the house, so he didn't plan on returning for that time at a minimum, which gave him plenty of time to explore the enormous cloud continent in front of him, something the hawk was clearly on board with. In fact, Jake was pretty sure it was the reason it had brought him here to begin with, maybe because it wanted a companion for some added safety, or just because it wanted to continue leveling itself. Either way, after a brief break and a potion each, they took to the sky once more. Flying down to the giant continent floating below, Jake felt an almost childlike excitement at the thought of exploring a freaking sky island made of clouds. It spoke to an adolescent part of him that wanted adventure. So far, the things he had encountered in this new world were rather unimpressive from a spectacle standpoint. It was caves, giant forests, plains, and so on, but a giant cloud. Now that's something. The entire cloud was extremely thick too. The hawk and human had flown up parallel to a wall of cloud as they ascended. It had to be at least 300 or 400 meters thick, but it was nothing compared to the sight that met him when he got above the edge of the cloud. Before Jake, he saw the sprawling world that lay upon the cloud. Countless ivory trees were scattered about, with a giant tree off far in the distance, a giant tree that he could only see because of the bright flashes it gave off every few seconds as it was currently nighttime. Like a lightning conductor, it was struck by bursts of electricity from all other trees on the island, acting as the epicenter of the entire continent. It made Jake believe that these trees were the whole reason the clouds were even able to be stepped on in the first place. After the massive tree and lightning, the next thing that struck him was the many sources of movement he saw. Countless birds flew above the island, which wasn't a surprise at all. What was surprising was the other type of creature. On the cloud below walked several figures, vaguely humanoid but clearly not. They were entirely white and looked to be part of the cloud continent itself, but a quick identify proved they weren't. Cloud Elemental LVL-56. It was his first encounter with an elemental. He knew of their existence from books he had read on alchemy and from the description of his bow. Concerning alchemy, it mainly discussed how elementals were great sources of ingredients for many kinds of alchemical creations. Once slain, an elemental will always turn into a small orb of its element. A cloud elemental, as an example, would drop a cloud. The orb would contain a highly concentrated amount of cloud affinity mana and was thus highly suitable as an ingredient. Jake didn't have any need for it, however, mainly because he didn't know any recipes that required orbs. Secondly, because his alchemy branch didn't really use those sorts of items often, he doubted it would even be instrumental in the future. Pure forms of a type of mana like that would most often be found in beneficial pills, flasks, or elixirs, not poisons. But of course, that wasn't the only reason to hunt them. Experience was a universal gain for any being with levels, after all, something the birds were fully aware of. The cloud elemental Jake had just identified was dived upon by a group of 5 birds. In its semi-intangible form, it ignored the purely physical attacks but took damage from magic. In less than a minute, it dispersed and turned into a small fingernail-sized white orb. One of the birds, the largest one, ate it without any hesitation as the 5 of them flew upwards once more. As he was observing this, he saw several other similar occurrences all around the island. Most ended with dead cloud elementals, but sometimes they turned it around on the birds and killed them instead, enveloped by the elemental and consumed. Despite the many deaths, it didn't appear to affect the population of the elementals, however. As Jake saw them die, he saw just as many emerge from the island below. Like climbing out of the ground, they came into being, born from the vast cloud that was the island itself. He was thrown out of his thoughts by a blast of wind from the hawk behind him. It tired of his useless gawking. He understood what it wanted, and he couldn't agree more. While observing the many birds hunt was entertaining in its own right, nothing was better than doing it yourself. Sweeping down, the 2 of them split up slightly as they each went for a target. The hawk was going for another bird at level 93, while Jake aimed for an elemental larger than nearly all the others he saw, one that had just killed a group of birds being overconfident in their ability to face it. Cloud Elemental LVL-95, Jake smiled to himself as he landed on the cloud in front of it. He wasn't stupid enough to try and fight while flying. Jake knew his own limitations. On the ground, he was far more potent and far more comfortable. The elemental towered over him, being nearly 10 meters tall. It looked vaguely human, but was way too bulky for it to be so. Its 2 arms were as thick as its torso, and it didn't have any legs but only a swirling mass of clouds that floated slightly upon the island below. Looking upon it, he habitually used Mark of the ambitious hunter, took out his bow, and channeled and fired off an infused power shot without any hesitation. The elemental that was just floating there didn't even react before the arrow reached it, an arrow that pierced straight through it, leaving a big gaping hole. Wait, he thought as the elemental now shifted its focus to him. His mark informed him that the attack had done barely any damage. Only a few remnants of mana had invaded the body of the elemental and actually harmed it. It slowly extended its hand and fired off a compressed beam of steam towards him without making any sound. Its movements were slow, but the beam more powerful than he anticipated. It kicked up smoke as the cloud dispersed upon being hit, forcing Jake back. It slowly hovered towards him as it continued firing out a constant stream of steam. Jake used his one-step mile to create some distance as he tried firing a splitting arrow towards the elemental. He hoped the extra arrows from the skill counted as magical or something like that. Once more disappointed, they too just passed through the cloud elemental, not doing any damage at all. He tried a few more times and even fired off an arrow coated in his blood in the hope of it having any effect. Unsurprisingly, poison didn't work on a being made out of literal clouds, having no blood or flesh, or really a physical body to speak of. By now, he was beginning to recognize that he may have a minor hole in his repertoire of skills. He was good at killing things mainly due to his incredibly useful power shot and poisons, both of which proved useless against the elemental. Then he thought he was brilliant as he used one of the functions of wings he hadn't tried before. He burned the blood within the wings as the poisonous mist slowly seeped out. He smiled as he flapped his wings and sent a cloud of deadly mist towards the elemental. Eat this. The cloud of mist floated towards the elemental, and then just swirled around it as it was slowly dispersed. Like a constant current of air flowed around the elemental at all times, his mist didn't even make contact. Well shit. He also seriously doubted that swinging at it with his sword and dagger would do much good. Maybe descending Dark Fang would do damage, but how many would it take? From what he saw from the birds, they mainly used blasts of wind and pure mana to disperse and kill the elementals, wind magic appearing especially useful. The problem was that Jake didn't have a single magical attack. The closest thing he had was Touch of the Malefic Viper when it came to offensive magic. One could count his Gaze of the Apex Hunter as a magical attack, but its function was to immobilize against an opponent of his own level, not to deal damage. On the other hand, the elemental didn't have a good way to attack him either. Its steam didn't hit, and its movements were way too slow to catch up to him. It was a stalemate where neither side could get any ground, but Jake was reluctant just to give up. He knew mana-based attacks worked, so wouldn't he just have to attack it with that? Spreading out his hands, mana began accumulating in them, his many hours of mana practice being shown off. This time he didn't bother to form strings, though. He simply gathered small orbs of pure mana. Like back in the Forgotten Sewer, when he was exploring the Dark Affinity, the mana in his hands begun changing color, from a transparent shimmer to 2 black orbs. The process took a few seconds, but it was far faster than it had been back then. He threw the 2 bolts of mana at the elemental with hope in his eyes. While it wasn't a skill, he had still packed a few hundred points of mana within each bolt. The 2 bolts hit the cloud elemental straight on and sunk into its body. Jake felt the mana instantly dissipate as it spread throughout the body of the elemental, and then it disappeared, or more accurately, it was suppressed by the elemental. Well, that was a bummer, he thought, disappointed. He could tell that it had done some damage, but he was pretty damn sure that he would run out of mana before it died. He needed something else. The next few minutes were spent with Jake condensing balls of mana of different forms to attempt to kill it. He tried to condense the mana, shape it, and even test if he could somehow make it into another affinity, like Earth Affinity. Failing in all these attempts, and even when he succeeded, the resulting attack did nothing to the elemental. In the end, he tried to move in close and attempt Touch of the Malefic Viper. He wasn't keen on it as he had seen the fate of a bird being devoured by the cloud, but felt like he had no other choice. It was either that or retreating. Carefully approaching the elemental, he dodged the blasts of steam as he neared its lower body. It floated about half a meter above the cloud island, meaning he could only touch its lower section without flying. But just as he was about to reach it, it smashed both its massive arms down towards him. He managed to dodge, but the attack didn't end there. An explosion of steam and mist pushed him back tens of meters while scalding his skin slightly. With the giant elemental's arms still lowered, he took a step forward and appeared right in front of it once more. His hand was glowing a dark green sheen as he plunged it into the cloud elemental's arm. Instantly, he felt like he had just put his hand into boiling water as he quickly covered his entire body in scales. It helped immensely, but it still hurt. At the same time, the elemental churned as parts of its arm began turning greenish. Jake barely managed to smile triumphantly before the elemental countered him once more. Parts of its arm that had begun turning color exploded, right into him as he stood with his hand inside the elemental. Jake found himself blasted backward, his entire upper body and arms scalded from the hot steam. He flew back nearly 500 meters before he hit the ground rolling. The scales had blocked most of the blow, but it had still managed to do immense damage to him. Especially the hand and lower arm that had been inside the elemental was a mess. Jake's hand was entirely broken, with the skin and flesh melted, more bone than hand remaining. The rest of his lower arm not much better. By now he had to admit that he was countered. He didn't know what to do, which was the moment where a giant blade of wind cut into the cloud elemental. The hawk landed between Jake, who was still getting up, and the elemental slowly trudging towards him. In the fight he had nearly forgotten. He wasn't alone. Chapter 141, Mana Bolt. Jake sat on a small cloud away from the large continent, the bird perched in a tree beside him. He was breathing heavily still from his nearly empty pool of mana and low stamina. Even his health was only at around half. The cloud elemental was far harder to deal with than he had predicted. Luckily, the hawk did wonders against it. Its blades of wind cut off parts of the cloud elemental, with another blast of wind dispersing the cut-off part into nothing. Even then, it took the two of them nearly half an hour before the elemental became unable to regenerate parts of its body and finally died, or dispersed, or whatever elementals do. Jake felt pretty damn fucking useless after the long fight. All he could really do was toss weak bolts of dark mana at the elemental to distract it while dodging its blows. If the elemental hadn't been so stupid as to focus on him over the hawk, he wasn't even sure they would have won. He did throw a mana potion to the hawk during the fight, so he had made some kind of contribution. The hawk didn't even seem very condescending after the battle, maybe surprised at Jake's many means to stay alive. It made him reflect on the massive skill disparity between beasts and humans. Even the dungeon bosses he fought never had more than a handful of skills he was aware of. Humans, on the other hand, had so many. Granted, many skills of beasts you never discovered, so maybe beasts just had a lot more passive skills or skills that buffed other parts of them. Or perhaps they just had fewer skills and more stats. Maybe they were slightly inferior in the skill department by the system's design. Who knows? Probably Villy. Gotta ask him next time. Or maybe he could just ask out loud, and the scaly god would hear him. He had been spying on him at random times these days, after all. At least he had been nice enough not to have any more viewing parties. Hawky, let's just stick to hunting birds and leave those damn clouds alone for now, yeah? He asked, looking up at the bird. He was pretty sure it understood him as it blinked its eyes a few times in a row in response. At least he believed it understood, as it was clearly brilliant. The only question was if it understood him due to its intelligence, or if the translation skill he got worked with birds, though he doubted it as he had yet to hear anything speak that wasn't humanoid. As for why he called it Hawky, well, he just got tired of thinking of it as the hawk, or when he occasionally talked to it, he wanted to give it some kind of name. Granted, Hawky was a shitty name, but he had never claimed to be good at naming things. Closing his eyes while sitting and resting on the cloud, he entered meditation. But this time, he didn't focus on pure recovery or summoned his usual strings of mana, but instead, he cupped his hands in front of him. Despite his plan to avoid the elementals, it didn't mean that he was satisfied with the situation. He wanted to create a tool to fight them. He had sagacity of the malefic viper that helped him. He had been practicing controlling and using mana continuously ever since he got the ability to sense it. Yet he found himself so disappointingly useless when he had to use it in combat. Looking back, he was beginning to regret not just picking up the Dark Bolt skill at some point, maybe instead of the still useless Hunter's tracking skill. Not because of the Dark Bolt itself, but because of what he could potentially learn from it. Something was missing from his mana attacks. He knew that his spells had to be more powerful even without a skill being used. He saw the many birds fire off basic-looking bolts of mana to kill the elementals, and he, for the life of him, didn't understand what separated his from theirs. The amount of mana packed within the bolts wasn't the issue. Even when Jake used more, it barely did anything. When he made the mana into Dark Affinity, it at least did something, if still incredibly ineffective. Though he did have one way of attacking with pure mana. The enchantment on his gloves fired off a melee blast of mana, but even that was useless with his current predicament. What he did to use that was just to pour mana into the gloves, and it would fire out the mana in a blast of kinetic energy. Touch of the Malefic Viper didn't serve to help him either. He understood how that skill worked, and it was clearly fundamentally different. It didn't use mana to attack, but to fuel the poison it released upon touch. He did briefly consider if he could somehow pour the effects of Touch of the Malefic Viper into a ball of mana and throw it, which is when he learned how futile that thought was. Unless the skill changed entirely, that would never work. The skill required touch, as the name suggested, for a connection to form between the two entities involved him, the poisoner, and his target, the poisoned. Not that he knew how to in any way replicate the effects of the skill without actually using it. He was fully aware of how far above his understanding it was, being a part of the Malefic Viper's legacy and all. Had he gone wrong in his entire approach to manipulating mana? So far, he had focused on making those strings. practiced lifting stones and other objects through mana, and otherwise just used it to move things or attach himself to something. He remembered how he had attached himself to a ceiling during the Forgotten Sewers dungeon, how he could cover his feet in mana to walk on water. He was proud of those achievements, but was his philosophy behind doing so flawed in some conceptual way? Doubt only kept spreading in his mind as he sat in meditation. The effect of increased concentration from the skill upgrade was doing as much harm as good. If he was wrong in his approach to using mana, what about his way of using stamina? His alchemy, was there anything he could be genuinely sure of? He knew that even when the system gave a skill, it didn't necessarily mean one was on the right track. When he failed and exploded his own arm by overloading it with stamina, he was rewarded with a skill choice, one that was just terrible. He quickly tried to quench his doubt concerning alchemy first. Gods had observed him doing it, and he had gotten a strong profession upgrade. He could make powerful potions and had acquired so many powerful skills. Even if his path in that regard was suboptimal, it was still good enough. Borrowing from the confidence in his alchemy, he thought about all the methods he used mana there. Brewing potions and concocting poisons were reliant on the skills associated with those actions. He wasn't even sure if it was possible to do either without the skills. If it was, that too was way beyond his pay grade. Touch of the Malefic Viper he had already gone over. Sagacity of the Malefic Viper helped him understand some things better, but it didn't come with any knowledge or sudden enlightenment on how to use mana offensively. It would help him, but in the end, it was just a supplementary tool. Blood of the Malefic Viper was out too. It transformed his blood to do harm, but everything that skill did was also just far too complicated. He knew it had weird interactions with the vital energy in his body, but that was just what his instincts told him. The wings didn't really provide any hints either. Even the ability to burn the blood in the wings was entirely based on blood of the Malefic Viper and his alchemical flame. Speaking of the flame, that too didn't really help anything. All it did was to create a transparent flame of pure mana. Jake had tested its offensive might long ago, and it was pretty much non-existent. The flame produced heat, which could be viewed as offensive, but it was a skill clearly made for crafting and not fighting. Like the difference between heat in a furnace and an explosion, it was far too stable to be viewed as any kind of attack. Then there was Palette of the Malefic Viper. It was a skill associated with knowledge of alchemical ingredients he consumed, while also amplifying the effects of his creations on himself. He couldn't see how that could wait. His thoughts wandered to the trial of myriad poisons. When he was within the vat of poisons, they invaded his body repeatedly, to the point that he struggled with the pain in staying conscious. But more importantly, he replayed his efforts to absorb the toxins. Back then, he had sought to break down the ingredients, rip them apart with his mana to absorb them easier. He had tapped into the natural effects of the skill and helped it make the process go faster. A process that was innately tied to that of destruction. The mana he had used back then wasn't the same gentle type as what he formed his bolts with. If his normal mana was like a serene lake normally, this mana had been a roaring maelstrom. Both were mana in its purest form, but one was peaceful while the other sought to destroy. Opening his eyes, he exited meditation. He stood up as he lifted his hand and formed a ball of mana. He felt its serenity. He understood exactly how stupid he had been. Mana was peaceful by nature, its default form one of balance. If it weren't, the world would fall apart. It dominated the atmosphere and the air around him, the many affinities not changing that at all. To put it in other words, mana didn't have any inherent intent, it simply was. The same was true for the mana he formed, the only difference being that it carried his own signature, his own Jake affinity, if one will. When he threw a bolt of mana on anyone, all it did was to impact them with a bit of foreign mana temporarily. It wasn't even a proper attack. It barely held any kinetic energy, which was only because of exactly how much condensed mana there was. Only his dark mana had some real effect. It was not because that was a proper attack either, but because of the innate qualities of dark mana and its ability to consume other mana types. His use had been crude and borderline useless. In his hand, the ball of mana formed into a bolt once more. He remembered the first time he saw a mana bolt being used during the tutorial's first day. He remembered how it had exploded upon impact and left a small burn mark. The bolt in his hand began to slowly change into a bluish color. Had the other mana bolts ever been transparent? He asked himself. The answer, of course, was no. Something in his mind had just clicked. Was it truly this simple? He wasn't even sure exactly how he had made the mana in his hand change. He just tried to mimic the feeling he got when he sought to destroy and refine the poison in his body and directed his mana into the structure it had been back then. He began pouring more mana into the blue bolt in his hand. Its color remained unchanged, but he felt its power increase, and he knew it would explode upon impact with something, as a mana bolt was supposed to. Jake had changed the construct and the purpose of the mana in his hand. No longer was it just a ball of mana thrown together, but a weapon created with intent. The thought of trying to mix in the dark affinity was quickly dispelled. Jake was already reaching as he was. The bolt in his hand was turning unstable by the second as he held on to it, a constant drain on his mana to keep it from either exploding or dispersing. Looking out into the vast cloud continent before him, he spotted another cloud elemental, this one only at level 47, around half the level of the one he had fought with the hawk earlier. Turning to it, he said to the hawk, "Hey, I am going to do this one solo. I need to test something." The hawk just looked at him like there was something wrong with his head. Hadn't he said not long ago to leave those cloud elementals? "No judging," he chuckled as he saw its gaze, briefly reflecting on how funny it was that understanding the thoughts of Hawkeye was easier than that of other humans. Spreading his wings, he leaped off the cloud and glided down to the massive one below. Before even touching the ground, he threw the bolt he had been making in his hand, straight into the cloud elemental he had set his sights on earlier. The bolt flew even faster than the ones he had thrown earlier. It hit the cloud elemental right in its chest, but this time it wasn't just harmlessly absorbed. Instead, it exploded in a blue explosion, pushing the elemental back and leaving a large hole in its cloudy body. It quickly healed itself, but Jake wasn't discouraged. Quite the opposite. He felt a revitalized belief in his path. He had stumbled for a moment, sure, but it wasn't something he hadn't quickly fixed. It couldn't even be said he had really gone wrong. He had just been missing a piece of the puzzle. Channeling mana into his two hands, he quickly formed two more bolts of mana, the speed confirming that his mana practice indeed hadn't been wasted at all. Throwing them both, two more explosions battered the elemental, forcing it to reform its lost parts. With a jolly smile, he kept bombarding the defenseless elemental a few more times before it became unable to heal. After the final bolt blew it up, the entire elemental dispersed, leaving only a small orb behind. "You have slain Cloud Elemental LVL 47, experience earned from start to end." The elemental was unable to even move towards him. Each bolt was more potent than the one before it as he familiarized himself with forming them. Mana practice on a lake with stones and forming strings had been useful, but nothing was better than exercise during live combat. His fighting instincts and innate desire to compete on full display as he pushed himself to continually improve. He didn't even hesitate as he moved his gaze to get another elemental, this one being 11 levels higher than the one he had just slain. Above, the hawk stared down at the crazed human as his hands crackled with mana, and he threw bolt after bolt at the elemental. It nearly felt bad for the poor things as they became fuel for the human's newfound power. It recognized the bolts of mana. It knew how to use them too, a fundamental skill for any creature of the caster archetype, even those like itself that were only partially focused on the path of magic. Yet his bolts were slightly different, not the first ones, mind you, but the ones he was beginning to throw now. They were changing from the basic construct to something more intricate and complicated. A rate of improvement that made the hawk doubt if this was indeed the same human that still looked like a newborn chick whenever he stupidly flapped his wings.